source of all of the distant matter of the universe. Because inertia, which is what you feel when you push on it, is gravitationally induced. Okay? So what this means is that you can exchange energy and ultimately
how's the sound?
Universe using
Okay, now you couldn't hear anything. Now you can hear it again.
early versions of all this. All three elements were discrete, let alone about 1999 thereabouts. It dawned on me that you were wasting your time with separate actuators and fluctuating masses, that you could just use the actuated PZT stack as a fluctuating mass. So next slide. PZT stacks are relatively easy to build. They're PZT disks. They're polarized. You set them up with their polarizations this way, and you glue them together with brass electrodes in them. What you end up with is something like this. You always want to include an accelerometer or a strain gauge in these devices so you can see mechanically what's going on. Next slide. Okay. This is a picture of a couple of the remaining devices made this way. And the reason why the pictures are up there, you can see it's relatively simple. Basic parts of an aluminum cap that is bolted down and preload the PZT stack underneath on the brass reaction mass so that it doesn't tear itself apart. And the thing to note in this picture very quickly is that between the brass reaction mass and the aluminum bracket, which is attached to the rear of the brass reaction mass, you see little black ears sticking out. They're almost completely cut off. Michelle, get the cursor on the rubber pad between the brass reaction mass and the mount hardware. Closer, do the other way. That's it. There they are. Yes, that's one of them. That's another one. That's another one. Okay. When I first built these things, I did not have the rubber pads in there. They didn't work with beads. Okay. Putting in the rubber pads, all of a sudden they work. And for years, that's what we used. Rubber pads. Next slide. The way you measure very small forces, because forces expected are on the basis of micronewtons. No more preferably, but micronewtons. Balance for it. Tom DeHood, who's been a graduate student with me in the late 1990s, stuck around with the project long enough to help make this balance, which is the next generation after the so-called Austrian Research Center's balances. It was model of their balance in general terms. It's a balance which is still in operation, and it looks pretty much the same. As a matter of fact, I'll just take one. And there it is. There's that output of the back. Okay, let me go through it real quickly. There are counterpoise masses on the left-hand side. The gallant stand contacts are mounted in the central column, which is where the C-flex bearings, which allow this thing to oscillate horizontally, are located. And then to the right of that, there's wiring. The shielded wiring goes into the beam and down through the end of the beam and so on. The calibration technique is a 3-coil setup, wound on 35mm tilt caps, canister caps, 10 turns each, works very nicely. And we even had George Hathaway check up on us and make sure that that was working as we played. On the right, you see Faraday cage. That's the aluminum box, which is held on pieces of red plastic that form a vibration isolation yoke. Next slide. That's a C-flex bearing. You can see the cross metal parts. It works beautifully. They're great gizmos. Next slide. That's the yoke, in view of the yoke from some time back. But you can see there are a whole bunch of little brass screws in there. The brass screws compress the rubber O-rings. There are rubber O-rings as well as brass screws and washers to kill the high frequency vibration. Next slide. That's a current version of the vacuum chamber, which I just showed you with the webcam. That's probably easier to see. The black column that Michelle has a cursor on right now is monopod in Curtis's terminology, supporting a Logitech Brio webcam with which we take movies of what's going on inside the vacuum chamber. Okay, next slide, please. This is Paul March's, how should I put it? Simple block diagram of the parts of the apparatus and so on. Okay. Basically, what it boils down to is you measure several things when you run this. You measure the position of the Filtec sensor, okay, which tells you how much the beam has been deflected from its zero position. Okay. You measure the temperature of the device with the thermistor, which is embedded in the cap, the aluminum cap of the device. You measure the strain gauge signal, which tells you mechanically what's going on in the stack. It's a passive instrument. Okay. Let me note one very, very important part of this setup. It's the transformer. The transformer turns out to be a critical element in this setup because it's the thing that enables the starter 111 piezoelectric materials that we use to generate copious higher harmonics. And you need more than one harmonic to make these things work. You need at a bare minimum a first and second harmonic. The second harmonic is a force rectification signal. It's something that pushes on the thing when it's more massive and pulls it back when it's less massive. Again, push when it's more massive, and so on. The mass fluctuation takes place at twice the frequency of the base signal. So the second harmonic is absolutely essential. And you don't see much second harmonic in these things unless you have a transformer in the setup. Next slide, please. Engineering larger thrusts. Okay, replacement for the rubber pads. Next slide. Okay, yes. First attempt at this was to put washers instead of rubber pads between the aluminum bracket and the reaction mass. This is a picture of one of those devices with the washers. It actually works, believe it or not. It significantly improves the thrust over the rubber pad. The problem is they die very quickly. So we were poking around for another way of doing this. Next slide, please. But before we turn to that, Paul was going to give a talk. Paul, I hope all is well at home, Paul. Okay. We're going to, Paul's slides will be available, I assume, through APEC. The way in which we resolved the problem of the washers dying was to note that in addition to the washers, we had also put sledges on the device. This was basically a little mechanical mechanism that allowed the aluminum bracket on which the device was bolted to slide back and forth and free up the sliding. And eventually it dawned on us that probably we didn't need the aluminum bracket at all, that we could do this simply by having a device with ears on it, ears on the reaction mass. Next slide. It looks like this. This is actually a functional device. Current design. The ears you will see are constructed with Teflon or something like that. When we were trying to figure out how to do this sensibly, and finally, Jose Rodal said, gee, what we need is miniature linear bearings. He said, but they're probably prohibitively expensive. And within minutes, Paul Chip Aiken had linear ball bearings, and they were not prohibitively expensive. So the current design.
Sorry, it'll stop cutting out in 2 seconds.
What would be see that?
By 2 seconds, I mean 30 seconds.
And be able to cap that preloads it, and you can even see the thermistor leads coming out there in the center of the aluminum cap. So the accelerometer is the red green wiring, and the blue and yellow is the power lead to the device. Next slide, please. That's a linear ball bushing. You can even see some of the bearing races. It's about 4 millimeters in diameter, 2 millimeter throat.
All right, Jim Dillinger now, moderator. Oh God, it'll stop cutting out. And still a moderator. All right, there we go. No more cutting out.
The chief criticism of the Mach Effect work, as you will discover if you go looking for it, work came on, and students who claimed that nothing but vibration was going on. It turns out that there's an easy way to discriminate vibration from real effects, real forces. Vibration is a result of putting energy into the system without communicating any momentum. And if you put energy into one of these devices, you will make it vibrate very strongly, as a matter of fact. And of course, if it's attached directly to your torsion balance, it will make it vibrate too. You will discover if you want to see the statement that's what they did as soon as Hal left after depositing a device of the earlier design with them. As soon as Hal left, they took it out of the vibration isolation group, bolted it right to their balance. Okay? It got a lot of vibration. Momentum conservation, however, dictates that when you create the vibration, if a stick-slip mechanism makes the thing move in one direction, it must also make a comparable amount of momentum move necessarily in the opposite direction. There's a momentum zero to start out with, so it has to stay that way. The significance of that wasn't really fully appreciated until Hal insisted that we do work on a pendulum. We built the pendulum and we did the work on it, and it was wonderful from this point of view, because you could tell easily just by measuring the position of the device and the pendulum support structure to tell whether or not they're moving in the same direction. If they're moving in opposite directions, you're looking at vibration. Conservation of momentum dictates it. If you see the motion of the two parts, the support structure and pendulum, or the support structure and torsion balance, and the device itself, if they move in the same direction, that is only physically possible if a force is applied to the device, which then entrains the pendulum or the torsion balance and forces it to move with it. Okay? This turns out to be critically important because you can measure both positions. Okay? I'm not going to show you pendulum results because that was one of the things we learned was not carefully enough considered. When we ran the pendulum, we assumed that the device did not produce an effect in air. And there were some pretty good arguments for it and all that. But eventually, George Hathaway and Mendel Baltrini both got on me about, oh, you've got to worry about air currents. And so finally, last spring, I worried about air currents. And they were right. Air currents, these things act as little air pumps. So you have to do something either to contain and eliminate the effect of the air currents, or you have to put something in a vacuum chamber and get rid of the air currents by removing the air. We've resuscitated the balance, which after the pendulum had fallen into disuse, and it's still in the process of being brought back up to optimal status, but it's working well enough now so that you can actually do experiments. And if you know some other stuff, you know what to do. Okay, next slide, please. Torsion balance. The reason why you don't want to use a torsion balance to do this work, why pendula are so much more interesting, is the torsion balance introduces a large moment of inertia, which is a problem. Because if you have a device on the end of one of your torsion balance arms, and it's producing a force in a particular direction, and it has to drag an enormous amount of stuff along with it. Okay? Because it's pushing against the springs, which are pushing against the pendulum, and so on. That's one problem, but the other problem is that if there is a vibrational effect present, the motion of the torsion balance beam in the direction opposite to the direction of the motion of the device is much smaller than the motion of the device. And it's easy to miss if you're not paying attention. And next slide, please. Working through all of these things, you need some luck. Okay. August 12th, run 7 is, in my view, the Great Spirit's way of kicking you in the pants and saying, hey, you're being unnecessarily cautious, dummy. Okay? Because August 12th, run 7 happened by accident to get everything exactly right. Okay? Next slide is the movie of this run, which you can't see. Michelle, am I correct that you can't show the movie of Run 12? Run 7? Next slide. Yes. Next slide. I was going to explain to you all of the display things and all that, and let you watch Run 7 on August 12th take place. This is the picoscope strip chart recording of Run 7 on August 12th. And the red trace is the location of the device as measured by the Filtech position sensor on the opposite end of the beam. Okay? The scale for those red traces is that full scale for the red trace is about 500 micrometers. And so you're looking at a trace of something that's on the order of 300 to 500 micrometers. And you come in on the trace, there's a little blitz there, and then you hit the principal resonance. The thing vibrates a bit, then it goes south, north, then south, down briefly, and then it comes back up, vibrates more, then it stops. Okay, and you get 4 repetitions of that with small changes due to the fact that as the green kind of shows you, the device is heating up and run. Okay. Are you going to be able to show movies, Michelle, when you're part of this? No, probably not. Oh, God. All right. Okay, let me see. Let's see what I can do here. That's what I can do. I've got these are practice software. All right. While all of this was taking place, Michelle was worried that yours truly, maybe some of it, but mainly yours truly was unduly optimistic about producing real Mach effects. And so when this trace came along, she decided that what we had done here was not good enough. And just getting that red trace with clear behavior of the presence of a real force, which with a variety of tests you know is not due to a bunch of things that you might guess. She was concerned that it might not be a real Mach effect. In the weeks before that, she had found a software program called Tracker out of MIT, is it, Michelle? I think, anyway, she found this Tracker software, and if you could see a picture of the device, you notice that there are tracking marks added to it for this purpose. So she ran Tracker software on this run, and to her surprise, it turned out that those red trace responses, those are real. They are not just vibration. And there are real forces involved in what's producing that. And we are now at the point of trying to get this everything together so that we could do a set of fairly straightforward tests that show that what you're looking at there is not a mistake or an accident. It is a real effect. That Einstein was right about inertia being gravitational, and since he was right about that, it means that those weird additional terms that show up in the relativistic Newtonian approximation, they may not be exactly right. A full relativistic version of this in strong field circumstances has not yet been calculated, but if so, that's the first step on the pathway to stars. Next slide, please. Michelle, tracker, and beyond linear bearings. Michelle, you get to take over. Michelle? This is your cue, Michelle.
I'm sorry, Michelle was muted. Michelle, I just asked you to unmute, and then here, let me do this. Okay, I'm going to remove the spotlight from Jim, and I will put the spotlight on Michelle. There we go. Ma'am,
Okay.
You are all set.
Okay, thank you, Jim. And thank you, Tim, for hosting this. I got to get out of this here. And Franc. And I'm going to do some sharing. And do a slideshow. This is going to be very simple. There's going to be no math involved. It's going to show data and builds and results. And I wanted to thank everybody else that was on this team: Gary Hudson of SSI, Jim Woodward, Paul Byrne, Paul March, David Jenkins, Christopher, Uba Fanwa. I'm sorry, Christopher, I got your name wrong. Curtis Horn and David Menz. And Tim, thank you for hosting. This is the tracker software that Jim was talking about. And I'm not sure if everybody recognizes this picture up in the top left corner. But what the tracker software does is it allows you to pick points. And what we have done is, if you take a look at the bottom right corner, this is the Fullerton's torsion arm assembly, and you're looking at the end. You're looking at the working end down here. This is the device that's sitting inside here. Here's a little brass reaction mass. There's a little PZT stack, and there's the aluminum mass at the end. You can see that that is attached to that red plastic bracket that sits there. It's screwed in, and that's attached around to a U channel, which is vibration isolation dampening, and which goes back to the back of the stack, or the back of the torsion arm, which has the Filtech sensor that's able to detect movement back and forth. So what we did here, and I'm not being an optimist, I'm being a critic here, and that Jim says that, is I said, okay, if this aluminum bracket here, which is essentially attached to the torsion arm, if I target that with this tracker software that was made available by Open Source Physics to teach students motion and conservation of momentum and stuff, if I can use this piece of software to track these two devices, I can get an idea of what is really happening, what is the device doing, how its movement's tracking, and what's going on with the torsion arm. So I did. So what this particular slide shows here is that this is that number 7 run, it has been matched time-wise to the tracker software, which at 30 frames per second, I analyze each independent frame, each target, and its movement. And as you can see on this particular red one, which is over here on the large aluminum mass, the large aluminum bracket that's attached to the torsion arm, you can actually see how it mirrors the Filtech torsion arm data. As you can see, it goes up, it goes down, wiggles around a lot. You can see a lot more in detail action and reaction Newtonian operations here, where the torsion arm kind of dampens it out a little bit. The green trace down here at the bottom, that's the actual device. This is the device that's actually, excuse me, operating back and forth and wiggling back and forth on over time. And this is about I think it's a 25-second run. And you can see it as it bumps up and down and runs around as it gains mass and loses mass, and changes energy and swaps it with this. You can say, well, these look pretty identical, but this is where just looking at a simple picture can say that's not exactly what's happening. So if we take the device, which is on the top here, and then take the torsion arm, which is on the bottom here, and we compare them, some things become very, very obvious in this. Number one, when the device is operating under normal Newtonian mechanics and conservation laws, you'll see the device, device go one direction up here, and then the torsion arm go the opposite direction. I expect that. You should expect that. That's Newtonian mechanics in operation and the conservation laws. But what becomes very apparent here is when the device during this frequency sweep hits resonance, it accelerates and compresses into the springs and pushes the masses, and then it starts showing up in the device. The device, because we're compressing springs and we're moving 160 grams of mass here, is trying to move like 700 grams of mass, or 800 grams of mass. There's a small delay. So the device pushes in and holds through a frequency sweep. The device slowly follows. And the device is delayed about just under a second here. So what you or not the device, but the torsion arm. So what you see here is a slight delay of the torsion arm's response to the device. You see acceleration, you see acceleration. When it gets out of resonance, which is shown by this here, normal Newtonian mechanics take an effect again. You'll get an opposite reaction back and forth. This is what it kind of surprised me. I didn't expect it to show up like this. I didn't expect to see this delay. But there is. And it agrees with the calculations of the spring compression, the dampening mechanisms we have on the torsion arm. That number comes out just about right. So let's take it one step farther. Let's look at everything that is moving at the end of the torsion arm. We're going to take a look at all the items here. We're going to take a look at the end of the aluminum end cap. I targeted a screw. I targeted the end of the PZT stack. I targeted the brass reaction mass. I targeted the aluminum bracket, and I also targeted screws back here that attach to the torsion arm. So everything moves in this. And if I take all of these and track them all at the same time, I end up tracking everything that moves on the torsion arm and the device. And I end up with a lot of interesting data here. The two centers here are pretty much identical because one is the aluminum mass, which is the red, and the other purple one is the screw. So they're going to be pretty identical. They will not agree with the green over here, which is the brass reaction mass, green dot right over here that you can see, or the other end of the screw that I was tracking up here, which is this one here. Those two agree, these two agree, and this one here is the middle of the brass, I mean the PCT stack. So if I take all of those and say, where's my center of mass? And I use the center of mass is the key to this entire Mach effect. I use all of these, calculate it out, and say this is my center of mass. This is actual acceleration data of the entire torsion arm being driven by the Mach Effect device. And as you can see, as I go sweeping through the frequencies, it pushes the entire torsion arm and holds for at least 2 seconds. In some cases, a little bit longer. And the interesting thing is as this particular run, the device started off really slow, it heated up a little bit, and it got a little bit more relaxed, and we started getting more acceleration data being shown, so that it shows that we have a very nice thrust impulse. I'll take all of these and put them together in a graph, track them all at the same time, and display it. And I'll explain to here what I see in this display. And it's kind of interesting if you take a look at what's happening with the torsion arm and the device and the Mach effects. Number one, the turn-on points, which are in these boxes here, shift a little bit as the device heats up. It shifts about, oh, I don't know, 75 hertz from the center resonant frequency. That was interesting. That agrees with the calculations. What also is interesting is when the device goes into resonance and it's sitting on these bearings, and the bearings are sitting on these stainless steel rods, they actually float. The vibrations cause the bearings to pretty much float. They bounce around and they float. They use the vibration technique in MEMS to unlock MEMS devices that rock back and forth. So what happens then is the device goes into resonance, it accelerates down. The torsion arm shows that acceleration as just a little bit of scruff up here in the red display. The center of mass saying I'm heading down, and this moves down. And here's our delay on our torsion arm. As the springs compress and it pushes the entire torsion arm in one direction. This is taking all the movement data from a torsion arm and a device hanging on the end, calculating out the center of mass to pull out the Mach effects from non-Newtonian operations, which is exactly what happens. So what this has shown us is the comparison, the data point comparison with the tracker software targeting the points, the different points on the torsion arm with the picoscope data, which is off the Philtech sensor at the other end, it shows in exquisite detail a frame by frame motion processing of over 1,800 frames, and it highlights and shows the device's Newtonian conservation actions, and it also shows the Mach effect actions and brings them out to the forefront. And thank you. I have, I'm going to stop sharing screen. I have another presentation that I need to do.
Wonderful. And yeah, and Michelle, you're still spotlighted. So let me know if I can assist at all, or if you're all set.
Oh, I am. Hang on here. I'm trying to get. Here we go. All right, does that screen come up? Do I have a new screen up?
Yeah. Let me see. Yeah, well, I had a slideshow. It looked like it was the other one though.
This is number 2.
There we go. Mega driven past and future.
Yes. I just want to give a real quick review. When I joined this team about 2 years ago, and a lot has happened in the last 2 years to kind of refine the data sets that we're getting out of the devices. This was shown by Jim's presentation earlier, and this is essentially, I don't know, it looks like a Borg torsion arm. And it works very well. And if you know how to interpret the data, you can get some good results. And this is their vacuum chamber, which Jim showed. And they presented some results in the paper, I think it was for proposal for NIAC, which they had thrusts for about 5 seconds or so. But it was like under 10 micronodes. Nothing to write home about. This is their little bracket they had with a little composite fiber washers. And when I joined in the Zoom meetings, we went through a wonderful discussion of how we could enhance the device and how it was sitting on the torsion arm. What are the things that we could do to amplify what the device was doing? So we did. Number one, we said, okay, since we have a clear vacuum chamber, we're going to hook up a camera to it. And this is Hal's first attempt at hooking up a camera. She actually grabbed Jim's magnifying glasses so she could focus in on the device, and you know, it worked. Sometimes in science, you do what you can to make things work. So what we found out was kind of unexpected. We had the device on the bracket. We didn't see much of anything. But when we turned around and we took the device and supported it with those linear bearings that run through the center of the device, and we coupled springs, and those are actually, I think they're like 11 mil guitar springs. And of course, Jim had to have gold plated ones. And we attached those down into the center of the mass of the device. We did frequency sweeps across the device, and lo and behold, the device says, I am going to move. I need to move. I am shifting and changing my mass. So it allowed us to turn around and, do some very rude measurements by setting up a scale in the back and measuring the movement of the device, which we found out is about 0.5 millimeter, which was surprising. In the meantime, we started optimizing. We found some springs that worked very, very well. We had the linear bearings. We mounted those all up into the device, which is down here in the bottom left corner. And we turned around and stuck the device into the vacuum chamber. At the same time, we took a laser vibrometer, which can measure high frequency vibrations and movement, because we knew the device was wiggling around and we wanted to see exactly what was going on. Well, we found out that the device does oscillate. It does move. It does breathe. And the device only really breathes about 5 microns in and out. But it does it at about 35 kilohertz, which is the resonant frequencies. And that 35 kilohertz, as it's breathing in and out, is the shifting and the creation of the Mach effect. So while all that was going on up here in the Rockies, Colorado Rockies, I started setting up my lab. I went, well, there's a lot of problems going with a torsion arm. So instead of a torsion arm, I think we're going to do a set of linear air bearings. And these are port air bearings from a company called New Way. They consume very, very little air. It's something like a cubic meter over an hour. But they're very stable and they're friction-free. They're frictionless devices. So got an optical table from Thor Labs, picked up all the hardware I needed from New Way, decided to set a carbon fiber plate up and attach it down to the arms, which we eventually ended up with taking the air bearings and putting them to the outside so we could take a little bit of extra mass off. But we also turned around and, excuse me, we also turned around and gained some mass because we were moving the rods back and forth, these stainless steel rods back and forth. Then we turned around and we said, we're going to mount everything on that we have to onto this carbon fiber table so we can float it. And we did. We ended up with about a mass of about 7 kilograms, which is a lot. But at this particular time, we were running the devices in air and we were seeing false positives as far as thrust, millinewton or higher ranges. And we could have moved this mass. And I could have monitored this mass with Philtech sensors. But also in the meantime, this is it all completed, running on air. This is also testing Jim's device, sitting on the linear ball bearings in this little plastic bracket. It looks like a tank from Tron, I think. And I got some results off of it, but like I said, the results have been proved kind of inconclusive because the device can move air. At the same time, I turned around and said, there are some issues, always issues with going with mechanical things like linear bearings. There's a little bit of stiction involved. Let's support the device using a polyester threads, stretchy polyester threads, which are one of the strongest man-made threads. So we got some, I think they're 4 millimeter polyester threads. and supported the device in a plastic polycarbonate tube. So there was guaranteed no stiction. It would oscillate back and forth freely. We tried many different versions of this. In the top left corner here, you can see the little Tron tank that I was testing. You can see the very first polycarbonate tube that I was working with. And we tried a lot of different configurations of mounting this in the spider web kind of configuration. And found out that going off the ears at the center of mass of the device was one of the best ways to do it. Also, we were doing some testing. And I took the device and set it on the carbon fiber table. And I was doing some frequency sweeps of it, getting the characteristics of the device. I said, well, I just will power up the device and see what happens. So I powered up the device, and the device shot off the table. And I'm sure everybody can see that. I'm sure everybody goes, hey, wait a minute. Something is kind of strange here. What we figured out, this is literally slip stick acceleration. This is what can fool you. Because eventually what we ended up doing, when I got the tracker software a year later or so and started running it, is that when I applied air to this table and accelerated the device went one direction, monitoring the table, the tracker software said that the table goes in the other direction. So this is not real acceleration. It's a false flag. The device was also tested and fully sealed to see how much the device would move. We got characteristics of that. If anyone interested, here's the crystal string, and it says it's strong and stretchy, 100% polyester. This stuff is really strong. I'm really amazed at how strong this stuff is. We tested it, mounting it even vertically. Got some good results. But this is where this is the wart that we have to show. This is the tube supported by the spiderweb structure. And as you turn it on, you can see the screen in the back. As you turn it on, you can see a little bit of an air pump action here. That negated everything. It didn't say that there was not a Mach effect. It just said that it was contaminated by the device pumping air. So we all went back to the drawing table. Woodward and team went back to redoing their vacuum chamber. And I said, well, if I take and enclose the tube and make it so that no air can get in and out, and I put acoustic dampeners on the end, foam board up, and make plugs for the end. If the device does make air, Newton says that the center of mass will stay the same. It will not go anywhere. And that's the next best thing for doing a vacuum chamber. So I did a hanging pendula and got some results. And the results were okay. I did see thrust, I did see movement of the device. But the problem with a hanging pendula is that it has axis of X, Y, Z, and even T. It rotates, it goes up and down, and it goes back and forth. You have to deal with all those components, especially when you got a device in here that wants to wiggle around quite a bit. And especially with a device that may be showing Mach effects. You don't want that to be contaminated. So I ran several hundred tests on this, got some good baseline data, and said, I am going to change the game here. I am going to build a vertical counterbalance torsion arm pendulum. I am going to decrease the mass because I will build the thing with using carbon fiber composites, using the C-flux bearings, which they're actually wonderful. They have no stiction. And so I did a carbon fiber arm, vertical arm. The device that you see down here in the bottom is the device is supported in with a spiderweb structure with the foam dampened pads in the back. I found out I really didn't need the extra acoustic dampening. The foam pads work just fine for stopping any air from getting outside and pushing the device. So I took the device, it sits up on top, counterbalance on the bottom. This is a magnet that you can see down here at the very bottom. And there's an aluminum plate. So this is a dampener system. Now you can do a dampener system if you're looking to do this. You can do a dampener system using oil if you wanted to. It gets to be a little messy, but it'll do a nice dampening. You use oil and a paddle and a little container and it will dampen, but a lot of people prefer the magnet. Also along on this bottom pad goes a set of brass weights to offset the mass sitting on the top. So I set this thing up. This is a vertical counterbalance torsion arm. And there's some very good papers online about this, on even oh geez, I'll think of his name in a minute. The group out of Germany, they even did a vertical torsion arm, but I always thought that was kind of complicated, and I thought it was a lot of mass trying to move around. So that's one of the reasons I went with the carbon fiber. It kept the mass very minimal, so it had a very nice response time. And I could vary the mass, the counterbalance mass at the bottom of it, where I wanted it, and didn't have to worry so much about the mass of the torsion arm itself. So I set this all up and ran it, and lo and behold, I get results. This is about a 10-second run. This is a picoscope data that was gathered from a Philtech 80L sensor, about a 1/4 micron accuracy at the bottom of the torsion arm. And this is a constant frequency, it's not a frequency sweep. So as I hit it with the frequency, the device picks up, accelerates the entire assembly, and you can see it down here in the bottom left corner. You can see where the picoscope data is showing it off. I have some other images I'll show you a little bit later on and show you how this works. Or I'll show you so you can actually see it. But this was the first time I felt real comfortable about seeing this, that this actually works. So going back and data mining a little bit, after I did this, I ran the tracker software on the actual torsion balance to say exactly what is happening here. The red dot was a little black dot I picked up off the brass reaction mass. The aqua colored dot is the spiderweb tube that's attached to the top of the the top of the torsion arm. This top display here is the mass A, which is the actual device. So what happens now is I turn around and the device is just coasting along here. I mean, the torsion arm is just oscillating along. It always has a little bit of an oscillation. I turn the power on, off it goes. Here comes the torsion arm following right behind it. I follow it. At no point do I see action, reaction. No point do I see Newton's third law come into effect, the conservation of mass. The device follows, or the device increases its energy into the system by increasing the swing. The device, the torsion arm, vertical torsion arm, is following right exactly with it until after about 30 seconds, I turn the power off and everything starts going back, decaying back down. I'm like, oh, that's kind of nice. So I'm going to do some other tests on this. So I did. What we're seeing here is picoscope data. I have 3 picoscopes that allow me to collect data. On one, I collect, the green here is the current, the red is the voltage. Over on the bottom left here is the FFT display data. And it shows me the harmonics, and the harmonics that are extremely necessary to be able to get a thrust component out of this device. This is a voltage, or excuse me, this is a frequency sweep. The green display here is current. And it's really interesting as you can see how the current varies. And as the current varies, obviously, the power consumption varies a little bit of the device. And it says when it's in resonance, out of resonance. So I did the sweep, and it's like, I think I did this from 39.2 to 42.2 kilohertz at about 299 volts. The pico data is at the bottom of the vertical torsion arm, and you can see how it has a nice dampening to it. And it's dampening out, and I hit it with the 299 volts sinusoidal signal. It creeps along here until it hits resonance. Bam. Now I have a deflection of the torsion arm. Now the deflection of that torsion arm holds for as long as that sweep stays within the device's resonance and a high Q. When it runs out of that resonance, the device drops on back and goes back to its normal mode. I went, oh, now that I have the frequency that this device operates at, I can measure that using the picoscope data. I can do a solid frequency without doing a frequency sweep. So this is the picoscope data off the quarter micron picoscope data that is at the bottom of the vertical torsion arm. I turn the power on, bam, I get a deflection. It holds. Turn it off, back she goes. Turn it on, holds. Off she goes, off. These are approximately about 10-second runs of sustained deflection. Second page here. I went, okay, I'm going to do some testing, but I'm going to do it in shorter pulses, varied pulses. Green here is the current. Everything's the same here. This is FFT display data. This is the voltage and current. A little short pulse, you see a little deflection there in it. It cycles back down. A little longer pulse, a little more of a deflection. I'll do a little bit longer pulse. You can see more of it, holding it in holding it in situations. This is about 80 micronewtons for a sustained period of time, pushing the torsion arm along. The reason that the signal is decaying here is because I was using a single frequency to drive this. And that as the device heats up, it shifts its center frequency away from my driving frequency, and it decreases the thrust. On this particular one over on the right side, I turned the device 180 around and did the same thing. I did varying sweeps of pulses, and as you can see, I have sustained, this is about 10 seconds here, sustained deflection and sustained thrust, and down it goes. I like the vertical counterbalance torsion arm. It gave me some really, really good data, but I don't like things that wiggle around too much. So I like the frictionless air bearings. So I said, okay, let's do the frictionless air bearings again, but I cannot have that 7 kilograms of mass trying to be pushed around with, 80 micronewtons or more, maybe more. So I will downsize it. I will shrink this thing up and go away from that big, large carbon fiber plate and go to a air slide and just 2 air bearings. And as you can see, this is about as frictionless as you can get. Regular bearings will never quite do this. This is a Lufkin leveler. Divisions are about 0.0005, which is about 12.5 microns per division. So it allows me to level that table. The problem is if you're using air slide and you're using anything with mass on the air slide, that table better be very, very level, or it'll go one direction or the other. And you will not get a balanced response out of it. So this makes it very nice to turn around and level the table. So I did. So I took my spiderweb tube and closed on the first set, and I did some runs on this. But I wanted a vacuum chamber, and I couldn't figure out how to get a vacuum chamber. So this week's, I don't think I could get it in my house. So I went, it'd be nice to put a vacuum chamber on an air bearing, wouldn't it? I mean, would that be like trying to ship up, 100 kilograms or 200 kilograms up back and forth with this big stainless steel aluminum can? I got to do something better. So I did. I said, you know what? Really, the only thing that's really important is to put the device into vacuum. Everything else is just huge. So currently, I'm in the middle of a build. I used a 1/4 inch walled polycarbonate, 3.5 or 3.25 inch long polycarbonate tube with end caps, polycarbonate end caps. I have a vacuum valve that I built so I can bring the vacuum line over to the vacuum valve, evacuate all the air out of it, disconnect the vacuum tube. The device will maintain the vacuum, and it has maintained the vacuum in preliminary tests. I have it, which is really good. The thing I could not use on this particular device was I could not use the polyester thread. Polyester threads and vacuum just don't quite go together well. They like to outgas, and it'll change their characteristics. So I said, how can we support this device without killing it off as far as it vibrating back and forth? And I found a set of tweeter coils that'll fit right in this tube, this polycarbonate tube. And the dome on the tweeters is made out of titanium, which I cut a hole in the center of this and mounted the device in the center of mass on this titanium dome that I'd cut out. And now I have all the structures that allow the tweeter speaker to move back and forth very freely. So this is in the works right now. But I did do some testing using the air bearing. I wish I had more pictures, but I haven't taken a lot of pictures on this. This is a frequency sweep, just like I did in a couple slides before this. So I did a frequency sweep from 34 to 36 kilohertz at about 300 volts. And I monitored the movement of the sled using the Philtech 89L sensor data. It was about a quarter micron accuracy. Fine, until it hit resonance, and then off the track accelerates. The entire track is moving, sitting on a set of those virtually frictionless air bearings. Same display down here, bottom left is FFT. This is current. This is current actually at the end of the sweep, so there's nothing there. I went, well, this is really pretty cool. I'm going to use the tracker software and see exactly what is happening with the device in the sealed tube, the sealed spiderweb tube. And I did. I was able to go through the device, look through the wall of the device, pick a screw off the end of the device, and say, I'm going to monitor the movement of this device back and forth. Lo and behold, here's the device, nothing until I hit resonance. So bam, now I have a nice accelerated curve, and it sustains itself, and it goes off the screen. This is where I'm at on the testing of the Woodward device. Thank you.
So, Michelle, are you all set?
I am, yeah.
Okay.
I have no idea how long I went.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the spotlight, and let me see. So you guys are pushing 2 hours. Allow participants to unmute themselves. So let's do this before we go any further, and hopefully I've got everybody unspotlighted here. I'm going to go to gallery mode. Everyone, please give an enormous applause to Mr. James Woodward, Dr. James Woodward, and Michelle Royals.
Good job.
Thank you both so much. Again, it is a tremendous honor. You know, as I mentioned before the conference, this conference was inspired by Estes Park. Mark Sokol and some of his colleagues went to Estes Park online during the pandemic, and they realized that the potential for using Zoom to put on an open scientific conference was so enormous. So that's really what kickstarted the whole thing. And you know, we've been able to leverage things, but we've always tried to kind of keep the spirit of what you guys created with Estes Park there at the center of this. You know, it's an open scientific online collaborative environment. So thank you. It's a tremendous honor to have you both present today.
I really just want to say thank you for having us on. It's sometimes when you have like an Estes Park meeting, it can get to be so intimidating with such wonderful minds, wonderful ideas, and wonderful thoughts. It's really nice to be able to sit and have a concentrated presentation, to be able to get your points across. And I hope I did, and I hope Jim did too. And one of the things I know that we wanted to do, both Jim and I and the entire group, is to convey what he has done is like 20 years worth of work on the torsion arm pendulum and stuff. Well, maybe not 20, maybe what, 10? It's a pretty detailed setup that he has. But what I presented is something that a regular person can do. Somebody that has a little lab or wants to set up a little lab, there's nothing that is complicated that was built that I had done that they cannot build for a couple $100, and they can get results. And that was the important thing I think I wanted to convey in my presentation, that there's nothing really complicated there.
Yeah. Well, you guys, I mean, you have such a tremendous legacy of work, you know. When I first got into this, I mean, Jim's work, I was reading about his stuff back in the 90s. So, you know, it had been around then. It's just this tremendous ongoing legacy. You know, and I've gotten a lot of the announcement emails and stuff too, and I get Jim's update emails, and you know, I see this continued progress and continued testing. And it's just, you know, over time it continues to build and grow. And I think that that's kind of the best kind of science, you know, it's just this organic evolution over time. So again, thank you both for presenting today. And thank you to Paul March as well. Paul wasn't able to be with us. You know, hopefully he'll be able to present in the future, but I'm glad that we were able to capture his presentation. Thank you guys for showcasing his work as well. So let me do this. Let me put this on speaker mode. And again, hopefully I've got the spotlight, you know, unpaused there. Let's go to Q&A session. So again, it is Option Y on Mac and Alt Y on Windows. I believe I didn't mix those up. If you guys want to raise your hand to ask questions to, and there's Mark. Go for it, sir. Mark.
Mark is muted. Mark is muted.
Okay. And you know, Mark, it looks like your mic is live, but I am not getting any audio, sir.
Mark, can you type a question? We got a wild kitty cat going on in the background.
Yeah, and again, to raise your hand in Zoom, it's Option Y on Mac or Alt Y on Windows. And I'm scrolling through chat here too. So with chat, it doesn't look like we have any questions. It looks like we have lots of comments. Yeah, it looks like Mark's. Oh, okay. Mark is typing into chat. Okay, well let me go. So Mark, while you're working on that, let me go to Jared. And we'll come back to Mark's question. Jared, go for it, sir.
Excellent presentation. Really, really appreciated all that you guys, all the work you've done on this thing. I had two questions about it. One, it seems like you're dealing with a lot of non-linearities in these things. There's a lot of moving parts that are moving against each other, moving at different phases, all that kind of stuff. I was wondering about frequency sweeps that you guys were using for it. If they were always linear sweeps, or if you ever did non-linear sweepings, or you know, arbitrary waveforms, or that kind of thing.
Okay, I guess I'm the person to ask that question of why use frequency sweeps as opposed to running a constant frequency. The problem with running a constant frequency, there are two problems. One is getting constant frequency relatively close to a very high Q signal turns out to be tricky. The other is that heating, which takes place when you're near resonance, and it heats up fairly smartly, causes the resonance to move. So if you want to be assured of getting the, how should I put it? You want to be assured of getting at least a brief pulse of full Q of the device sweeping on it ensures you that you've got really a chance of hitting it. And you won't hit it for very long, but you will hit it. That's the reason what you were looking at in run 7 on August 12th was with the sweep rate low, slowed down from what I had been using before that on that day. The shell is a, well, I'll let Michelle speak for herself. She likes running a constant frequency.
Yes.
Yes. With her system, she's managed to get reasonable results running at constant frequency. With our system, we have, as I say, the problem of signal getting buried in noise. If you don't, unless you are dead on the signal itself, and the signal is large. And I really don't know what's in the works out of all of this is going to be a paper that will hopefully be published in a credible journal and so on. And to make sure that the results are presented both ways, both constant frequency and frequency sweeps. My own view is that looking at it from the point of view of commercialization, is that commercialized devices likely to run with short pulses of swept frequencies to ensure that you get the full resonance effect, and then you just go back and sweep over it over it again and again and again. So you're running at constant frequencies as opposed to constant frequency. I'll let Michelle take a swing at this one. Go ahead, Michelle.
Well, there are two ways to run this. If you do a frequency sweep and you do it pretty fast, you could get the device to accelerate quite a bit. And you may get a little bit of extra thrust out of the device itself. But the data that you pull off of that is very hard to say, okay, this is what we have thrust. And when we did that one picoscope data that you done on run number 7 from August 12th, when you showed that to a lot of people, it looks like just a bunch of squiggly lines up and down, even though you may have a nice thrust pulse in maybe the millinewton range or half a millinewton. My goal here is to say, okay, I'm going to put data together and do a constant frequency pulse and do it for like 10 seconds or maybe sometimes longer, as long as I don't overheat the device, as long as I take the device and keep it within its temperature envelope and get a constant, steady thrust pulse. That, I think, more than anything else, is telling a lot of people, yes, here's the Mach effect. That's why I went with the air-bearing slide. Probably when I end up getting the full air-bearing slide done, I will do a series of short sweeps and pulses to see if I can get a higher acceleration out of that, and I also will try a steady state. But I've also had to turn around and I've set the frequency just that below the resonant frequency, turn the device on and let the device, as its resonant frequency decreases in frequency, drop down into my driving signal and see if I can't get a little bit of extra oomph out of it, a little bit extra runtime out of it. But that's not something you want to use for shoving in a CubeSat or anything. So, but that's the reasons I have done the steady state, is turn around and get nice clean data that that can be presented, that can be shown people that yes, there is this Mach effect. And we have changed how we have done our signal generation. We have went from, sinusoidal, we have tried trapezoidal, which is sawtooth, and so on and so forth. There's a lot of different ways that you can excite this device to make sure that you get better harmonics out of it. As a matter of fact, a member of our team, David Jenkins, is designing a driver for this. And it's been about, what, a year and a half now, 2 years, Jim, that he has done this absolutely wonderful job. And I expect that when we're all done with that we won't have to really worry about whether you're doing a sweep frequency or or whatever, that we'll be able to drive this device, keep it within its temperature range, and get continuous thrust out of it, or pulse thrust for extended periods of time. That's about what I have to say.
Awesome. Okay, well, and let me jump in really quickly. We've got about 8 minutes until the top of the hour, and then Franc Milburn is coming on then. So let me try and get these 2 more questions in. And again, you guys have both done a marathon today in terms of presentations. So let me see. Mark Fiorentino was asking, and he typed it in. He at first he'd asked, when you achieve resonance, is the waveform balanced or symmetrical? And he's also asking if the resonance equals propulsion. It seems that the oscillating waveform would have to be non-symmetrical. So those were Mark's questions. And again, Mark, I'm sorry that you're having mic issues today, but.
Is that, yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh, now it's working.
That's working.
Now
Yeah,
it's working. Okay.
I plugged it in and unplugged it and plugged it in again.
Yeah. Well, yeah, let me put that out there to them.
Okay.
And again, we'll try and go until the top of the hour when Frank comes on. So, okay.
Okay, waveforms. Up until fairly recently, we've been using sinusoidal driving waveforms. The nonlinearity in our system actually alters the waveform by adding higher harmonics. You may recall I made a point of pointing to the transformer in all block diagram of the circuit. It turns out that that transformer is a critical element in the operation of these devices. It doesn't make any difference whether we're talking about SM111 or other materials, at least one of which works after a fashion. Okay, you get the second harmonic, third, fourth harmonics, and they can, in fact, be quite pronounced. The waveform, as a consequence, is not symmetrical, as you noted. Our data collection technique is to display an oscilloscope display with the picoscope the waveforms for the voltage, the current, the strain gauge or accelerometer, as you choose to call it, so on, and then the computed instantaneous power, which is a product of the current and the voltage, gets displayed. The movie that I wanted to show you, and indeed, actually, come to think of it, Michelle made a very low resolution version of that. I wonder, maybe, can I share the screen on this?
Yes, if you'd like to give it a try, go for it.
Yeah, I think I've got Michelle's movie. Let's see, how do I do that?
Yeah, and it doesn't look like Frank has joined quite yet, so we may actually have a little bit of extra time. So,
Yeah, how?
it's so Jim, it's the green share screen button. It should be at the bottom center of your screen.
There we are down there. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Show. Okay. You cannot move video from.
Let me say this. A very high level.
All right, let me see if I can find that. Glasses. Okay.
There's so much more that has happened in this work. Always is, you know, we've done video processing with MIT software that was developed by MIT. It's motion enhancement software to be able to discern movements that you cannot see with your eye, to expand them out like 50-fold.
And you know, so, I'm not sure if you guys might be interested, and this isn't the best time to ask, but it might be interesting to have you both back to just walk us through all of these videos. You've had so many test videos.
You're watching run 7, the spectacular one, the waveforms are in the center bottom. Okay. Red is the accelerometer, blue voltage, and green current. They are obviously non-symmetrical. Okay, it's a consequence of having the circuit be intentionally nonlinear. Okay, actually, it was accidentally nonlinear, the way in which this became obvious, and so on. You can. All right, now this is going to. Okay, that's going to stop. Okay, let me explain the screen. The upper left rather, is the strip chart recording of thrust, which is red, voltage, which is blue, the strain gauge or accelerometer, which is brown or gold or whatever you want to call it, and the temperature, which is green. Okay, and then you notice in this display is that there is a glitch in the ground trace where the thing goes negative. There's a corresponding change in the blue trace too, and the blue trace picks up the oscillations before and after the negative going part of the signal. The center bottom is the waveforms, as I've explained, well, as I've mentioned. A blue is voltage, red is strain gauge, green is current, and in the lower left, you have an FFT of the current trace, which shows the nonlinearities most spectacularly in the system. If your screen is not set up, so, I think Tim, you've got the people's images up side by side in a block of 6. Is there any way you can put 3 of them down below and get a little more to show? And I'll run the video again real quickly.
Oh, it may be displaying differently on yours, Jim. On mine, it's got you on the side, very small, and then it has, actually, it's got your video in the Windows Media Player.
Yeah.
If you'd like to run it again, we'll do that. We're just about 2 p.m., so we may not be able to get to all of our questions, and I should apologize for that. If you want to give it one more run.
Here we go. This is with the sawtooth waveform. As you can see from the blue trace, it's pretty much sawtooth, but you can also see the higher harmonics on it too. And on the right, you can see the thing actually moving around. Let me real quickly make one comment on this. We have not yet done the sort of check test to make sure that there's not something fishy with this, mainly because we've had this system. This system has been in operation here off briefly because of the pandemic, but on most of the time since 2010, 2011, thereabouts, when the present thrust balance was designed and built. Okay. So we have a pretty good idea of, for example, one way of testing this is to replace the device itself with a capacitor or set of capacitors with the same capacitance and run them in this. And when you do that, what you find is you do not get the thrust effect like this, any thrust effect of this sort. Another way of doing this, which we discovered accidentally, is to remove the transformer from the circuit. When you do that, all of those really pretty higher harmonics that you just saw in the movie pretty much go away. And of course, you don't see any thrust, even when you're running at higher power than power that you need to run at, get this to work. So I will unshare the screen if someone wants to see the movie one more time.
Okay. Well, and so, yeah, we're just past the top of the hour, and it looks like Frank is there. So let me unshare the screen for you. Jim, unfortunately, we're not gonna be able to get to the other questions, but let me do this. I'm gonna put this back on gallery view, and everyone, please give an enormous applause to Dr. Jim Woodward and Michelle.
Thank you, Michelle
Thank you,
Broyles.
thank you, thank you.
And
Thank you
Thank you
both.
for, thank you for having us.
Yeah, and thank you both.
I'm
for
sorry
joining us.
Paul March couldn't make it. I know he was looking forward to it. We all miss him and wish him well.
Well, and
Yeah.
we'd love to have you back. Maybe we could dig more into, if you're open to it, and we can talk about that after the event, but if you're open to it, maybe we could run through more of the videos and just anecdotal stuff and come back to the questions that we had from this one. But again, thank you so much for your time. It has been a tremendous honor to have you present. And really, you guys are what you did with Estes Park that inspired this conference. So, you know, your spirit has been with us since the very beginning.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank everybody for joining and listening.
Okay. Okay, so let's do this. I want to put this back on speaker, and we have Franc Milburn is with us. Let me do an introduction though, before Frank gets started. Frank also, it is a tremendous honor to have him with us. Frank is going to be presenting updates on the UAP story, including new information on the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or AARO. Frank is a former UK Defense Intelligence Officer and Army paratrooper. He's the author of the Pentagon's UAP Task Force and American Development of UAP Technology, A Fait Accompli, which were both published at the Gen Sadat Center for Strategic Studies at Bar-Ilan University. So in addition to providing an overview of the UAP story, Frank's going to discuss the mission of AARO, which is to synchronize efforts across the DoD as well as U.S. federal departments and agencies to help basically detect and identify and attribute objects of interest in or around military installations. So AARO's scope includes anomalous unidentified space, airborne, submerged, and transmedium objects. As you guys know, as anyone who's been following this story knows, this is an evolving area, and there's a lot of movement on this very rapidly. So, Frank, without any further ado, sir, let me spotlight you for everyone.
Interesting.
Thank you for joining us.
I'm gonna pay attention.
Do you have a
to this
light
one.
that you might be able to turn on, sir? It is a little dark.
Yeah, sure, Tim.
And Frank, I can't
Metals.
thank you enough for joining us. This, you know, just speaking personally, there is so much movement with the UAP story, and it's happening so rapidly that, you know, we haven't been able to keep up with it. So,
Thanks for the kind invite, Tim.
yeah, let me hand things completely over to you, sir.
Yeah, I'm just going to put the share screen. And there we go. How's that?
Yeah, no, it looks wonderful.
Okay, fantastic. So I'm going to be talking about sort of updates to the office that is looking at UAP investigations for DoD and the American intelligence community. So if we look at sort of historical activity, I really put this in at the beginning, Project Sign, Garage, and Blue Book, just so that we're reminded that you know, the idea of the government studying UAP or UFOs, they were, are now you know, unidentified aerial or aerospace phenomena. It's not something that happened in 2004, which seems to be kind of a current narrative. It's, you know, be going back the best part of 8 decades. So Project Sign, Garage, and Blue Book took us 48 to 1969. Okay, then more recently, in the 1960s and the 1970s, we know from the recent book Skinwalkers at the Pentagon that there were actually Air Force Office of Special Investigation
reports, effectively investigations into incidents like Maelstrom, the northern tier bases where you had UFOs flying in the vicinity of or directly over nuclear weapons installations and interfering with them, interfering with the capabilities of the missiles there. Okay, so, and then from there, you've got the very famous 1976 Tehran case that's been fairly well documented, and also the document that was sent to the Defense Intelligence Agency and also the White House from the American advisory team that was in Iran at the time. Okay, and then more recently, the 2004 Nimitz case. But the narrative has been very much, recently from the government, it's very much placed as if, somehow UFOs or UAP as if it all started from 2004. So I just wanted to remind everybody that goes back a long way. Okay, then we had the Advanced Aerospace Weapons System Application Program, which ran 2008 to 2010, and then ATIP, which was 2010 to 2017. Then the UAP Task Force, which took us to July 2022. And then the UAP Task Force and the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, they provided what was called the Preliminary Assessment on Unidentified Aerial Phenomena, which was a report into UAP in June 2021. In response to that, the DoD then set up what they called AIMSOC, which is the Airborne Object Identification and Management Synchronization Group. And some people think that this was really to head off Congress, who were becoming increasingly interested in the subject. And this was an effort by DoD to effectively say, look, you don't have to legislate too much because we're actually on the UAP case. But we'll go into these in more detail and see how the case may be. Then, in response to that, there was the Gillibrand Amendment to the FY22 National Defense Authorization Act. Okay, most of that was later signed into law in December, except that DoD did manage to head off one part of the amendment, which would have seen an advisory group made up of outside professionals with security clearances, including those from members of the Scientific Coalition for UAP Studies, who I'm a member of. Then the FDAA was signed into law, and there was the establishment of the office, organizational structure, and authorities to address unidentified aerial phenomena. Okay. Then we had hearings from the House Intelligence, Counterintelligence, and Counterproliferation Subcommittee on unidentified aerial phenomena, which was in May 2022. Okay, they were fairly critical. Or rather, the performance of the DoD at that wasn't that good, and due to criticisms from Congress as well, the DoD then changed the name again of the office to the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, okay, in July 2022. And now another change, sort of signaling continued kind of dissatisfaction from Congress, was for the financial year 2023 Intelligence Authorization Act. This act is effectively built on the NDAA for 22, and it's put in more provisions, including changing the name once again to the office, to the Unidentified Aerospace Undersea Phenomena Joint Program Office, which more accurately reflects what it does, and we'll go into a bit more detail. Okay, so the core kind of legislation, which defines what the mission, the directives of this office are, really comes from the financial year 22 NDAA. So it's the establishment of the office itself, and it's talking about transmedium objects or devices, airborne objects not immediately identifiable, transmedium objects or devices, and submerged objects as well. And a key factor through this legislation and throughout kind of the current legislation as well is indicating where UAP would provide a threat to the national security of the United States, or where foreign governments might have achieved a breakthrough capability. Okay, so here it has the duties of the office, coordinating with other departments and agencies of the federal government, including NASA, Department of Homeland Security, and NOAA, and also the Department of Energy. The Department of Energy is quite an interesting one because they have separate clearances from DoD. They've got the Q clearances. Dr. Jack Valet, in his book last year, Trinity Best Kept Secret, he goes into quite a lot of detail about that. Okay, so that's quite important. And coordinating with allies and partners, the United States is appropriate. So really there, you're looking at NATO, you're looking at the Five Eyes, you're looking at countries very close, American allies, traditionally like Brazil, Japan, South Korea. Okay, so that's really. Now, in terms of the Department of Energy, this was an email from Dr. Eric Davis, which was in my first paper. And he's talking to Jack Sarfati. So he's talking about propulsion physics projects. And he says, actual research for UAP propulsion physics falls under the purview of the military service labs and the Department of Energy labs. Okay, and then he says, your propulsion idea will have to stand up to scrutiny by the military service labs and DOE labs review boards and panels. So that's quite an interesting factor there. So DOE is a major player. Okay, then as part of the legislation, I'm not going to go like through every point blow by blow. You can look at the legislation for both the Defense Authorization Act and the Intelligence Authorization Act. You can look at those on the congressional website and download those and read them at your leisure. But basically, the main parts of it, which carry through from the NDAA to the Intelligence Authorization Act, are the same. All they've done is in the various sections, they change unidentified aerial phenomena, they change it to unidentified aerial undersea phenomena. Okay, that's the major change that they make. And then there's a few amendments, which we'll talk about. So they talk about science plan, collection analysis plan, fairly self-evident there. Okay, and then this is quite an interesting one that I like. This is the response to and field investigations of unidentified aerial phenomena. So they're talking about, excuse me, having the relevant expertise available, and also that the secretary of the DoD, in addition with the director of national intelligence, that they have to ensure that they've got the right personnel adequately trained, and also with with the right resources to effectively respond to UAP incidents. Now, this is quite interesting. Hang on, let me just go back. In 1988, a Libyan Libyan Hind 24 was lost over Chad. The Americans wanted to have a look at that helicopter, so they actually went in on the ground and they flew it out. And so that could be conceivably the type of mission that they're talking about, kind of like a response to UAP, a downed UAP, for example. And these are the kind of units that would be involved. Army Special Operations Aviation Command, which comes under Special Operations Command, and also the Joint Special Operations Command, which is also under Special Operations Command, in terms of units that would actually go on the ground for water and and retrieve an object. But American Special Operations Command, is very big anyway. There's a lot of other mission capable units. So if, for example, something went down off Japan or in an allied country, like for example Thailand, you probably see a special operations unit closer to that location, actually taking on the job until maybe these guys arrive. Okay, so another interesting part was in the legislation was assessment of any health-related effects. And a key one here is the number of reported incidents of unidentified aerial phenomena associated with military nuclear assets, including strategic nuclear weapons and nuclear-powered ships and submarines. Okay, and then the legislation then goes on to say that that they want this reported on, and to have consultations with the chairman of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. So this is Congress basically having heard stories about the UAP reports of UAP around nukes, nuclear installations, and also nuclear weapon storage facilities and active ICBM bases. So this is Congress being concerned about that and having this in the legislation. So here they just gave an overview of exactly what they're talking about in terms of the unidentified aerial phenomena, which we looked at. Okay. And then this is a key area as well, instances in which data was not shared. This is a requirement where they want to know where elements of the intelligence community or DoD are not cooperating effectively with the office, the UAP office, to share information and to share intelligence. And this comes down to the problem of stovepiping, where traditionally you had different areas of DoD and the intelligence community that had information on UAP but didn't want to share it with each other. And it's fair to say that the UAP task force and also AIMSOC, UAP task force was severely under-resourced. AIMSOC didn't get off to much of a better start. It was 8 months, I think, until it had a director actually appointed. And both of them were reportedly stonewalled by other parts of DoD and by the intelligence community. So that data sharing is very important. Okay, here it gives the reporting requirements when the office has to report, and then it tells the type of intelligence they want to look at, so geospatial, signal, and human intelligence, and MASINT. Okay, then again, any threats to national security of the United States, and anything that can be attributed to adversarial foreign governments. Okay, here they're talking about authorization and appropriations. So it's for general intelligence and also for these purposes that they've outlined down here. Okay, and then it talks about semi-annual briefings. If you want to know exactly when all the reports are going to come out for your own use, then you can basically look at the legislation and it will nail it all down for you. Okay. Now we go into the financial year 23 for the Intelligence Authorization Act. This is where it's building on the National Defense Authorization Act. Okay, so here they're talking about establishment of unidentified aerospace undersea phenomena joint program office. They've changed it now from UAP to adding in undersea. The director is going to be appointed by the Secretary of Defense. That's the director of this office. And the deputy director is appointed by the Director of National Intelligence. Okay, so both report to the Secretary of Defense on all operational matters of the office. So at the end of the day, it's the DoD which is running it with input from the intelligence community. Okay, this is interesting here. It talks about the Geospatial Agency, which will lead all the efforts of intelligence with respect to unidentified aerospace undersea phenomena in terms of geospatial. Another interesting one is a core group, and it's saying in this amendment, not later than 180 days after the enactment of the Intelligence Authorization Act, fiscal year 2023, they will set up a core group from CIA, National Security Agency, DOE, NRO, Air Force, Space Force, Defense Intelligence Agency, and National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. I wouldn't read too much into it about the Navy not being mentioned there, because it actually talks about in the legislation, it actually talks about members of the UAPTF who came from naval intelligence actually being moved to the new office. So I wouldn't read too much into not seeing Navy there. Okay, and let's talk about annual reports again and reporting requirements. And then again, this is worth reiterating. It's talking about nukes again. So it wants to know about any incidents of these UAP nukes. Now it's talking about reports from elements of the intelligence community. So Congress doesn't just want to see reporting from the office itself. It wants to, each section, each part of the intelligence community is going to be required to provide a detailed report of how they've actually contributed and what's been shared. And if something hasn't been shared, then that gets reported as well. So again, this is really nailing down against the stovepiping, which has been so prevalent in the DoD and also in the intelligence community. They're basically trying to make everybody play together and be nice. Okay, again, talking about briefings. And then another requirement here, instances in which data was not shared. Okay, so for each briefing period, the director of the office has to give a report to Congress on instances where data was not shared with the office. Now, this is an interesting area in this legislation, this amendment. It's talking about identification of non-disclosure agreements. So wants to have the federal government is now required to provide a comprehensive search of all non-disclosure agreements as relate to UAP. Okay, so going back historically, and then to provide this information has to be provided to the office. This is a so-called whistleblower amendment. So it's protection from liability. So if you have historically worked in a black program and you have an NDA that says you're not even allowed to acknowledge the existence of the program, okay, you can speak behind closed doors to Congress, and the federal government can't penalize you for breaking your non-disclosure agreement. Okay. There's also the provision whereby the Inspector General the Inspector General will monitor that as well, and you have the right, if you are penalized by either your private contractor or by the federal government, you have a right to basically seek redress. You can't be penalized for breaking your NDA if it's related to UAP and you're talking to Congress. So prohibition from reprisals, basically. But the problem I see with that is still the onus will be on you. If you want to come forward and speak, the onus is still going to be on you if you are penalized in the first place to actually to start a legal case. Secondly, you're going to be out of pocket while that's happening. Thirdly, there's other ways that the employer could penalize you as well. If you're working for in the private sector, then you might not be advanced. You might be moved to some office in Alaska. I mean, they could penalize you in ways that would be very hard to prove in court. And the other issue as well is, given the nefarious activities that have happened with regards to the cover-up of UAP since 1947, is that potentially if you've been involved, if you're a party to nefarious acts or illegal acts, whether it's murder or some other illegal activity, or if you knew about, for example, a specific aerospace company had access to kind of exotic technology the government had made available, and that therefore the company you're working for had an unfair competitive advantage, you're an accessory. And none of these provisions here talk about, all they talk about is you can't be reprisals against breaking your NDA. There's no kind of get out of jail free card. There's no redress for breaking the law. There's no get out of jail card, basically. So that's quite worrying. And also people might be worried for their lives as well. If you know that some very nefarious activities, for example, murder, have been carried out in order to ensure the cover-up of UAP and exotic technologies. If you've been party to that or you know about it, then you might be very reluctant to put yourself and your family in harm's way. So I see limitations with that. Okay, so in this amendment, the Comptroller General of the United States, he also has to go back looking at public records all the way back to 1947. Yeah, anything to do with UAP. So that's interesting. Anything from FOIA and anything from the National Archives. And also he gets to review, or she gets to review, the records and documents of the intelligence community as well. So that's an interesting one. Another area where they say, yeah, the Comptroller General is also to look at any intelligence community efforts to obfuscate, manipulate public opinion, hide or otherwise provide unclassified or classified misinformation about unidentified aerospace undersea phenomena or related activities. So that's pretty breakthrough there. Okay, dissatisfaction. There was a report which was effectively like an annex to the Intelligence Authorization Act for 2023. So they're talking about the requirement to address unidentified aerospace undersea phenomena. And the Congress is saying, at a time when cross-domain transmedium threats to United States national security are expanding exponentially, the committee is disappointed with the slow pace of DoD-led efforts to establish the office to address those threats and to replace the former Unidentified Aerial Phenomena Task Force as required. So the DoD and the Intelligence Committee haven't gone far enough, and Congress feels that they've been dragging their feet. And now they're basically ratcheting it up, the legislation, to put the screws on DoD and the intelligence community. Also dissatisfaction with the preliminary assessment. Here they're talking about, sort of lack of effective information from the US Air Force, okay, in terms of standardizing reporting procedures. And then, it says, although USAF data collection has been limited historically, the US Air Force began a 6-month pilot program. So they're basically complaining there. They're saying, that the Congress will be dissatisfied with this, the fact that the Air Force, has not standardized its reporting procedures as fast as the Navy did. Now, all that's very strange because this guy, Major General Daniel L. Simpson, he was actually one of the, it says the UAPTF and the ODNI, when they produced this report in June of last year, this guy here, he was the National Intelligence Manager for Aviation. So he's a career, he's a 2-star general, right? And he's a career Air Force intelligence officer. So, this led, for example, Chris Mellon to write this piece for the debrief, saying, why is the Air Force AWOL on the UAP issue? Because the Air Force has been criticized for not providing enough information on UAP incidents. There's also been a focus of intrusions of UAP over a restricted US airspace as opposed to airspace in general. And Congress has been unhappy that the UAP task force was looking at observations of UAP operating in special use airspace or training ranges, whereas they want the office looking at UAP. They want it to look at threats from outer Earth orbit, near Earth orbit, to the skies, the oceans, not just special use areas. Okay, there was another editorial by Chris Mellon. This is in relation to the hearings that the US government, that the Congress had. And I made a few notes. Yeah, it was in the hearings, the 2 officials, the Undersecretary for Defense and also the head of naval intelligence. They were talking a lot about adversarial platforms and about mitigating those the threats posed by those platforms. But I think everybody knows that the Congress wasn't interested in the man-made platforms. Okay, whether it's Russia or China, they're interested in what is truly anomalous. And it kind of begs the question: isn't there any sort of institutional memory at the DoD? Because when they were asked things like, do you have any information on, the Malmstrom UFO incidents at Malmstrom Air Force Base in 1966, the secretary was like, "Oh no, I don't," and they just didn't seem to. They just seemed, either disinterested or incompetent, or they'd just been briefed very badly. But it was they didn't seem to have any kind of knowledge that of UFO history. So they also they showed one video in that hearing. This is in May of this year, and they didn't give any explanation as to what it was. And then in another video, they explained it away as a drone. But Congress isn't interested in that. Congress is interested in the truly anomalous activities. The other big boo-boo that they made was the 2 officials. They were asked if they were aware of any other UAP programs between up to ATIP, and they completely missed out ORSAP. Okay, so between Blue Book and ATIP, they completely missed out ORSAP, even though it's been widely written about, and also the book Skinwalkers at the Pentagon. So that didn't make them look very good either. And still, there was a concentration in the hearings to Congress. There was still a concentration on the activity of UAP in training areas. Okay, so that's another area of dissatisfaction for Congress. Okay, so in June of 2021, this is another area where Congress wasn't happy. Okay, so they're still talking about UAP. This is the DoD. They're still talking about UAP in military test and training areas. Okay. And again, they're talking about UAP in special use airspace and really Congress, through the legislation, saying no, we want a much broader look at where UAP are operating. Okay, so AARO was established in July 2022, and now it looks like the DoD, they're kind of trying to get on board, and they're saying airborne objects of interest in or near military installations, operating areas, training areas, special use airspace, and other areas of interest, including anomalous, unidentified space, airborne, submerged, and transmedium objects. So now they're starting to get it. Okay, Congress, this is what Congress wants us to do. So that brings me to the end of my presentation.
Well, Frank, thank you so much, sir. So let me do this. Let me stop your share. Okay, oops. Oh, there you go. Okay, you stopped it. Sorry about that. Let me put this thing on gallery view. Everyone, please give an enormous applause to Mr. Franc Milburn. Frank, thank you so much. You have become our resident expert on the UAP issue, especially on the government side of things. So thank you so much for presenting today. You just have this ability to dig and understand I guess the government vernacular in a way that other people don't. So thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Tim. I was just going to say that, I mean, there's a lot to unpack there. There's a lot more that I could have said, but I didn't want to go blow by blow through all the legislation. But I think the main takeaway from it is that the DoD and the IC, they've really been dragging their feet. They've still been stovepiping, and the main takeaway is that Congress has really gripped them, and you can see this kind of like a boa constrictor of legislation, which they can't escape from, the DoD and the IC. And I just hope that Congress will maintain their vision and also their attention to this topic, because obviously there's a lot of other things going on in the world, like Ukraine and Taiwan. So
yeah. Well, let's go to question and answers. So I guess, and actually, I'd like to start. We have a couple of folks lined up already. Let me start with the first question for you, though. So one of the things that I heard, and this was in a Vice article as well online, the word exponentially increasing, right? That to me, I mean, I've heard different explanations for it. Maybe Congress was playing that up to try and get funding, but I mean, they very clearly said exponentially increasing. That sounds like there's a lot. Not only is our UAP incidents happening, but it sounds like it continues to increase. Is that, you think that's accurate, or? Oh, sorry about that. Let me ask you to unmute.
Yeah, thanks. That could be a number of things. It could be the improvement in sensors, especially since kind of like the early 2010s. That whereas before, for example, the F-18s or the older radars sensors weren't seeing the objects. Now they are, and the same with ship-based platforms. But it could also mean that we could also be referring to unmanned aerial platforms, although the criticism has been of the DoD and the IC is that they kind of lumped in UAV sightings with UAP sightings. But it could be as well that there has been an exponential uptick in the sort of genuine UAP, as in the 5 observable UAP, rather than a drone that's mistaken for UAP. Because one of the provisions actually said that if there is something that's later identified as a man-made object, then that goes to another part of the intelligence community for analysis and DoD for analysis. Okay, it goes to an appropriate department. The Congress are only interested in the truly anomalous that are not American and that are not Russian, that are not Chinese, and that are not drones.
Yeah, that makes sense. So let me go to Phil Bouchard. Sir?
Hi. Thanks. Great presentation, Frank. So I was wondering, it sounds like the Congress, like you said, they're dragging their feet a little bit, but they're more interested to non-man-made phenomenons. So I was wondering, because I heard that a lot of people, they want to commercialize, including myself, their technology. Do you think the government can intervene to stop us from doing that for national security reasons, for example?
Well, I mean, if you're in America, if you're in the States, and you're working on something that the government considers to be, national security sensitive, and effectively they can take it over. Yeah. I mean, if you look at, they just recently said to American chip makers, you can't build certain factories and have certain equipment in China, right? So I think they definitely do that for UAP as well, if they felt it threatened national security.
Okay, but Canada is a little bit following the United States, so they'll do the same, I guess.
Well,
yeah.
Phil, I think you're in Quebec, right? Aren't you?
Montreal, yeah.
Montreal. Okay.
Okay, so yeah, it's just a heads up. Thanks.
Yeah, and the reason I ask is to the best of my knowledge, I don't think the U.S. government has any jurisdiction outside of the U.S. I presumably they could always work with the Canadian government, but I haven't heard of that happening.
Well, that might stop people in other ways.
But yeah, so let me go to Michael Boyd next, sir.
Hey, Frank. Thanks for your presentation. My question is, recently there's been some discussions about the fact that the Navy denied a FOIA request from Black Bolt for a better version of the 3 UAP videos that were released in 2017. I'm curious, why do you think that the government is pulling back? It seems like they're afraid of something. Why wouldn't the government want to make that information public? What are they fearing?
Well, there's 2 possible answers, and I'll give you the answer that I've been given. One is that it basically puts the platform at risk, right? The capabilities of the platform. Okay, so that's the national security argument. The other one people would say is, that I've heard is, because these videos, they show something that's so kind of indisputably not non-terrestrial, like non-human, that would let the cat out of the bag completely, and then there's no going back. But I actually spoke to Chris Mellon earlier this week. We were communicated, and he said no, he knows the guy who was responsible for the classifications, and he said basically it's for national security reasons, so as not to threaten the viability of the platform, because in some cases it might be the very existence of the platform that adversaries don't know about, let alone the capabilities.
What would be what could we do to help them feel more comfortable with the releasing more information?
You probably never will.
Is there something we could do in the private sector that would encourage them to release it?
I don't know how much attention, they pay to groups like SCU. They lobby. I think it's more going to be by kind of deep former insiders like Mellon and Elizondo really pushing behind the scenes and basically giving telling congressional people the kind of questions that they should be asking. That's how I think that the main pressure is directed onto the intelligence community and the DoD.
But we can always say happy, supportive things, right? That's that's it's just cheerleading, right? Good job, guys. I saw the Black Vault thing also, and that troubled me. And it's what they were talking about, like a special master for Donald Trump stuff. I almost wish there was a special master for classification stuff too. I mean, you're relying on a bureaucrat behind the scenes who's overworked, underpaid, and, you know, to make a decision. And it's easy for them to just say, well, no, let's not deal with this. But, you know,
it is an alternative of that a Black Vault could, and Mr. Greenwald could pursue, which is to appeal the FOIA denial and then take it to the federal court. And then it's up to a federal judge. It's not up to and if they're not actually classified, if it's not classified information, and they can't prove that it's a national security risk to a federal judge, then they have to make that information public.
yeah.
Yeah, but sorry, all they'd really have to prove, all they'd have to prove is that I'm talking about the people who do the classification, right, and impose the classification level. All they have to say is, well, you know, we have basically followed, you know, this book X1235, you know, manual DoD classification of material. They just have to show that they followed the book, all right, and then, you know, they can classify it. I mean, it's unless it's like a really kind of like a wild case where you know the judge would say that it's in the public interest. So long as a bureaucrat could say, well, I followed the letter of the classification manual to the law, then, you know, they'll get away with it.
Well, see, and Frank, I agree with this public interest thing. I think there should be an override to classifications. That's just me. I don't know how they would do that, but I think there should be an override. And the reason I say that is, like, for instance, let's say super secret satellite X detects a giant asteroid on the way to obliterate, you know, humanity. Okay, so if we classify that information because it comes from super secret satellite X, well, we still get wiped out. And so I think that there are things that are more important, right? I mean, you know, the way things are set up right now, I do get the feeling that, you know, if the second coming of Christ happened, if the military were the ones who found out about it first, nobody else would know, because that would affect our national security. I'm like, okay, that's something about that just seems wrong, you know, but.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm kind of advocating and trying to find out where the sweet spot is, where the government, because the government really, we have to acknowledge that the government has come a long way in our direction. And, and I'm basically sensing that something in the Twitter space has upset the cart, or, you know, that basically they're starting, it looks like they're circling their wagons again. And so that's why I'm suggesting there's got to be something that we can do just so that it doesn't go too far the other way. So we can at least keep where we're, what we've got so far, and move forward from that. In the private sector, if we need to do it that way, I don't have a problem with that.
Well, if the public keeps on pressure on their representatives, right? So keep on lobbying your, you know, the people who represent you. I mean, you elect them, and say, you know, keep the issue, the UAP issue in the limelight, because there are some champions in Congress of UAP. The thing is, I think there's a gap between what people kind of expect in terms of declassification, and you know, Elizondo and Mellon have really been pushing for greater transparency of the UAP issue in government, right? As in behind closed doors with Congress, not so much like, you know, opening the hangar doors and showing all the rest of us.
Well, so let me go to Jeff Rainier next.
Okay, thank
Jeff,
you.
Jeff has been patiently waiting, and Michael, thank you, sir. Jeff, go forward, sir, and my apologies for the
no
delay.
problem. Thank you for having me. It's the first time I've been with you. Thanks, Frank, for your information. I've been in these environments before, what you're talking about. And so kind of what is interesting to me is that this UAP is completely focused upon, I'm a mechanical engineer, but it's completely focused on mechanical, like this is the mechanical flying device, when there's a lot of information that's probably biological. And then when you realize that, why the UAP is just involved in unidentified vehicles? What about aliens? What if somebody's approached by an alien? Where's the reporting function for that? I know that sounds laughable, but what I'm saying is that this is a focus on just the vehicle, which I find fascinating. But there's not even a thing about actual aliens themselves that are flying these vehicles, reporting, right?
Jeff, if I could interject for just a moment, your Zoom, this happens every now and then. Your Zoom is incredibly clear, which is strange. I mean, it's crystal clear. I'm not sure why. Are you on a corporate network?
No, I have the equipment though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does actually talk in the National Defense Authorization Act and also in the Intelligence Authorization Act. It does actually talk about not only the science behind UAP, but it talks about also like trying to figure out the intentions. So I would take that to mean understanding the intelligences behind them.
So there's never been a report or anything from the government regarding any type of being, right? Ever. It's all been denied.
Well, no, because I mean, what would you say if they said, well, these beings are operating among us. Some of them are invisible. Some of them can exsanguinate cattle. Some of them can kill your dog without you knowing. Some of them can change your perceptions and your moods, and there's nothing that we can do about it. Some of them are kidnapping you and doing nasty things.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like it's obvious that something's flying the vehicle, right? And so they talk about the vehicles, but they never mention any information about who's flying the vehicle.
That's probably in some deep, dark saps of somewhere.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, and thank you, Jeff. And again, my apologies for the delay. Let me go to Jared. And Jared, I should apologize to you too for keeping you waiting, sir.
Totally okay. Frank, first off, excellent work, super awesome, thoroughly appreciate it. I had a question for you regarding lower classification levels. So when you have leaks of secret or top secret, that's a big bad thing. But if you have like an FOUO or now CUI, controlled unclassified info, if you have leaks of those, that's less bad, still bad, but less bad. And those seem to be, from my experience, just a little easier to get your hands on, get around when people start getting pressured from higher ups. Hey, this is going to be something we can't talk about. They'll be hit with the CUI. What I've seen is like with the cattle mutilation, for example, you can see that when civilian officers, all of a sudden they're out in the middle of DFE. I'm in Oregon, so in the middle of Oregon a few years ago, we had consecutive years of purebred cattle getting hit. My parents' neighbors got lost a bunch of cattle, right? You can do searches on public data sets to see when these civilians are getting hit with these gag orders and see that it lines up very closely, oftentimes all over the place, where they'll be hit with CUI. Sheriff Joe has no idea what this means, so he has to start Googling it. That gets hit into a data set somewhere. So now you can see, oh, look at this. At the same time that people were noticing cattle mutilation, noticing UFOs, noticing this weird random term that doesn't pop up very often, that they have to search for it. It all gets captured in data sets and you can find those. So I was just wondering if you could speak at all towards how less on the government side, more on the civilian side, when civilians getting hit with CUI or other lower classification type gag orders, if that ever produces any useful results in getting some more of this information out.
Truth is, I don't know in the States, but the juicy stuff is going to be what's classified, top secret, above. Secret,
yes, I do
is,
have a good 4x4.
So something can cause harm to the national security of the country. But I don't think for own use, and I mean you can get like John Greenwald does. You can get like nuggets out of those documents, at the lower classifications, which lead you to doing a FOIA for another document, or help you, when you put it together with another document, you can understand it better.
Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, well, does anyone else have any questions for Frank? Again, it's Alt Y on Windows or Option Y on Mac. Yeah, Frank, this is while we're waiting for questions. This is an incredibly interesting topic. It's so odd, and one of the things that's interesting for me is it seems like these submerged objects, I mean, not just transmedium, right, which was acknowledged from the beginning, but this submerged objects is kind of coming to the forefront as well. This is something that's starting to get more attention, you know, and that didn't come out of the release of the original videos. That's something that was just rumors from the Navy, I think.
Yeah, I mean, also from the Russian Navy, the former Soviet Navy. But you know what I'm still trying to get my head around is you know, like Moultrie and the other guy, like they appear before the hearings, right, in May, the congressional, you know, the subcommittee hearing, but they're still acting like, you know, they're talking about adversarial platforms and saying they can mitigate the threat when they know full well from, you know, Thread 3 and from you know, the UK's Project Condign, which talked about Sokolov in Russia and saying that the Russians definitely considered UAP a threat. They'd lost aircraft trying to intercept UAP. You know, then you've got the Milton Torres case in 1957 in the UK, where, you know, that American pilot gets sent up to intercept the UAP with his wingman. And then you've got, like, you know, the Chadwell memo and the Twining memo in the United States, where they're talking, saying, like, you know, these things, basically, they're not ours. And you know, they've got incredible characteristics. So it's like there's no institutional memory at DoD. And when they're talking to Congress, it's like, well, everybody's stupid, you know? And it's like, well, actually, you could have put any kind of like UFO researcher, blogger, you know, a journalist, or even just anybody who's like passionate about the subject and has read up on UAP and different cases. You could put them up and they would have been able to respond better to Congress than those two guys. And I just think it's either they're obviously not stupid people, otherwise they would be in the position they are, but it's just they're doing their country a disservice by not being fully prepared and not being properly briefed. Somebody will brief you up on the cases. If they ask you about Maelstrom or the Wilson memo, then you'll know what you're talking about.
You know, I almost get the impression, you know, when they write and publish, when they speak and things like that, it almost seems like it's a code word, right? You know, when they talk about, you know, potential enemy platforms, you know, I mean, and in my case, it doesn't bother me that much because it's like, well, they're asking for more resources to analyze it, you know? So my gut feeling is that they couch it in terms that they can feel comfortable talking about, but I hope that they realize, you know, there's nothing around here that goes Mach 50, you know, that just doesn't happen. So, you know, they're talking about capabilities, right? You can't dive into the ocean and fly underneath and then dive back out and fly in the air. Their vehicles are not made to do that. You know, China and Russia can't do that. They're behind us, not ahead of us. So, you know, that's been my impression, is that they just couch it in terms that they can feel comfortable talking about in public, because, I mean, otherwise, you know, I would assume they just feel very uncomfortable talking. I mean, you know, you can't talk about like space aliens right in front of Congress. I don't think they could do that. So I think they just try and reframe it into something they can talk about.
Yeah, I just find it weird because with all the kind of you know, the documents that have come out, that have been released, you know, it's clear that this has been a concern, right, from like, you know, Roswell onwards, if not before. So it's just, that's why I talked, you know, in the beginning of the presentation about, you know, let's not forget that it's that UAP didn't kind of just happen from 2004 onwards. Because,
well, you know, like, yeah, actually, it's interesting. I think somebody mentioned cattle mutilations. On Facebook, I just saw a new cattle mutilation yesterday in one of those groups, and I think they blamed wolves and stuff like that. This was not a wolf. It looked like it'd been cut by a laser. I mean, you know,
there's been 10,000 cattle mutilation plus since it started getting documented in the 70s, and every single case goes to the FBI, and not a single one has ever been prosecuted, despite the many millions of dollars lost to just local small business owners.
Yeah, so you know, I mean, there are explanations that explain a few of these, right? It's the same thing with crop circles, to be honest. I mean, you know, if you know, a circle in the ground is one thing, but I mean, it's really hard to accuse drunk farm boys of doing like fractal patterns that span miles, you know. Then it's like past a certain point, you know, I mean, yes, there are bored farmers out there, but not that bored, you know. So
Yeah, I think there's just too many. I mean, the cattle mutilation has been too many different experts. I mean, you know, the veterinarians, like the police, the specialist stock boards that states have as well to, like, you know, monitor livestock and you know, the illegal movement of livestock and all the rest of it. I mean, we've got a lot of very experienced people, and not least the ranchers themselves, because they're the ones who live on the land. They're the ones who know their animals. They're the ones who know the weather. They're the ones who know exactly who their neighbors are and who's around. So I just find it more and more incredible that, you know, nobody has been prosecuted for it.
I do agree.
yeah, well, yeah, I mean, the one I saw yesterday, it looked like it was it maybe a mild blood spot, but you know, the animal looked like it had been vivisected. It was clean cuts, everything was removed, you know, and a marked lack of blood, and it looked like it had been dumped, you know, and it's like, and of course, no tire tracks, footprints, any of that stuff, right? These are all hallmark characteristics, and you know, and I'm one of those people who's pretty skeptical about it. I'm the guy who's like, no, it's wolves, you know, and I'm looking at this thing going, okay, I can't believe my own excuses in this case. So I don't know. Well, we've got about 2 minutes. Oh, Mr. Jeremy Reese has been patiently waiting. Jeremy, go for it, sir.
I'm having some trouble with my camera, so what's going on here? In any case, my question was related to, you know, how about during the Manhattan Project when they sent out basically a ban on where it's like atomic nuclear fission. Anything related to what was going on in the Manhattan Project was banned from the newspapers from being talked about. And I just wanted to hear your thoughts on the mainstream news coverage. We just had another article by this Harvard scholar, science reporter, Dan Vergano, who wrote a scathing article of ufology. And you know, it's just a shame that they have mainstream science authors and science writers who don't mention any of the science. Do you think that there's a similar embargo, like a Manhattan Project 2.0 possibly going on right now, that they're not allowed to talk about the science, and or are they just completely that ignorant that they have no idea? They didn't read the Defense Intelligence Reference documents or any of the science that's that's been declassified and released along with the ATIP program and whatnot.
I think it could be a mixture of both, Jeremy. I mean, people who just don't educate themselves. I mean, Ross Coulthard's talked a lot about that. People who just don't know. But also as well, I think if you look at all the recent stuff, like around Elizondo, and you know, some people, you know, love him, some people hate him, some people defend him, some people attack him. I think sometimes that is almost like premeditated as well. So sometimes I do wonder, yeah, maybe there are. Maybe there still are, you know, members of the press who are just like some debunkers. They are basically trying to debunk the UFO, the UAP topic, not because they don't believe there's credence to it, but because they have an agenda. And I often wonder that myself.
Yeah. Well, guys, we're at the top of the hour. Why don't we do this? Let me put this thing back on gallery view. Everyone, please give an enormous applause to Franc Milburn for an amazing presentation. Frank, it is always a tremendous pleasure to have you join us. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for walking us through this today. I mean, this topic continues to evolve. It's truly, well, it's truly anomalous. We're figuring it out as we go, I guess.
Cheers, Tim. Thanks for the invite, and thanks to everybody for the questions, and thanks to all the listeners as well. Cheers.
Okay, so what I'd like to do now is, and this let me see, I'm actually going to play something for you. So Gary Stephenson recorded something, and let me see, let me read you my write-up for this. Is faster than light communication possible? Gary Stephenson discusses quantum entanglement, quantum signaling, and emerging research in superluminal quantum communications. So Gary's going to be addressing the no communication theorem, the no teleportation theorem, the no cloning theorem, and exploring possible methods to circumvent the speed of light to facilitate the development of superluminal quantum communication technology. He's going to be talking about the Canary Island long-range quantum state teleportation experiment, quantum spin liquids in Herbert-Smithite, and entangled photons in orbital angular momentum twisted beams. So we recorded this actually ahead of time. Gary has another event, he's traveling, and so that's kind of what came out of this. If I can give you guys just a little bit of background info on this. This started to, I'm pretty active on LinkedIn. Gary's on LinkedIn, a lot of folks are. And on LinkedIn, there has been more and more hubbub about quantum communication and quantum computing, right? And as many of you guys know, China has done some recent experiments on it that are pretty big. The US government and US universities and private sector have been starting to work more in quantum computing, and quantum communication is not far behind. So one of the things that came out of that was quantum entanglement happens instantaneously. And I'd always believed, this goes back quite a ways, I'd always believed that, okay, well, if quantum entanglement happens instantaneously, that means you can communicate with it instantaneously. So there were some papers, it turns out, that have said otherwise, that even though the entanglement happens instantaneously, the communication itself, because of the way it's measured and transmitted, is still subject to relativistic speeds, right? And so basically, Gary came up with this presentation to kind of provide some possible ways around that and to look at ways that might not be true. You know, one of the things that I've kind of looked at in terms of the arguments against instantaneous communications is that they do seem somewhat dogmatic in nature. They kind of fall back on logic that may not be the most sound, probably just to preserve C from the relativistic world, even though that doesn't necessarily apply in the quantum world. So I've got his video queued up, and what I'm going to do is I will play this for you guys, and let me know if we have any issues with it. Oops, and actually, let me stop sharing. I need to be able to play sound too.
Okay, thanks again, Tim, then, for giving me this opportunity to share this. I've given this talk a couple times, once in 2012 at a Bill conference, and once in 2014, I added the part 2 in 2014 for an ISDC conference, which is hosted by National Space Society. Their interest, of course, is in space, so I added possible applications to Mars missions when I presented it to them. A lot has happened, obviously, in the last 10 years since I originally wrote this paper. So I've lost the original charts, the PowerPoint charts. All I have is a PDF. So I wasn't able to make changes to the PDF. But what I can do when I reach a critical spot is jump into some of the updates that have been occurring in the quantum entanglement area. So I'll handle it that way. Well, why a quantum entanglement talk, and what triggered my interest in 2012? It was really a series of pretty surprising experiments that triggered my interest here. That I'm an engineering person, engineering background. I have my undergrad degree is physics, but I've worked most of my life as an engineer, so I like to approach things from an engineering point of view. So when I start seeing that there's real engineering impact to quantum entanglement, that's what gets my interest. Not so much the physics, more of just the potential applications in engineering. So the three that got my attention, which I will cover in this talk, the Canary Island long-range quantum state teleportation experiment. There's a quantum spin liquid in Herbert-Smithite experiment that was also announced in 2012, I believe, by MIT. And then there was a pretty astonishing paper on entangled photons in orbital angular momentum twisted beams. So I'll talk a little bit about that one. Why is this interesting? It may be possible to apply quantum entanglement to action at a distance type applications, such as frequency time standards, communication, potentially quantum entanglement communication would be incredible because we wouldn't have to worry about R squared loss like we do with electrodynamics or electromagnetics or even gravitational waves. Power coupling, I'm not so sure about. I thought at first using OEM beams, we might be able to do power coupling. Subsequent conversations I've had with people indicate that's probably not the case. I'll go over why it probably won't work and what might work instead. So the first part is the part that I originally presented at the Bill conference, which was just to talk about the experiments that have been going on. But before I jump into the experiments, I wanted to go over a real brief description of what is quantum entanglement. Quantum entanglement is fundamentally a coupled set of quantum states. It's where more than one particle shares the same exact quantum state or qubit. So that can happen at any distance. Distance sort of doesn't matter with quantum entanglement. They can start out being entangled by the same signal, and then they can be separated, but they stay entangled unless something happens, like a measurement happens to decohere them. So essentially, quantum entanglement is a shared quantum state. A source of quantum coherence. If you have a large number of particles that are all entangled, that's called quantum coherence, and that is, from an engineering point of view, more useful than a single qubit. Now you've got a large array of particles that share in the qubit versus a single particle, and with that you can start doing engineering. For instance, quantum computing, and most of the changes that have come out in the last 10 years are driven by the quantum computing people. And so that's really a group that you want to track if you're interested in quantum entanglement. So there's quantum coherence that's coming out of it, and this could lead to novel behavior, much as we see novel behavior coming out of superconductivity and superfluidity. And then it's also an example of non-locality, because when you change, if it's a shared qubit, when the quantum state is changed in one location, it changes in the other location. Sort of a macroscopic example of this, they're not really particles, is Schrodinger's cat, where there are two quantum states. Either you have a particle that's decayed or it has not decayed. And in the experiment, you put this poor cat in a box, and there's a Geiger counter that measures the decay. If the Geiger counter gets tripped, it trips a hammer that breaks a cyanide vial, which kills the cat. So essentially, there's two different states that can happen here. There's the live cat, which is correlated with no decay and a not broken poison, or there's the dead cat that's correlated with the broken poison and the decay. So when you go to measure and you peek in the box, is the cat alive or not? You are selecting whether or not there is a decay or not a decay. There is a superposition of those two cases until you peek in the box. Now, this is a good time to break away and cover other recent developments in this area. And I'll leave this on the screen for people to look at. That's going to be my supplemental material that's happened between 2013 and today. And one of the papers I want to pull in is Susskind 2016. It's a theoretical paper. The rest of these are experimental papers. But Lenny Susskind did a really good job of describing this very case in his paper that compares the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics with Everett's interpretation of quantum mechanics. And the paper is entitled ER equals EPR. Well, what does that mean? EPR is the physicist way of saying quantum entanglement. It stands for Einstein, Podolsky, Rosen. Those are the three guys that wrote a paper saying, hey, quantum mechanics doesn't make any sense because if it did, then you could have non-locality or spooky action at a distance. So they were actually detractors to quantum entanglement. And they thought, here's the problem with it, is you could have non-locality, which turns out to be the case. So here's a quantum mechanical effect that's named after its detractors. So when you see EPR, it means quantum entanglement. When you see ER, the same 2 out of the 3 dudes, Einstein and Rosen, also worked in general relativity and also dreamt up wormholes. So when you see ER, an ER wormhole is it's a solution to space-time that allows for a wormhole. So what Lenny Susskind is saying here is that quantum entanglement is an information wormhole. That's all it is. So he goes over that in his paper here. And it's, I think, a really solid, good way to look at, is it really action at a distance? Is it really non-locality when it's an information wormhole? So here's your information wormhole, your EPR entanglement. And here's an actual wormhole where you've got curved space-time, where the space-time dimensions are also participating in the wormhole. That's an Einstein-Rosen bridge, or a wormhole. So he's saying ER is EPR. Okay, so that's the first clarification. So that think of quantum entanglement as an information wormhole, number one. The second thing he goes about saying is that the interpretation, the Copenhagen interpretation that the waveforms are collapsing is not supported by the evidence or even by the theory in terms of being self-consistent. You can look at the Copenhagen interpretation and the Everett interpretation as a collapsing wave function here, where you take a measurement, collapse the wave function, take another measurement, collapse the wave function, and so on. Or you can look at many of these possibilities exist, and you're just going down one path. It doesn't mean the other possibilities have gone away. It doesn't necessarily even mean there's many worlds. Everett himself hated the many worlds interpretation of his theory, so that's why Lenny says Everett instead of many worlds. But what it doesn't show here, and what Lenny Susskind is pointing out, what they should be showing is some of these branches can come back together again. You can wind up with situations where you're right back to where you started with enough measurements, especially if a measurement is reinforcing an original measurement. So, so basically what he's saying is there's only one system in the Everett interpretation, and the user, the observer, is part of the system. This view that the observer is outside is not an accurate view. He proves this with Schrodinger's cat again. You have Schrodinger's cat. You have Wigner's friend and Wigner. Wigner's friend measures the cat's situation, becomes entangled with that cat situation, and he communicates it to Wigner. Excuse me. Einstein then is observing this entire thing. And so all three of these are entangled, both observers and the cat. He shows this in his paper as this connected surface here. And that entangled connected surface can be described as what they call a GHZ, stands for Greenberg or Horn-Zellinger, entangled tripart state. You can go through a measurement series in that state and reconnect with an earlier entangled state. So that leads to the Everett interpretation. So I just wanted to point that out as a little expansion on Schrodinger's cat here. Okay, hard for time. Okay. So the experiments themselves. First one was the Canary Island experiment. It's an experiment where there were two entangled photons. One was sent to a different Canary Island. The Canary Islands were 89 miles apart. And when they changed the state on one photon, instantaneously, the spin state changed in the other photon. Instantaneously. And they measured this with a classic channel. So they were able to compare the timing and see that it was not.
Alright. Why did it stop working? What is going on?
A quantum spin liquid. What's a quantum spin liquid? Well, it's the spin states. It's a solid. Herbert Smithite is a solid crystal, but the spin states act like a liquid. They kind of slosh around, and you can interpret. You can actually measure, I should say, the spin states with neutron scattering, and it is possible to develop a coherent spin state set in Herbert Smithite, where you have some spins that are up, some are down, but they're all coherent. They're all a giant single qubit. They're all coherent. And it looks almost like a Bessel function when you're looking at it. And so you can see this kind of hexagonal pattern that they're imposing on this Herbert Smithite. And they measured it for the first time using a neutron scattering, the spin excitation. So what this says is, if you change the spin excitation in one part of the crystal, the entire crystal changes instantaneously. So you can use this then as one single piece of, one giant piece of qubit. Our third experiment was twisted light. Twisted light is where the photons are in these very high angular momentum states where they're basically spinning, and they're spinning very fast. So it's like they're twisting. And if you can use a spatial light modulator to create these modes. So I thought if they're twisting, each of these nodes is twisting, can that lead to an overall physical twist? Because in meteorology, there's this thing called the Fujiwara effect. And the Fujiwara effect is when you have two cyclones that start getting close to each other, they're spinning in the same direction. The closer they get, the more they tend to spin around each other. That's the Fujiwara effect. And that has been observed with twisted light, because twisted light is light traveling through space or through air. It's sort of exhibits hydrodynamics. And so they have seen this Fujiwara effect where twisted light can start twisting around. So if that's true, we could use it as a fiber optic spanner. There's a little picture in the bottom here of what a fiber optic spanner is, and it causes things to twist. Now, this particular fiber optic spanner has laser beams pointed slightly offset, and these laser beams are pounding this little thing in the middle, and that's what's causing the thing in the middle to spin. However, you can also imagine using twisted light to cause this Fujiwara effect, where you can start twisting the light, and then that can impact an object and potentially twist an object. So that was astonishing to me as well. Those were 3 experiments that happened in 2012. So that kind of summarizes the part 1 of the story of these 3 experiments, all 3 of which deal with quantum entanglement and exhibit it macroscopically, where you can really see it. Second part was, how might we apply this from an engineering perspective to problems that we have? And when I first gave the paper, of course, ISDC was the audience. So it's applications to Mars missions in this particular case. So what I wanted to dispense with before going over possible applications are some of the theorems that have been perpetuated and I think over applied, and talk about why these theorems may not necessarily be blanketly applied. You have to be careful how you apply these theorems. There are theorems about where quantum entanglement doesn't work. I call them the no-no theorems or negative Nelly theorems. These no-no theorems are no teleportation, no communication, no cloning. So I'm going to go over those. And then I want to go over, okay, we can't do things in that way, but are there still ways that we can use quantum entanglement that could be useful for applications such as communication? First is the no teleportation theorem. It says classical information channels cannot transmit quantum information. By transmit, we mean with full fidelity. Well, that's true for classical information channels. It's not true for quantum channels. So for a channel that's carrying a quantum, like a fiber optic that's carrying an entangled photon, you can entangle two different locations with an entangled photon. So with quantum channels, you can achieve quantum teleportation, number one. Number two, the Canary Island experiment, which I'm showing here again, proved that. So yes, you can have teleportation, just not over a classical information channel. So people over apply this all the time. Hey, can have teleportation. Yeah, not over a classical information channel, but you can using a quantum channel. That's number one. Number two, no communications could be achieved on a single shared entangled state. Therefore, shared entanglement cannot be used to transmit any information. Well, there's a counterexample to this, and it was published in 1999 and was called Big in the Signal Question by Peacock and Hepburn. Essentially what they're saying is all of the criticisms about communication are from oversimplifying the problem. So if you have just one photon, for instance, and you use that one photon pair to entangle Alice and Bob, then yes, you will not be able to use that one photon to send any new information between Alice and Bob. But we go to the actual paper. All the criticisms, no signaling proofs, are question begging. They depend upon assumptions that already assume they're so simplifying. They already assume basically that the dynamics aren't there to support communication. So they undertook to examine these no signaling proofs and found them to be fallacies. So that's a good paper. Not much interesting comes out of Alberta, Canada, but this is one of those interesting papers that did. Okay, so we'll go back to full screen. Excuse me, I have a little scratchy throat today. Finally, there's no cloning theorem. The no cloning theorem, no perfect quantum copies of arbitrary quantum states are possible. Therefore, you cannot clone states. That is simply not true. What you can't do is clone states that are superpositions. So you can clone state A into another state A. You can clone state B into another state B. But you can have some combination like they show in C. So even the diagram is not super clear here because it looks like you can't do A, B, or C. You can do A and you can do B, but you can't do C. You can't have some superposition of several different states that are cloned. And the counterexample here, which I don't have time to go over, but I highly recommend this paper. It's called Long Range and Entanglement Generation via Frequent Measurements. Physics Review A is not going to get more reputable than Physics Review A. And what they said was, if you start measuring two different atom ensembles, for instance, and you start sampling them at the same time over and over and over, you're going to start entangling them. And as a matter of fact, that's exactly how they entangle in quantum computing. They start pinging these atom ensembles simultaneously, and you can use that to create entanglement. So not only is it no cloning theorem not true, but it's routinely violated in quantum computing. Okay, so what might we be able to do with applications? And this is what gets people excited about, oh, there's no communication, no action at a distance. Yes, you can have action at a distance. It's been measured. The Canary Island experiment measured it. And you might be able to use that, for instance, as a clock. So if you're routinely switching the spin state of one photon that's entangled within a photon somewhere else, the distance does not matter. It's an information wormhole, and that other photon will change states simultaneously. So that's what's nice about this being a clock, a frequency time standard. It's just a clock. Not only could it be a very accurate clock, but there's nothing interfering with the clock signal because because they're simultaneously changing. So you could have a very good GPS conditioned atomic clock on Earth, and you don't need a big atomic clock on Mars or even on a satellite, for instance, because you could just have an entangled photon on that satellite or on that planet. So this would be very exciting for satellite manufacturers, and it would save a lot of gear. I can't tell you the number of clocks and complication on a typical GPS satellite because they just want to keep track of what time it is. Here, you wouldn't have to. If you use quantum entanglement, you know what time it is. And so I think we're starting to see experiments with satellites. Right now, they're using it more for, I guess I'd call it encryption type applications. But here would be a really great application for timekeeping. Okay, remember that Herbert Smithite. If you broke that piece of crystal up and you separately entangled one piece and you separately entangled the other piece, once it's entangled, it's entangled. So then you could modulate, you break it up even more, you send half of a piece to Mars and you keep the other half on Earth. You can use it for signaling. You're modulating that quantum spin liquid with the magnetic field, and that modulation would then simultaneously appear on the piece on Mars. Isn't that communication? You could do the same thing in reverse with a separately entangled crystal, where you're modulating the quantum spin liquid on Mars, and you're picking that up on Earth. Now you have a full duplex communication link. This would be very exciting, again, because it would be instantaneous. So it opens up a whole new series. If we can really do something like this, it would open up a whole new series of applications, such as avatars. You could imagine robotic avatars where you could get in to a robot station on Earth and physically feel like you're walking around on another planet without having to fly to the other planet. And it doesn't have to be a biological avatar like the movie. It can be just a simple mechanical robotic avatar. But imagine how beneficial that would be for space exploration and how cost savings that would be in the long run if you could have that real-time communication link between different planets. Okay, final application that I had originally conceived of, which probably will not work the way I conceived of it, was power coupling. And this is where you would have a twisted light beam that if you could somehow break it in half, would you be able to use half the twisted light beam as a power coupling on a different location from the original beam? The problem with this, well, there's a couple problems. First, the OEM that I'm picturing here is twisted light that alternates back and forth. So out of the 20 spots of the twisted beam, 10 of them are orbiting one way, but 10 of them are orbiting the opposite way. So you're not going to get that Fujiwara effect like I described, where you have an overall momentum twisting. But say that you could somehow do that, get rid of the 10 that are twisting in the wrong direction and only get the 10 that are all twisting the same way, and you get the Fujiwara effect. You're still not going to be able to couple it into a quantum spin liquid like I'm showing, and use that quantum spin liquid to couple back into a beam like I'm showing. But even if you could somehow do that, it's an information wormhole. And to get inertial coupling backwards, say you're doing some work with the shaft and trying to twist that shaft, the inertia that you're trying to twist is being propagated through the shaft. To do that, you really need a space-time wormhole, not an information wormhole. So, for instance, if you had if you're somehow able to build a real wormhole, and you had entangled gravitons on one end, and you entangled the gravitons on the other end, that could couple a twist of space-time through entangled states, then you could do it. So say, for instance, you have a Fontana gazer. It's a graviton laser. It's just a conceptual device. And you have this circulating in some kind of clockwise manner, these gravitons, or circulating in, for instance, a forward toroid. That's the kind of thing that you might be able to propagate through a wormhole. But just using twisted light is probably not going to couple power, because you have to have a way of coupling the inertia back through the wormhole. So that requires a real wormhole, not an information wormhole. So that's what I wanted to say about that. So that kind of concludes what I'd looked at originally in the 2012 to 2014 timeframe. But I did want to touch on a little bit work that's happened since then. So we'll go back to our list here. Because some interesting developments have happened since then that might impact some of these applications. So we'll talk the Muschik 2013 paper first. This happened during this period, but I wasn't aware of this paper until it was pointed out to me by Jacques Orfati. Here's a picture of it. There's two different atomic ensembles that are in constant magnetic fields, and they can be, through this constant measurement technique I alluded to earlier, they can be entangled. So 3 separate steps. We're entangling them. We're projecting a measurement on one of them that possibly destroys the state that's being teleported, and then we're recovering that state by this feedback mechanism. So this is a continuous quantum teleportation. This is one it's a dynamic continuous teleportation setup. And so I think that's significant. I think that's probably all I wanted to say about this paper, is that it's instead of discrete, it's a continuous scheme. So this provides for error correction, and this is going to be important for quantum computing. Okay, another one. We talked about the Susskind paper. There were a couple of interesting papers described by the Chinese in which 2 quantum memories are entangled. One over 50 kilometers, where something's changed in one memory and it shows up in a different memory 50 kilometers away. They are coupled, though, by fiber optics. So you still need a fiber optics to maintain that quantum entanglement. There's another one later on. It's only 12.5 kilometers apart. I think the title gives away the difference here. Entanglement of 2 quantum memories. And the later one is post-selected entanglement between 2 different memories or atomic ensembles. Post-selected, of course, just referring to preconditioning of the probability function. That's a rat hole I don't want to run down today, but it's more useful way of entangling, essentially. I think the most interesting recent one is this Dumitrescu 2022. And there's been a lot of coverage about this in the popular press. It's essentially a way to stabilize quantum memories for quantum computers. And this particular method uses a Fibonacci laser sequence. So why are they using the Fibonacci laser sequence? I made some notes because it wasn't super obvious to me. They're using rhythmic topological phase. They're needing to knot more than one time symmetry into the ion strand. They found if they were trying to ping this rhythmically, that they would decohere it. So they're trying to not decohere it. So this pulse train between these 2 different laser pulses turn into a Fibonacci sequence. When they use the Fibonacci sequence, they're able to get essentially a different time symmetry out of these ensembles. So they're pinging A, and then they're pinging B, they're A, B, A, and then they're pinging A, B, B, A, etc. So that's a quasi-periodic sequence. And so this tends to manipulate the quantum ensemble in a way that helps stabilize it so that you can continue to measure it, and it's still getting refreshed without losing coherence. It's essentially a way to maintain coherence. So I think that's exciting because that means that, for instance, for a communication application, if we can maintain coherence over long periods of time, we could potentially stabilize this thing enough, even when we're changing the spin dynamics, stabilize this long enough to do useful communication between two different locations. So I think that kind of sums up the paper in a nutshell. I guess I'll open it to questions from you, Tim.
Do these open the door for instantaneous quantum communications? Because that's been described as impossible repeatedly, right? I get yelled at about that. So
I think if you look at that description I had of the Herbert Smith side, and you really believe that quantum spin liquid is all one qubit, and then you split into two pieces, it's still one qubit. It's just in two different pieces now. You actually have to physically move that one piece. You have to set it to Mars physically. But when you do that, it's still the same qubit. So if you're manipulating the qubit and changing the state of the qubit in one location, that other piece of it, my way of thinking, that other piece of it should maintain the same dynamics. And so it should stay in sync since it's entangled. So if that's the case, then yes, we could use it for instantaneous quantum.
okay, well, and
It's
so
speculative, obviously.
well, and then the other part too, and I saw you mention this, at least one of these methodologies was what you described as continuous, right? And so I think one of the challenges has been, this is something that bothers me, is like, okay, we have a single, atom, photon, particle of whatever kind, and maybe we can do one operation where we flip that at both points at once. That doesn't necessarily work for any kind of long-term solution. What you're talking about is continuous. So if you flip that entanglement, you can flip it back, you can measure it in both places.
Which would be the case for the clock application, right? For frequency time standard. And you would want to flip it at very periodic periods of time. And so that you could use that for timekeeping and for a frequency time standard.
Yeah. Now, so you originally presented this for like Mars applications, and actually I think that's really interesting because so one of the things that intrigues me about it is right now we have remotely piloted drones, right? We know that approach to RPVs works, so we could do the same thing on Mars with the rovers, right? Right now we have that 4-minute light delay, but if we were able to somehow use this quantum entanglement, even if it wasn't a high bandwidth, we could at least control the rover in real time, as opposed to having to plan out where it's going to go to make sure it doesn't fall into a crater or something like that.
I completely agree with you. And we may be seeing evidence of that already with some of these UAPs. There's no evidence that there's any signals going to or from them. We don't see any signaling. So quantum entanglement may be one of the methods they're using to communicate with these UAP type drones.
Well, so let me also ask about, now you'd mentioned kind of a information wormhole versus a traditional wormhole. Could you describe that concept a little bit more?
Sure, yeah, and Susskind really touched on it best with his ER equals EPR discussion. That's saying that even if there's no space-time wormhole, that in the information space, there can still be a wormhole. And information space is is a broader application of the concept of space that includes all of the quantum variables. So these quantum states exist and are part of information space, and not all of them are associated with X, Y, Z, and T dimensions. There are other dimensionalities that are in addition to space. For instance, charge is a dimensionality. Angular momentum is a dimensionality. Spin is a dimensionality that is not necessarily tied to X, Y, and Z. So these particle spins can be synchronized, can basically share the same quantum information, and therefore there's an information wormhole between two particles. It's the same way of looking at the same. It's two different ways of looking at the same thing. You're looking at it as a shared qubit, or you're looking at it as an information wormhole where that quantum information is appearing in two different places at the same time.
Ah, okay.
So yeah, so it doesn't care. The quantum states are superposition onto space-time, but they don't really care. There's no signaling going on necessarily. Once they're entangled, they don't care about space or time.
Yeah. Well, and I guess this next thought kind of goes way above my pay grade, right? But the idea was, I keep hearing that C is the fundamental limit. Obviously, quantum entanglement seems to violate that. The thing that I've wondered about is that maybe because in a higher brain dimension or string dimension, maybe these particles are actually in the same place, even though physically in our dimension they've been moved apart and they're separated by, 4 light minutes, right?
They're in the same states. I wouldn't say the same place because place is space-time, right? Place is spatial.
Yeah.
Kind of get away from that and talk about states, which kind of reminds me of Shelley's work, come to think of it. State theory, where you're talking about the states of objects versus the place of objects. And so that is a different way to look at it.
Yeah. I think that was everything I had. Let me thank you so much for your time today.
Yeah, and thank you, Tim, for giving me a chance to present this to a broader internet audience, because the audiences so far have been quite small for this kind of a talk. So I appreciate the chance.
Okay. Hopefully you guys can hear me okay.
We got 2 Tims.
Yeah, so that was our presentation. So let me before we do anything else,
not 2-time.
let's put our hands together for Mr. Gary Stephenson. A giant applause. Again, Gary is traveling today, and so we had to pre-record that. Hopefully we did an okay job. He kind of surprised me actually with the questions. I didn't know that he would have any questions at the end, so I just kind of had to wing it, which I'm not good at. But
great, Tim.
I am happy to do my best to answer questions on his behalf. So let me do this. I'm going to put this on speaker view, and I will take Jeremy Reese first. Sir?
All right. So, all right. So anyways, I'm broadcasting live, and I was hoping Gary was here because he had pointed out that the whole business of entanglement and some of the new developments. And another one I wanted to mention is in May of 2022 at the Oppenheimer lecture, Leonard Susskind spoke on a theory. You can look this up, the quantum origins of gravity. And in about 47 minutes, he talks about strange metals, which are a class of condensed matter physics, and related to these, quantum spin liquids like Fermi liquids and such. But he points out that condensed matter physics shows that these are topologically equivalent to extremal black holes. So these strange metals are which they made at the first one they made was at Brown a couple of years back, and they made it out of yttrium, barium, copper oxide. They took like superconductor ceramic material, and they put holes in it, and the holes in a grid pattern, and putting those holes in a grid pattern changed the quantum behavior of the material, from behaving like a spin half, to all the electrons behave like spin 1 bosons instead. And so there's some interesting things that can happen within new types of materials too. And I just wanted to point that out and ask if he had heard of it and what his thoughts were on it. But
Okay. Yeah. Well, and thank you for mentioning it. And he may pick this up, in post, right, when he watches the replay of it. You know. So, Jeremy, thank you, sir. Did you have any questions I can help you with, or are you good for now?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay. I did have a couple of quick announcements because I'm wearing two hats for the next few minutes. So one of them is Bernie Conkin is with us in probably about an hour and a half. I'm hoping that he can share basically an LENR update, and that's something that we want to try and get into as well. That's something that we've totally neglected in the past. There's some overlap there though, so that's absolutely Bernie's department. He has been with this conference for a very long time, so we're hoping that we can work him in. He has a couple of scheduling holdups. Also, Phil had asked about the hover coil. That's a fellow named Gerald. It's a friend of Jeremiah Pop. He was going to demo that. So I've emailed them. They were talking about it. If they are able to attend, I would love to have him demo that. I mean, again, I've been telling him for quite a while, bring it, show it. So let me see. Jeff Rainier, Jeff, you did have your hand up, sir. Can I answer your question?
Sure. Yes, I kind of have another question. I've been looking at kind of like, can you interfere with quantum entanglement? Can you use a laser pulsing to do that?
It sounds like you can, right? I mean,
so if you had UAVs or UAPs, using quantum entanglement, then it would be, why not try to take one down? Why not try to do communications?
Well, and so what Gary was saying was they had to apply that Fibonacci sequence so that they didn't disrupt entanglement, right? So
you could turn around and try to, disrupt entanglement. That's my point.
Yeah. I think there might be a possibility there. I mean, one of the, if I could just, again, I'll walk you guys through kind of for me, this has been something superluminal communications, especially with quantum entanglement, has been something that I've been really interested in for the last few weeks. There were a bunch of articles on quantum communications that came out online. And when I started to look into it, I naturally assumed, I was like, well, look, entanglement operations happen instantaneously. So someday this will be useful for instantaneous communications. And I was immediately met by mainstream physicist types who said, no, that's not true, because of the measurement and all that. So that was how I ended up connecting with Gary. Gary did point me towards Leonard Susskind, who has not responded. I would love to interview him. And he actually pointed me towards Kent Peacock, and we're doing something on Monday. And Kent, Gary referenced him. He did a bunch of, he did basically a philosophical statement explaining why instantaneous communication is possible. So the things that I like about it are quantum entanglement, some kind of communication based on that explains UAP communication. And I think it solves, or it could solve, the Fermi paradox, right? I mean, SETI is out there looking for radio signals from the stars, and they haven't seen a whole lot. Well, I think it's likely that radio communication is something short-lived and that advanced societies move on to something better. And hopefully that's quantum communication of some kind. So, yeah, so there's a lot to be said there. Let me see. I think Jared had his hand up too. Jared? No? Okay. So again, it's Option Y on Mac or Alt Y on Windows. If you guys have any questions that I can answer. I am certainly not a genius on this. My own gut feeling is that quantum entanglement, somebody had said this, that everything that happens in our universe comes from forces, like when particles interact, when they directly touch, right? Even photons, you have an energy packet that gets transmitted. And so with something like entanglement, it seems like spooky action at a distance. My gut feeling is that these particles are next to each other in higher brain space. That's what my gut feeling is. And so I think that it may not obey the standard rules of relativity theory because, in a higher dimensional space, maybe it is relativistic, but they're touching, right? And that's again, I know I'm way out on a limb there. That's just what my intuition says. So yeah, we're almost at the top of the hour. In terms of presentations, that was everything for today. We do have, again, Bernie Conkin. Bernie's going to be a while. We also have Mark Sokol and Jeremy Reese, and they are at the Secret Space Force Conference in Palo Alto. And let me see if I can get Mark. Oh, and it looks like Mark is not signed on. Okay, he was a moment ago, though. Yeah, if you guys can give me just a sec, I will ping him. Okay, and so Mark is typing. It'll be just a sec. And if we get held up, we can always go to open discussion. Okay, so Mark has panel discussion for the next hour. He was going to do it at 5 p.m. So Mark, that's awesome, man. Let me see, I'll type in 5 p.m. is great. Is Gerald with us? Let me ask if Gerald is here. I just searched and I do not see him. And I do not see Jeremiah pop. Okay, well, do you guys want to do open discussion? Let's just do open discussion. That's no holds barred. And so I guess just unmute yourselves if anybody has anything to share.
Tim, one question on the UAP UFO phenomenon, because it seems to be gaining a lot of momentum, a lot of attention lately, especially after the Navy published about the UFO encounter. How many encounters around the world are actively involved in the UFO, and what countries? Which country has the most UFO site?
I don't have statistics. I've heard some really interesting things though. It does seem to be gaining momentum, but I think people like me are a great example of that. Back a year before I met Mark, I didn't believe in UFOs, and I've met people who claim to be contactees, and I actually saw a UFO, although I tend to think it was what I saw was the stealth blimp. So, so I assumed that it was ours, and I didn't even assume it was anti-gravity. I just assumed it was a rigid hull dirigible. And so when this UAP story broke, at first I was kind of skeptical. And as you guys know, if you've seen my channel, I do a lot of defense interviews, and there are a ton of people in the defense community who believe in UFOs now, and that number is growing. And what I found is everybody seems to be asking the same questions, right? And so, over time, the more I saw, I was like, okay, I've ruled out all the mundane explanations. I've read all the debunking stuff, and it's kind of like, well, it doesn't fit. At some point, the debunking is less believable than UFOs. So it's kind of like, okay, well, So I think it's growing because of that. Just people like me who are like, okay, I can't think of anything better, And the more you read about it, you read about the behavior of these things. And it's like, this is the other part. It's obviously not Russia or China. This is not adversary stuff. The behavior of these craft or these vehicles or whatever they are, this is not how man-made objects behave. They can't move at those speeds. They can't go from water to air. So, let me go to. Oh, I guess we're in open discussion. So Nuno, go for it, sir. You don't have to raise hands now.
Okay. So I just would like to. Can you hear me well?
I'm sorry.
Can you hear me well?
Yeah.
Yes, I can
Okay.
see you.
So I just would like to say two opinions from science regarding quantum entanglement is a subject under study, but in physics, in the standard physics, we cannot do anything without the propagator, without the particle that interacts. So, and other thing or other misconception regarding extra dimensions from the general community is that normally people think of extra dimensions as spatial dimensions. But in fact, in physics, in the standard physics models, we look at the possibility of these extra dimensions can be imaginary time dimensions, not spatial time dimensions, but imaginary time dimensions, which corresponds possibility in the future. For example, new class of elementary particles that can exist with not a real imaginary time, but internal in the imaginary time dimension, internal clock. So when we speculate, when the general public speculates, sometimes we hear in the mediatic medium many concepts and many speculative concepts, but in reality, in science, we must do things in concrete way. Another thing I'd like to say regarding the possibility of instantaneous communications, there is the possibility in physics of discovering new particles which are called tachyonic particles. And if those type of particles are found and we can engineer it, then these particles, as they have imaginary proper time, they can travel much faster than light velocity without violating the Lorentz transformation law or the Lorentz coordinate transformation law. So this how do you say? And also, I'd like to say a very important thing from what we observe of UAPs. I'm not a specialist on this matter. We can say that these devices can produce locally a positive gravitational potential of some sort. We don't know, and this is not predicted by general relativity. So there is the possibility that the observation of this phenomenon also can tell us that general relativity is not the correct theory of gravity. And nobody puts this in question. And I'm not a theoretical physicist, so I cannot go deeper into this subject, but there is the possibility, if we observe real phenomena like those, I think those phenomena are real, that it's not described as a general relativity prediction. So we cannot say for sure that general relativity is a correct theory of gravity without going into the theoretical details. So this is what I'd like to say today.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. I'm very happy because my smartphone, one microphone is not working. I'm lucky the other one is working. So this is my personal feeling from this discussion. When from the public perspective, we can speculate many things, but from a scientific point of view, and a laboratory point of view or standard science, we must work with concrete things.
Yeah.
And if if there was the possibility of existing extra spatial dimensions, we probably the scientists, so many thousand scientists around the world already have seen it. So there are theories, global unified theories that try to unify all the forces of nature, and I think they forecast 7 dimensions, 3 spatial, and extra 4 either real temporal or imaginary proper time particles.
You know,
So
you mentioned something really interesting. David Chester had mentioned this too, and I'd asked him about quantum entanglement, and yeah, when we were talking, he had talked about that, theories with multiple dimensions for time, and you just mentioned that as well.
Yes.
And yeah,
in physics,
sorry, let me mute Harold for just a sec. He's got some background noise.
In physics, there is mathematical product or name which is called a twister. And there is twister theories in which they play with imaginary proper time, which might correspond to new class of elementary particles. And another thing very interesting of these objects flying in the sky that sometimes it seems that they disappear from our view. We cannot rule out the possibility that by changing locally space-time geometry, that the photons, instead of reflecting to us, they turn around the vehicle. So this type of technology or vehicles that produce these positive gravitational potentials, possibly they become invisible to us because they bend light around them. You understand?
Yeah, and actually, if I could speak to that, there is a video, and I can put it in chat. It's on YouTube. It's the Aguadilla, Puerto Rico UAP sighting. It didn't get the attention that the others did, but it does appear that there's some kind of gravitational lensing of light around the vehicle.
Yes, this could be possible. From us, we don't know how do they produce this type of positive gravitational potential. But if it's a positive gravitational potential with a new type of particle we don't know yet, then we don't see it because our sensors are sensible to photons only, and we don't have sensors to this new type of elementary particle. So they are already working ahead of us with a new type of elementary particle that we cannot detect even with our eyes. And for this, we don't have a scientific explanation for what we observe. But
Yeah.
this does not mean that scientifically there is a law or a scientific process that we can explain in the future. You see?
Yeah, no,
So,
it's very, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
As you know, I'm working on Mach effect of weight loss of a gyroscope, and it's completely natural for me that relativity is not the correct theory of gravity. So because a milligram weight loss is not predicted by general relativity, and even more asymmetrically. So I'm not an expert in theoretical physics. I'm just doing engineering, but we can say that nobody knows all the laws of physics, like my professor of physics said once. So by observing this phenomena today that we still don't understand, like electromagnetism in the early times, we didn't understand electromagnetism until we found Maxwell laws, and that solved everything. And with this phenomenon we observe today is the same. We are not understanding well because we don't know the law, the scientific law. But this does not mean in the future the scientists will not discover it. Yes.
Well, and to what you were saying about the gravitational lensing, right? The effects of gravity changing light or causing invisibility or bending light around photons. I just posted a link in chat there. So and that's the Aguadilla that was taken by it was a U.S. Customs and Border Patrol plane It looks like a transmedium object, and it's doing some of the behaviors that you described. So
okay, this is natural. I am in my scientific path with my professors in laboratory. My professor of physics, he was a full professor of experimental physics, and in his free time, he participated with other professors in a small group of study in Portugal for UFOs and UAPs, just for documenting what fishermen they would saw while they were at sea and things like this. And I never participated in this because I like to see from time to time this type of phenomenon, but I'm working on my own thing. And professor sometimes he brought to the laboratory the stories they were discussing this group of the lights the fishermen observed in the sky. And the professor who was responsible for this group, they published a small book or a small journal from 6 in 6 months in which they try to document in Portugal a little bit this phenomenon. So the professor which I worked with many years in the physics department, he had an open minded to discuss scientifically this type of phenomenon like you are doing in the United States. So what is important is for everyone to understand that nobody knows all the laws of physics. Nobody knows. Mm-hmm. And when we observe something that we don't understand, it's just we must be patient that someday people discover the law. And then it's like before Schrödinger equation or Dirac equation, nobody knew it. When we know it, it's very easy. So it's just a question of the scientists and the community to try to understand what is the law, what is the particle, what is the theory that is behind this type of phenomenon. Yes.
Yeah. Well, you know, if I could, Jeff had mentioned, Jeff Rainier, you've mentioned biological, aspects of this also. And that's something that I've been exploring a little bit lately also. And this goes away from the physics side of things. It goes more to the biological part. But so one of the things that I've been doing, again, I have kind of an interview channel with influencers. I got into artificial intelligence, and I've done a series of interviews on that. And then it didn't take long before that kind of bridged into the UAP aspect of things. So Jeff, can I ask, is that what you were kind of thinking of? Were you thinking of like advanced biological entities, or were you just talking?
I was, and the marrying of the mechanical and biological, and I just have my father is big into AI, so he's been doing it since the 70s. He wrote a book. I'm more mechanical, but I know what you're talking about, and I actually had an experience, and so that's kind of what everybody here has had their own thing that happened to them that brought them to this point.
Can I ask what your experience was that shaped kind of?
Well, first off, I come from the program, the vaults, from the 90s. So I worked in a lot of different programs. I can't get into it, but I didn't see anything directly like alien technology. I'll definitely say that. But I saw a whole lot of things that I was surprised that there's one thing like let me give you an example.
Sorry, if I'm not familiar with the vaults. I'm not sure what that means.
Skiffs, classified areas.
Okay.
Environment, and how I can say this is like everybody knows there's nuclear codes, right? So nuclear codes are classified, but everybody knows they exist, right? And they change.
Yeah.
So what I got introduced to, I didn't know existed. So I don't know. It's not out in public. So that's why that kind of opened my eyes. So then later on in life, I decided to figure out what they're looking for. What do they desire? I can't get the information that I need. They're not going to give it to me, right? They're not giving it to any of us. So how can I get them to come to me?
Well,
let me explain. So what I did was I had a premise many years ago that they're looking for people with psychic ability. And that if you were to play, that you really did have psychic abilities, they might come check you out. And so I did this. You look at my last name. I have a relative who I'm not related to, who's well known. Well known. So because of what I used to work on, they always listen in on me. And so if I played it up on the phone to her, maybe if this is true, it'd come see me. Maybe something would happen. So nothing happened for 2.5 years. And then I happened to be with my wife who got followed. And you're not going to believe this, but so this happened in Redondo Beach, California. I'm not in Redondo Beach anymore. I'm in Catalina, actually, early in the morning. So a woman who was like 6'6", 6'7" tall, super blonde, super thin, following us with a little lady who's only 5'6". Followed us to a restaurant. We didn't eat. We went to another restaurant. They followed us there. I sat down. My wife was sitting down. The little lady came up, got on her knees, stuck her head up against my head and put her hand up against me like this and pushed my head up against her while the other lady watched, emotionless, at a restaurant, and then got back up, looked at the other one, shook their heads, and then took off. So I had that experience, and that lady who was the 6'7" one was highly unusual. And so ever since then, I've really wondered what the hell's going on, I have to admit. So that's the only experience I've had. I've never seen a UFO, but I have worked on things that are not public.
Yeah.
And so I think the combination of those two is what kind of brought me here.
Yeah. Well, no, I appreciate you sharing that. It's so difficult to tell. I don't know. I know Eric Davis, Dr. Professor Eric Davis, he wrote about psychic encounters, and he explored a lot of different ways that might happen, right? And the problem is, well, I think the problem is you get so deep into the realm of the subjective, it becomes difficult to know what, so is it them, or is it a projection, or is it something else?
And I feel there's a lot of disinformation out there. And of course, I read William Cooper way back in the 90s and all that. And I wasn't sure. I'm able to put the 80% that I don't know in the area of I don't know. And I'm just saying, it could have been a joke on me, but I never told anybody. It could have been a joke. I don't know. But I've had enough unusual experiences and some other things that happened. In South America, I was born in Lima, Peru. I wasn't born in the States. My dad worked for the government down there, doing other things I can't get into. And so because of these experiences and being in the vaults that they brought me into, I really do believe there are aliens, and I do believe they're here. And that's my opinion.
Yeah. I think, I don't know. I guess my gut feeling is I'm not, the only thing that I'm aware of is the Tic Tacs, I guess, and discs. I've read, again, I've heard contactee stories. I've heard all of the, and I tend to fall back to what's more concrete, I guess.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I think a lot of the people out there who claim contact are frauds. I would have to admit. And I think a lot of the videos, they put on the internet. And,
well, I know.
And the context of the video is more important than anything else because of CG. So
I know things. I think things get so complex. Like a good example of that is I read this, and this was an emergency room surgeon who wrote this. He said that he had a patient. It was heart surgery. It went badly. The man was clinically dead for like 5 minutes or something, right? And they managed to bring him back. They managed to get him patched up. And when he started to become conscious, the guy starts reciting this series of numbers over and over and over again, right? And the guy's almost like in a trance. He's, you know, and as he becomes more conscious, he keeps reciting, and finally he starts to become lucid, and he says to the doctor, he's like, write that down, you know. And so the nurse had written this down, and the doctor comes in, and the nurse tells him, she says, okay, well, he's been reciting this over and over again, you know. And this was the surgeon who did the operation. He was talking about the guilt that he felt. He was like, you know, we didn't realize that it would be this bad, and died on the table, and thank God we were able to bring him back, you know. And so this wasn't a person writing about the experience. This was his surgeon, you know, with all the feelings of remorse that went with that. And so the nurse tells the doctor when he comes in a while later, right? He's all scrubbed up and cleaned, and he's exhausted from this surgery. And she says, doctor, you know, he's kind of lucid now, and he's been reciting these numbers over and over again. He had me write them down. I don't know what it means, you know. And so the doctor, he kind of snaps the guy up, and he says, what's going on? What's going on? You know? And the patient was this elderly man, and he said, I know that I died on the table, and I was standing next to my body, and then I was in the air on the room. And he said, I could see everything. And he's like, I wanted to thank you for saving my life, you know, for bringing me back. And the doctor kind of looks over, and he's like, okay, people have these experiences. And the man says, I know they do. And he said, and I knew you wouldn't believe me. He's like, the numbers that I told you are the serial number on top of the ceiling fan. And so the doctor gets up on a ladder. They stop the fan. They get up on a ladder, or the ceiling light, or whatever it was. They check the serial numbers, and that was the serial number from the top, right? There's no way to see that from the, you know. And so that the doctor wrote this big long thing about it. I read this online, and he said he was like, I'll be damned. He's like, climbed there up on the ladder and checked it, and that was the exact number. And this was a long string of numbers. So things like this happen, right? I mean, and I don't know. I guess it's up to us to find out what the context is. Maybe we never do sometimes.
Yeah, I do wonder, you know, unless the guy that just spoke, Nuno, talked about, you know, 7 dimensions. I've heard 11. And you wonder, you know, there's tachyon, there's quantum entanglement, but what about just psychic? There might be a dimension where people can communicate in the future.
Well, yeah, and then there are so many crossover things too. What's his name? There's the Hammer off Penrose, where they've talked about microtubules, right, and quantum communication, or quantum, yeah. So there's a lot there. Well, Jeff, do you want to write me after maybe send me an email after the event, and we could talk more. Maybe there are some things that you could share, or something like that you feel comfortable talking about in the future.
Yeah, I'll talk in the future. And just so you know, like, my major field is rockets. So I've designed a lot of rockets.
Okay. Well, yeah, here,
7, 8 rockets and several thrusters. And
yeah, let me put I'll put my email into chat, and that's, yeah, so that's in chat there if you want to shoot me an email.
No problem. Thank you.
You have a session on rocket now. I hope you give a lecture on rocket at some point. One question for you.
Harold, I've been doing stuff on rockets. I've been doing, because I do a lot of defense interviews, and the U.S. government is crazy. And have you heard about rocket cargo?
Not that I recall at the moment.
The idea is, instead of using a C-130, instead of using a C-130 to transport things, if it's high value cargo, you can actually put it on a rocket, and between the economies of scale and the transport and stuff, they believe that in the next few years it may be less expensive to transport some things with a rocket, like literally rocket ship, you know, than it is to do a C-130, and it's a lot faster.
Well, that especially for the military, that makes sense. Like a SpaceX, take it over there. Oh, one question I have for Mark Fiorentino. It is there that he wrote a book, his book, Master of Reality, when he gave a presentation long ago. He talks about the sleep wave and the pressure gradients for propulsion. And he talked about, and I would like to ask him, I think might still be there about if he can expand on that. If he wrote some paper, technical paper on the sleep wave and the pressure gradient, because I have been using magnetic field pressure gradients in my experiment. And I know that pressure gradient is magnetic field gradient is very important in MRIs.
Mark is here. He might be, let me see, it's 4:22, so he might be doing dinner. A lot of people do dinner and they'll mute it out.
Oh, okay.
I clicked ask to unmute. And guys, I do have things, I have the conference set now so that people can unmute themselves. And in open discussion time, we don't do hands. We just, try not to, we just yell over each other, right?
Oh, but anyways, but I think it's like the important part is with the UAP, UFO, the propulsion system question. I know that several of the presenters have spoken about the magnetic field. They think about that there's a magnetic field gradient, driving the UFO, the propulsion component, because it's quite a mystery, and it's kind of one of the field of interest that I've been working on this magnetic field doing my experiments anyway. But that one is kind of interesting because for Mark Fiorentino, that he, in his book, Master of Reality, he actually described it, but he did not give, he just gave a presentation, no equation or nothing. And I want to know if he has written any technical paper that he can do.
You know what I can do?
Mm-hmm.
Harold, let me paste Mark's email into chat.
Mm-hmm.
And so you can email him. If he doesn't make a reappearance, and I'm sure he will, but if he doesn't reappear, then I just pasted his email in the chat for you.
Yeah, because I appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh yeah.
Can I speak? Can I speak?
Yeah.
So from what the gentleman said, probably those flying objects, they are not driven by magnetic field. And the reason is simple. It is possible to change gravity with magnetic field, but the required energy densities are so high, huge, that there could not be feasible a battery inside to support these huge magnetic field densities. So if it's possible, and if they produce the direct positive gravitational field, should be other technology that they can change locally geometry, space-time geometry, something that we still don't understand or don't know, you see?
Yeah.
And regarding what the gentleman said about psychic communication and other things, I just speculate, could be also new class of elementary particles that exists and produces these effects. We as a scientist, we should be open-minded that we never know all the laws, but also science does not give all the answers to everything that we observe in a certain moment. We should trust the scientific method, that if something is feasible and something is true, someday the scientists will work with it.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
many things we don't understand today, we cannot say the scientists will not work with it in the future.
Well, the reason why I say the magnetic field, because on experiment I have done, I have actually been able to produce propellerless propulsion with magnetic field, and I put several videos on YouTube demonstrating.
This is completely natural, because magnetic field also can influence gravity, or can the magnetic field is the photons, they behave like a positive density of energy, a positive gravitational potential. See?
Well, that's not a speculation. That is true. But the reason what I'm saying is because I'm using the Newton third law exception. 1820, Ampere discovered it. The French scientists at the which is part of the foundation of electrodynamics. But nobody have used it. I done the experiment, and sure enough, it worked if you do it right. And I put videos on YouTube to show, hey, I've done it. Here it is, that anybody can decide, hey, it is real or it's not. And right now I'm keeping my finger crossed, waiting for my patent to be granted. But yeah, I agree with you. There's still a lot of unknown about how magnetic field and intermingle with gravity is, but we're learning, and 20 years from now, we may know all the time more.
I will give an example. The Maxwell laws we work with, they don't forecast magnetic charge, but there are some theories which in science it's called. I don't remember the name. It's a non-commutative algebra in which they proposed solutions to Maxwell equations in order to include magnetic charge. So the Maxwell equations also are not the final law. Many thinkers and many scientists all over the world are working on developing the current ideas or the current models. This is why the scientists they are there. You see. Mm-hmm. So everything the only thing that it's not possible is to violate the conservation laws of physics. Many inventors and many people in the society they stand up with claims that violate the conservation laws, and this is something that it's not possible. If something exists or something is workable, should not violate the conservation laws of physics, because this is a fundamental assumption from the scientific community. And sometimes when the approach to new science or to new findings can be from the scientific world with the scientific method, or from inventors that they can find the principle and later on the scientists work this principle. There is no one way to find new things. And it's possible for inventors to find new principles or new things, but later on it's up to the scientists to explain them and to discover the law, you see. So in case you think you have electromagnetic propulsion, you should go, I suggest, you can go to the nearby university to speak with an open-minded professor of physics. There are a few, but there are. And try to interact with someone from standard science as to give a little bit insight to validate your experiment, you see. Because sometimes we think we are right, but we need the perspective of standard science to look at what we are doing and to understand if it's correct or not according to the standard science. You understand?
I'm an engineer. I've been an engineer for nearly more than 30 years. I have degrees in aerospace and electronics. I was an aircraft jet engine technician in the Air Force. So I have the technical background. I have spoken to the professor, but the most important part is show me the money, like they say in the movie. And I mean, show me the proof. You can have a theory, but you have to prove it. And that's what I have done. I have the theory, I did the mathematics, I did the experiment. And what I did, I applied for the patent and I put it on YouTube, the video for people to get it in.
And also, it's very important from an inventor side. If one discovers a new principle, that he can forecast a project or a way to make it viable.
It's not a new principle what I'm using. It's like I said, it's been there for 200 years and nobody has figured out how to use it. And I got lucky.
Okay, you are lucky.
Established part of electrodynamic and modern physics. If Feynman, in his lectures on physics, he talked about the same thing, the Ampere 1820 discover, and he gave an example on the when you talk
you
about
understand,
Maxwell equation and so on.
but you understand what I'm trying
Yes,
to say.
I
If you are working on something that you believe and your measurements they think it's working, then you should be able to look at it and say, with this, I can do this project, and this could be useful for this and for that. And
Yeah,
then
you're talking about scaling, I think, scaling it up, right?
Or not necessarily big scaling, but proving a workable principle, proving that it's useful in some way. And with this, then with proven economical viability of a new principle, then things can go with the principle. I must say, it's in today's world with thousands, millions of scientists working so many aspects. It's a very low probability someone discovers something new. It's very low. It's not impossible, but it's very low.
That's true. You know, that's one of the reasons what I wanted to go to Mach Fiorentino, because when he published that book, some of the things he said there I've already verified experimentally, and I want to know what technical paper does he have. And I'm going to email him about it, because I have I make the effort that everything that I do to be verifiable by outsiders. I already have somebody who verified independent from myself.
And Mark still isn't responding yet. He's still.
But that's okay. I will write him an email, because I want to know when I read his book. He's kind of like in line with experiments that I'm doing. And the other part, because Hoyer, Detlef Hoyer.
And Detlef was here earlier, actually.
Yes, I know he left. And he, in his presentation, the first presentation he gave, he put the field of physics for new proportion. I mean, it was very large. Basically, he made a map of the geography of the territory where the new proportion technology will be found. And then on the second one, he kind of narrow it down, and he proposed the idea of the triangle. And that really struck me, like, my God, the guy is on to something, because I was trying to represent how does Ampere, the principle of Ampere, using the principle of orthogonal currents, two orthogonal current in which one, for example, one electric wire, where he discovered horizontal, they say electric current flowing in one direction, and then you have the other electric current flowing in the perpendicular direction, and one wire exerts the force on the second wire, but the second one does not create a force, an equal and opposite force on the first wire, and that is a reactionist proportion project. Except in a complete circuit, they cancel out. But if you use the magnetic field only, then there you have pure reaction and proportion. And that's what I found out, that I analyzed it, did the equation and everything. Anyway.
Well, Harold, what you're talking about almost reminds me, Bill Alexhand, he heard his name. Bill Alexhand has been, Bill, we're in open session. You don't have to raise your hand, sir. Just jump in. But, Bill.
Yeah, Tim?
Yeah,
can you hear me okay?
Yeah, and Harold was talking about magnetic circuits and magnetic induction. Actually, he was talking about
I just want to mention to everyone that, they seem to interpret modern physics as like the law of the land, and it isn't. It really isn't.
I agree.
And that's because, what we have today in modern physics is what they call Maxwell equations, right? And it's like the law of the land, and it isn't. It isn't. What happened was that this guy by the name of Heaviside, I believe it was Heaviside.
Yes, Heaviside.
Took the original Maxwell equations, which were done in quaternion. You have to in electrical engineering, you have to do quaternion math to get the whole picture, okay? Because you're dealing with multi-dimensions and all kinds of really cool stuff. But the thing is that this guy by the name of Heaviside came along and just screwed everything up, okay, with the edited version of the Maxwell equations. And so we get this little confined model that we work with, and it's like it's our God. Okay, we are to worship it, and it's ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous, and it's not the complete model. And I've proven that with my technology here of this Tom Bearden scalar wave theory.
Well, Bill, the reason I mentioned you a moment ago was Harold was talking about. So Harold, what you were talking about fits with the scalar stuff that Bill has been working on. You guys should be, you guys should be talking. I'm going to go use the restroom really quick, but you guys should be talking because what you're working on, it sounds like Harold, it sounds similar to like what Bearden's working on with the MEG, where you're generating, you're generating a field.
Yeah, you set up these converging magnetic fields. Yeah. Now, what classical physics would say is that, well, the fields just cancel, end of story. And it isn't. It's not true because you're setting up these stresses. Okay, that's acting on the materials as well.
Well, that is true because when you have one of the things experiment I did was I put one magnetic field orthogonal to the other magnetic field vector. One is moving, the other one is stationary. When one is moving and the other one is stationary, there is a proportion force that happens between those two. And you ask, and what I did, that when you have that, you have what's called reactionless proportion because it agrees with Ampere original discovery. If you go to the 1820, and let me see, I have the book here. He gave it, and it was published in 1820. I will tell you the name of the, okay. In this book, you can see page 85, when he published what Ampere is called the theorem of the non-existence of interaction between orthogonal current elements. And that's where he shows the discovery that something odd is happening. He violated Newton's third law, which during his time, it caused a lot of argument and discussion among the great scientists of the time. And so here we have something dormant for 200 years that nobody have used, and suddenly, there is an application for it, producing proportion. And because it's using magnetic field, the things about magnetic field, the magnetic field do not violate each other. If you put the Newton third law exception on a search on the internet, you're going to find some people actually explain it and show that it's there. But what I found is that nobody have done anything to utilize reaction in reactionless proportion because everybody think it is impossible, that you're violating some law of nature. Well, there is room for new laws of nature.
Of course. Harold, I have a question for you. Which city are you speaking of? And
I am here in Downey, California.
And how easy it is for you to go to the university and to speak with professors of physics and to
already done all that. It's already done deal.
They are open-minded. It's easy for you to find open-minded.
The open mind is very simple. You can explain anything to them, as long as if you can propose anything, but you have to prove it. If you can prove it, then because then there might be something new there. But if you cannot prove it with an experiment and show it definitely, that means you're wrong. Period. That's it.
I'm sorry. I spend a lot of time trying to talk to professors, and then 99% just ignore my emails, and it's almost impossible. So I went to talk directly to them. They're more welcoming when you talk to them directly than by email. But you're not paying them, so they don't care. It's as if you're not their student. So it's very difficult to talk to professors in general.
Well, the professors, it doesn't matter because 100 professors can say no, but if they are wrong, you just basically pissing off 100 professors if you can prove them wrong. So I'm not interested very much in doing that on offending people, proving them wrong. I'm mostly interested is like, okay, if my device works, here it is, prove it yourself. That's my
Well, Harold, look, the profs are just gonna blow you off.
Yeah,
Okay? Because it's not in their textbooks.
true, I
Okay.
agree.
The latest Maxwell equations are in their textbooks, and that's what they teach. All right. And when you look at this kind of technology, it's not in there. It's not there. So therefore, it does not exist.
Yeah.
Okay?
But,
There's something wrong with what you're doing.
But-
No.
but
No, reality doesn't work that way.
but if we are lucky to find open-minded professors, there are a
Well,
few.
good luck with that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good luck. Come on.
It's
Yeah, I did try UCSD, UCLA, and New York University, some university in Ottawa, Charlton, on University of Ottawa, Sherbrooke, my own university. They don't reply. They don't care. They don't have anything to gain from you because you're not their student.
Right. Exactly.
Well, I think you could almost use the parallel, I mean, in a very real way. Science is the religion of our age, and you guys would be like monks where you're working semi-solitary in meditation and contemplation, developing new things. And your mainstream guys are kind of like I don't know what you call them, your clergy, they're doing marriages, they're teaching what the book says, and they're not stepping outside the box, right? So, I mean, in a weird, messed up sort of way, it probably is the way it should be. And they maintain the status quo, and then you guys are going beyond that. And someday
I agree with you. I second that because it's true. Because this conference is about new idea, open mind, taking everything. Some of the people, some of the speakers, the presenters may not find an audience someplace else because everybody, well, if it is not a standard teaching, then it doesn't work, even though it may work. So it's bringing something new, keep an open mind, get an idea, because we're not, from being in this conference, I already have different viewpoints, Beckler Hoyer, when he presented the stand about the fifth dimension, all those things, that's interesting, that's good, something that I found out, wow, it's part of my application, which I was doing at that time. And Mark Fiorentino, when he presented the sleep-wake drive, that's another important thing.
Yeah, all said it's true. I can say on my side, I could found open-minded professors here in Portugal who helped me to understand the fundamental theoretical physics. And then at a certain time, at a certain point, I am autonomous in my study. So when I speak to the professors, I speak in their own language. You understand? Because I grew up in the physics department of the university. I started working with the professor of cryogenic superconductors when I was 19 years old. So to speak with the professors or to speak with scientific people, we need to know their language to express ourselves in their language. And this is not easy. But many professors are closed-minded, as already said, it's true. But there are a few who are open-minded. There are also professors and people in the scientific world who are a little bit outside of the box thinkers. But unfortunately, the system is designed in such a way, if a professor says something that risks the credibility of the institution he is working with, then he could be fired. You understand? So we should look.
I know some professors in Portugal are doing interesting, leading edge proportion work, because I have read several papers. I don't recall the name of one of them right now, but I know one that is from the University of Porto in Lisbon. I read.
No, Porto. Wait. Porto is in the north of Portugal. Lisbon is in the south. Lisbon is the capital.
Somewhere in Lisbon, the university, I know he had written several papers and in conjunction with some Argentinian professors. I mean, I know that there's one in Portugal that is doing interesting leading edge work in proportion. I haven't read his paper, I read it about a couple of years ago, but I know somebody in Portugal is doing at least one. That I know. So,
So just to say that being an outsider can be also a very good opportunity.
It is.
But it is
an outsider looking in.
Yeah, and only a few have the courage to be outside thinkers.
Yeah,
this is very good.
I appreciate your comment. We all have open mind here, and it's okay to disagree because everybody here in this conference agrees to disagree. We don't have to be in agreement all the time.
Yes, of course.
It reminds me of
knowledge, new viewpoints.
The joy of being outside thinker is that we find new things.
Yes.
Because, you see, this is a joy, and we don't learn to be outside thinker at university. It's something born with. We are born with thinking. We like to think, and we like to see things other perspective. And this is very important.
Yeah.
I think cross-pollination is really important also.
Yes.
And that's one of the things that I like about this conference is, we don't always find ideas or inspiration where we're looking for them. Sometimes it's just, it's like lightning, right? You don't know where it's going to come from or where it'll strike.
This is the real thing you just said. For example, I don't know if you heard, now in Europe, we are facing a big crisis, a big energy crisis. The Russian has cut the gas to Europe. I spoke with some German friends. The gas price already doubled, and they said it will double again. And we are facing a very huge energy crisis in Europe, and this will force politicians to look for solutions. And some of them, they will ask the outside of the box thinkers to give suggestions on where the new solutions or the new technology can come. In the United States, you don't have energy crisis. You don't have.
That's a good point.
Well, yeah, and I would say, Nuno, I would say that even in the United States, gas prices in some areas, California especially, gas prices are pushing, maybe even exceeding $6 per gallon gas, right? And in liters, that's much higher. So
I'm speaking. Perhaps I apologize. My English is not good. I'm not speaking about the gas for the car. I'm speaking of the gas, the liquid gas that comes that North Europeans people use to heat their homes in the winter.
Natural gas.
I apologize for my English.
Oh, it's okay. No need to apologize. We understand you very well.
So since you brought up the subject, there's a salt water, their car running on salt water. They're very powerful. They have 900 horsepower. I don't know why this is not commercial. This is not mainstream yet, but it can replace like regular gasoline engines very easily. So
Bill, you'd have to be more specific about because I know there are a lot of different innovations, a lot of different branches in that avenue. So do you know which one who did this or?
Yeah, I can't Google it if you I forgot the name of the company. It's just Google salt water gas.
Then another one that I saw, and it wouldn't solve anybody's problems, but it works, is I actually have a Paul Pantone Geet engine, and I'll be damned if the thing doesn't work. It basically what he did was he moved combustion outside of the cylinder, and he's basically using a Rank-Hilsch tube for combustion. And it has some advantages. I mean, it won't solve any of today's problems, but the cylinders run cooler, the oil lasts longer, and it works. It works like he said. It doesn't do everything he said. He said that it would run on water and stuff, and he played a little fast and loose with some of that, but I've seen it up close, and I bought one from him, and it works.
Nice.
That's one of the benefits that we have of all this progress in technology. That there are always new things coming up, and new and better things will come up as we continue making progress. We have a lot of smart people on the planet right now.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you know,
And a
speaking
lot
of
of
which,
stupid people too.
this is a little nerd. I don't know if you guys are Apple guys. So I just upgraded my iPhone. The iPhone 14, it's similar to the old ones. But if you're an iPhone user, iOS 16, which goes back, right, that'll work on any of your old phones. iOS 16 is the one to upgrade to. This is really nice, has a nice lock screen and all that. So the new phone itself, I'm not seeing a lot of change, but the operating system, if you haven't upgraded yet, that's free for anybody who's on Apple. And unfortunately I can't speak to Android. I don't use Android, but I know they're always doing improvements too. So
yeah, the Android uses a garbage collector that's kind of sluggish. The interface is less efficient than on the iPhone because it uses a garbage collector. The applications are written in Java. But to answer your question, it's nano flow cell quant esports limousine. The company is Quant that uses the saltwater engines.
okay, well, thank you.
Yeah. So I'm not sure why this is not mainstream. It should be Tesla. It should be pretty much everybody. So it's been there for a while too. So
I mean, I get the impression that the status quo, science and technology is kind of like people putting in their time, right? They come into work, they do what they're supposed to do, they read the textbooks they're supposed to read, and then they go home for the day. And maybe that's the difference, is that open-minded people like in this conference, and like the few professors that Nuno talked about, that they're, what was that Kennedy quote? And he stole that from somebody else. It's some men see things the way they are and ask why. Other men see things the way they never were and ask why not.
That's the quote. That is the quote.
It's funny.
George Bernard Shaw. That was George Bernard Shaw.
I must say also, innovation. We are speaking about innovation in general, and all the societies want innovation. But if we look to the educational systems across the world, several countries have different educational systems, some of which promote better innovation than others. You see. So also, I don't know so well how it is in the United States, because I'm not so much into the United States culture as I'm on Europe. But from a professor, Portuguese professor who works in the United States, from a speech he gave here in Porto at university, he criticized a little bit that there is in the United States, the educational system, professors, so much competition, they must move from one university to the other. They cannot place roots on one place. And this kind of competitive system also does not allow someone to think, to have a free thinking. And when the professor has a job, he cannot be a free thinker, because he must earn his salary to feed his family. Then we cannot expect him to be open-minded. You see. Yeah, so we should look also how education system works worldwide, to understand what are the difficulties in the innovation process across several countries. In the United States, from what I have heard, the most important key quality of the United States Americans is entrepreneurship. An American sometimes have the ability to build their own things, to do their own things without the need of university. And this is a quality of the Americans, the courage to go. Yes, like these small thinkers here in this group. So, and Europe is more difficult, because Europeans don't have the United States culture. So innovation in Europe also exists, but very slow process. For example, the Bluetooth system was created in Sweden, because Sweden had the conditions for them to develop Bluetooth and we all use Bluetooth today. So also the professors are subjected to an educational system that more or less gives more or less freedom of action and thinking. And so we should not blame the person who is subjected to a system.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. And what I found is, I'm a little bit more familiar with Asian and American interactions, but I would say Asian culture tends to stress mastery of skills more than American culture does. And so, and this is just my personal experience, but my experience has been that in Asian cultures, the focus is less on innovation necessarily than it is on mastery of basic skills. And certainly, statistically speaking, Asian students in American schools do better. And a lot of that is because their families stress, okay, before you go out and innovate, you've got to master the basics. And I think in American society, one of my worries is that in some ways we're losing that, right? Is that we focus so much on individuality that and entrepreneurship, as you've mentioned.
For example, I give you an example from Portugal. Yes.
But it's true that Americans they motivate innovation a lot. There are big grants. The government gives huge grants for deep tech. They don't do that in Canada. They don't do that anywhere in Europe, not in the world. But that's fundamental, that's deep tech. That's the most important top part of technology that does not exist yet. And I think that's very important. And hats to United States for that. That's all for that. So I respect that a lot.
For example, I give you an example from Portugal. Portugal is a very poor country. And the professors, almost only a very few professors gets funding for their projects. The majority of the professors, they go to the university, they give their classes, and they come home standard. And for example, I get my things going from the technicians, from help from the technicians from the university. I go to the workshop of the mechanical engineering, and they are very helpful. And I don't interact so much with professors. Of course, I have professors to which I interact because they are responsible at the university. But I mainly interact with the technicians because they have the practical skills, the practical knowledge of working with things and making things. Okay. And so Portugal is an example, which as Portugal is very poor, the universities, there are not so much innovation at universities.
Well, listen, I remember the Professor Mario J. Pinero, Universidad.
Oh,
Lisbon.
Professor Pinero, I know him. I know him very well. Oh, Professor Pinero. So, Professor Pinheiro is a professor who is specialist in electromagnetic propulsion and alternative things for electromagnetic propulsion.
He has very interesting work.
Yes. From the theoretical side, he's a very good professor. And he is only assistant professors. This is a good example. A professor who is not a full professor, who uses creativity, and he also cooperates with MOD of Japan, Takashi Musha, Mr. Musha from MOD in Japan, and he tries to be a out-of-the-box thinker, you see. So
he has done great work. I have read his paper. Great work. Yes. I mean, and he's really at the leading edge, bringing new ideas.
Oh yes, but then some professors, they launch ideas, but we need someone to implement them, and there is difficulty in the practical side from some proposals. You understand? But Professor Mário Pinheiro, I think he will retire in 2 or 3 years, and he is one of the professors I speak with, and he is an example of a professor not being a full professor of physics. He's only assistant professor, but he thinks out of the box.
Yes, I agree with that. He has done very interesting way. He's pushing the boundaries. I mean, too bad that he cannot get funding, because if he does the experiment that he proposed and able to do that, then he can expand the boundary with the experimental result, which is very important. You know, like
I've heard of Pinheiro as well. It's been a while though. Can you tell me what he's specialized in? I'm thinking I'm thinking of Randy.
Professor Mario Pinheiro, he's assistant professor at Lisbon University, and he has some written papers with Mr. Takai Musha from Japan MOD. And his main specialties is electromagnetic propulsion theory.
Okay, so it's MHD, right?
He proposed, I don't know what that is, it means MHD. He proposes some models that with electromagnetism you can drag the ether, I think, on outside the ship and achieve propulsion. You see, because this is a very interesting concept from Professor Pinheiro. Because you know the quantum vacuum fluctuations and the Casimir effect.
Yes.
So these quantum vacuum fluctuations, some of them are from electromagnetic origin. So it's quite natural that with magnetism or electromagnetism, if we can influence these quantum fluctuations, that we can achieve a little bit propulsion. And I think this is the type of work that Professor Mario Pinheiro works. So I never studied his articles in detail, but he is like he in his concept, he considers the ether or the medium around the ship like a medium that with electromagnetic field you can
with the
interact
electrodynamics.
And Tony is saying that both of these. Tony, would you like to jump in? Tony is saying that both of these individuals came to his SPECIP conferences, and Tony, these were back around 2012, 13-ish, right?
Well, I think they came both to the one that you can hear me, right?
Yeah.
The conference that me and Paul did out in Albuquerque, they came to that one also, and then also
yes. Professor went to STIFE conference in Albuquerque. Yes.
Yeah.
He said to me, the name of the professor is Mario Pinheiro.
Yeah, I've heard his name so many times.
Yes, someone is asking what is his name.
He has done interesting work, especially when he came up with the idea of fluidic electrodynamics.
Yes,
that was really, throwing a monkey wrench and everything, because that kind of expanded the boundary right there. I mean, so new concept, good for the theoretician to explore, because it's very hard to get funding for things like that.
Yes. Professor Mario Pinheiro, he is an outside of the box thinker, and he is isolated in his work because he does not feel comfortable, or he did not found the proper institute to promote new ideas. And he said to me once, I can say because I think it's public, he said, no, for some professors, science is like a religion. So they have this fixed belief and people don't change the belief. You understand? Yes. And I think Professor Mario Pinheiro, some years ago, he created his own institute in Lisbon, and he created a web page of electrodynamics for promoting his ideas.
I didn't know that.
But you see, this is the difference. In Europe, some professors who are outside thinkers, they have difficulty to get funding and to get their projects going. And in the United States, perhaps an outside thinker can convince a billionaire to and easily get some funding just to test. You see, Europe.
Yeah, and there are limits. There are limits on that. Now, I would say there are limits to how you can get private funding. There are limits to how futuristic it is, how far outside the box, right? So yeah, there's a lot of innovation funding, but like for instance, right now, rockets are the things. I mean, they're still the thing, right? But the private rocket industry, and so there's a lot of funding out there looking for rocket engine makers and things like that. But when you get into electromagnetic propulsion, you're farther outside of the comfort zone of those funders, and so.
And
we
I can
still
say
have those
why.
issues.
And
Yeah.
you know why? Because in the United States, everything must be regulated by the FAA. And if you want to develop something new, you must prove to the authorities that it is safe. And the authorities must give the permission for this technology to be used. And the rockets for the moment is the only belief people have, the only thing to go into space and to be used to go to space. And here in Europe, for example, we also have a European authority that if someone develops a new technology, we must have the technology authorized, or there is a business special name to be credited, or to be, I don't know what is the business name for this, to have something registered or something authorized by the authorities. You see? But
now one thing that does interest me, and I see this as a path towards evolution, is I'm really excited about electric VTOLs, right? Like you've probably seen the Jetson one. Have you seen the Jetson one?
Yes, yes. The vertical takeoff landing.
Exactly. Now those by themselves, those are not that interesting, right? I mean, it's incredibly outdated technology. But what interests me about it is, from a business case, if those catch on well enough that people start to use those to commute, and in China, actually, there's a company called eHang that's doing this as well, and they're VTOL taxi companies. If people start to realize that commuting in 3 dimensions is faster, then I think that it will drive innovation in that area. And so that, that's not rockets, that's commuter transport, but it affects so many more people, right? Because with a rocket, I mean, what are the odds that any of us are ever going to be involved with that? But
you just saw the latest launch from Blue Origin failed, and you saw this. They launched a payload with the scientific instruments, and they had to abort the launch. So, and we had the image that Blue Origin had things very well controlled. You see?
Yeah.
So even with strict quality control, things can go wrong with rockets. So rockets, it's still very dangerous. Regarding VTOL, from my knowledge, Europe legislation from the European community is starting to allow or to be open that this can take place. But sincerely, those type of technology, they are very loudly and they last only 20 minutes. So it's very limited.
Yes, they're very limited.
But with progress.
I think it will drive innovation. I think once it starts to, once it starts to catch on, people look for a better way. You know what I mean? That's my hope, is that once they see it's possible, they'll want to do it better.
At present in Europe, we have the war in Ukraine. So at present, the urgent topic is to solve the energy crisis. And I think in the future, this winter will be very hard for the Germans and for the North Europeans because of the cut of the gas source from Russia. And I think many people will look for solutions for innovation in the energy sector. I think it's the priority now in Europe.
Oh, and so Bernie just told me that he's back. Bernie's back. So Bernie, I'm waiting for Mark, if Bernie is here, and we're in open session, so just, okay, and he said about 15 minutes, and again, I'm hoping that Bernie can talk about low energy nuclear reactions. And then Mark.
I just think to solve this energy crisis, people will go back to these small nuclear reactors. They are being developed. The small sized ones.
It seems like that's the fastest path, right? I mean, because there's a pressing energy solution there.
Yes.
So, and then about 5 more minutes and Mark will be ready, and we'll see how things are going with Mark. I may hand off host control to Mark for a bit, and then and I can make dinner for my child and all that.
So it's already very late in Portugal. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. I must say
Yeah,
goodbye to all.
yeah.
And
Nuno, thank you.
congratulations for your discussion forum. I think it's very useful. And someday perhaps a politician or a billionaire will come to the group, and then we'll want to interact more with you. Let's hope.
Thank you for the good wish.
Harold, we can never say a billionaire will come and you say, Harold, let's put it working.
Everything is possible.
Okay,
Thank
so all
you.
the best from Portugal. Thank you very much for all.
Give my best.
Have a
Professor
wonderful
Pinheiro.
evening, sir. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you very much. All the best. Thank you.
Harold, I've been secretly admiring your room in the background. Did you just repaint in there?
No, it's been the same color.
For some reason, I never noticed it before. Maybe it's the lighting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it. It's just the nice white contrast with the the white fixtures and the blue.
The turquoise blue, yes.
Yeah.
I like them myself. Kind of keep me relaxed. It's a relaxing combination of color. The white with the turquoise blue. That's what. We're having a good session today. That's great.
Yeah. Well, it's pretty mellow.
A lot of back and forth too, which is important, because that's the idea, Everybody can.
Mark Tino just said he's back. You had a question for Mark, right?
I do.
Okay.
Be available there, put them.
Yeah, there he is right there. Yeah, Harold was asking earlier about, he had a question.
Yeah. What I want to know is, in your book, Master of Reality, you brought the idea of the sleep wave, the pressure gradient, and then you want to describe how to develop propulsion system and so on. And that I have done in some of my work. I think, that it makes sense, I've been doing something similar like that. So I want to know, have you published any technical paper in which you expand the idea from the mathematics, from the physics viewpoint in which you explore it?
Not for the slip wave, for the gravity theory. Yes, I have on my website. You can go to the front page there. There's a link. There's a link right. There's a series of buttons. You go down and there's a research paper on unification of gravity, inertia, and mass. That paper has got one little glitch in it I need to fix, but other than that, it's in the Newton's area, Newtonian area. I need to change the formula there. But other than that, that explains the unification of force of gravity, which is based on the old ether theory that I found was correct in my research and needs to be brought back. It's the correct model instead of the quantum model is not usable. It's still suited for a theory of everything.
Oh, so, Mark, could you let me see. Pablo is asking you what your website is.
www.super-relativity.com, super-relativity.com.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Sorry for interrupting.
You got links to blogs and all that stuff there as well. But the slip wave is the key discovery of how particles move. And using that knowledge, I was able to extrapolate over to a system that can be used that I believe that the alien technology is using. It's the most sensible, logical approach, which we've all discussed on here many times, either magnetogravitic or electrogravitic. These methods work because they're manipulating the fundamental field, which is the ether field, which is a quasi-elastic solid. So you bend that thing, you create a force, either the magnetic force, the electrostatic force, the gravitational force. So the key to creating a field that UFOs use, obviously, they're not using rockets, they're not using jets, and they're not using ion propulsion. They're using a spatial bias drive. Let's just get right to it here. And if we want to get going, that's the road that we got to follow. That's the path. And so I'm doing experiments right now. You guys have inspired me, so I've started doing my own experiments. I built my own lab, and I kind of bought all the equipment, and I'm running experiments now. Hopefully, I can generate enough energy to create the anti-gravity field, but that's a tough thing to get into because it's suppressed wickedly by our government. I mean, they don't kid around. If anybody gets close, they knock them down. And that and any kind of energy work that we're going to do, any kind of unity gain kind of system that comes into being gets crushed. And I know for sure, because I've talked to people who've worked in the energy field, and particular power company, who worked in the patents office, who said they have patents that they bought and shelved. And they said these patents could change the world. So there's people making the discoveries, but they're getting suppressed over and over again. And somehow we're going to have to get by that. Some way we're going to have to be creative and run the end around these guys that are shutting everybody down. So definitely my book outlines in great detail how we could go about the one thing that you hit on is the slip wave thing and the mathematics. I wish I could team up with a physicist because I know the model. And from the model, you can derive the equations. Unfortunately, I'm not a highly skilled physicist or mathematician. It was a miracle I worked out the gravity problem. I mean, it was just after many years of working it out, and then I realized Newtonian mathematics differential equations, rank 2 tensors, were the right path. And I was able to find a physicist who trained me on the math. I said, I want to learn these equations because I know how to use them. And then from that, I wrote the paper. Once I had that all worked out, I put it into a computer program and set it all up to prove that gravity comes about. Gravity is really nothing more than a contraction of space. And then how does that happen? Since space is a fundamental field, the ether, you cause it to contract. So in some way, particles or particle motion is the way to do that. And if particle motion, which is basically in my book, I tell you, is accelerated, unbalanced charges, when they move in this manner, causes a contraction around the particle itself. So anti-gravity is just the opposite. So we have to find a particle, typically an electron, which can be used to create an expansion of space. That's how the slip wave works.
Yeah, because that's what I was looking when you talk about from designing, the sleep bias drive, using magnetic field, and somehow you place, and you start spinning, and I was looking for the mathematics because I have done experiment. I'm still doing experiment using magnetic field and how magnetic field create reactionless proportion and propellant proportion. And because you use the slip wave from the particle viewpoint, more likely you are on one side and I'm talking, my research is leading from the other side. So I wonder, where is the comparison and contrast? And that's what I was asking. You have done the mathematical model that I can compare with mine so that I can, because I still do an experiment. I need to do more, but I'm getting there.
Well, the whole thing with the magnetic field is a rotation of space. And that only happens when there's charge in motion. So the magnetic field is really a secondary, it's an emergent field. Whereas the electrostatic field, the things that all particles are made up of, a charge, the Coulomb force, is a primary, a foundational field that exists within the ether. It's a structure. It's a wave, like small waves. And when those waves exist, they're basically twists. So that causes the motion, because this twisting of the structure of the electrostatic field, which is either clockwise or counterclockwise, creates a pressure gradient from the front to the back. And that's what causes the motion.
Yeah, you were describing vortex.
This would really get back to Heaviside and Maxwell. These guys were the closest on that. So if you want to study those guys and the equations they came up, especially anything concerning vortex and torsion fields, there's where the equations may already exist. And they may be sitting back there, because the equations I used for the unification of force of gravity were over 200 years old. I had to piece them together into a system of equations. That's what you'll see in that paper that I wrote. So you execute this system of equations, you generate all the pieces necessary to calculate the mass of a neutron and proton.
Oh, okay.
So, and so I'm able to predict it exactly without any need for something that's this big crutch in science, which is the gravitational constant, which is an ad hoc number they came up with that describes a force of attraction. So if I can predict mass without using the gravitational constant, or any constant really other than the speed of light, which I don't use exactly the speed of light, because the particles inside the neutron and proton are not moving at the speed of light. They're moving at 99% the speed of light. And you will find another paper that I did 4 or 5 years before that gives me the number. I calculated out exactly what the speed of the quarks are inside of the proton and a neutron. And it just so happens I needed that number to complete the second paper. It's kind of an odd coincidence that out of the blue I would work on that and write programs to calculate that, and then need that number later to finish the other set of equations. So it's a miracle that I got that far. But you're on the right track. And so in order to get the equation necessary for the slip wave formula, which is something that Einstein was working on, as it turns out, he too realized that you need to find the cause of particle motion. Physics, they don't deal with it. Particle motion, you ask a person about how particles move, a physicist, and then they'll go, oh, you're getting deep into the foundation. There's no explanation for that. There has to be, because without particle motion, we don't have the magnetic field and we won't have the gravitational field.
You're talking about the trefoil for the particle motion, because that's
the trefoil is the geometry.
The geometry, how the particle moves to create the motion inside the particle.
That's an accelerated motion of unbalanced charges. The trefoil pattern, well, I got that. I knew I had to find that pattern. And I looked all over the place until I found it in a near-death experience of all places.
Because it looked like it would produce a non-symmetric force.
It creates
that would create the motion of the particle.
The motion of the particle, the slip wave, is active inside of the quarks, because they too are vortex-like. Quarks, in my theory, are basically parts of electrons and positrons. It's no coincidence that they're either 2/3 or 1/3 of a charge of an electron or a positron. And we know when we smack them hard enough together, an electron and a positron, quarks come out of that crash. So there's your evidence that has yet to be interpreted properly, but it's right there in front of their faces. And so in this configuration, those partial charges are stable. They form a stable geometry, especially in the proton. That thing lasts the time of the entire universe, but not the neutron if you isolate it. And there's a reason why, if you use intelligent design theory, why the neutron is unstable. And I tie that all together. I don't know if you've gotten to that point in the book yet.
I read the book, yes, and kind of
Okay.
the part that got my attention was because I'm looking from the viewpoint of if I want to build a propulsion engine that can deliver, propellant thrust, and so it looks like on the sleep wave drive, especially since I have been using magnetic field gradients to create a propulsion force, then that would make sense. So I wanted to know what is the mathematics.
You
behind
want,
it.
well, you want to change that a little bit and try your method first, but you should try to create a vortex structure using moving magnetic fields.
Already done all that. That's what my work is based on.
Okay, good.
I'm using the Ampere theorem of the forces between orthogonal magnetic fields.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. We need to get that math, and I'm thinking about it all the time. That's what I do. I'll think about something for weeks, months, even years, and eventually it matures in my brain, and I'll come up with some sort of an equation for it. But I'm getting pretty old now, so I'm running out of time here.
Well, with the new
guys, just to jump in,
technology, you can.
I believe that Jeremy Reese is going to be. I believe him and Mark are going to be doing some conference updates, and then after that, we're going to Bernie.
He adopted it.
All right.
Oh, Jeremy.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're having troubles with the camera right now. We're just working on it. Just give us a moment.
I'm gonna have to reset in order to fix this problem. So I'll be right back. I'm gonna have to restart my computer, and then I'll have a camera. I'll be right back. Give me 5 minutes.
Okay.
Hey Tim, I'm just I got the other computer up now. I'm just 5-10 more minutes loading the videos to the right spots, and I'll be ready as well.
Good deal. Okay. Well, yeah, and so yeah, I would say with Jeremy Reese, he's reloading, so he'll be in a few minutes, and then I'm going to ask them to hand it off to you, and and again, just try to be aware not to do, if possible, don't do sound on anything that's copyrighted. It seems like the sound is what does the copyright strikes.
Yeah, everything I'll be playing is just videos from my own channel that I've already ran, so
sweet.
there's no issues
Okay.
at all.
Yeah, there you go, man. Yeah, it's been a long day. It's good conference though. I'm still getting used to once a month. Every 2 weeks was good, but we were burning people out. So, yeah. But then the problem with every month is like I've got for next month, I've got too many people lined up. So yeah, I would say Bernie, try and just keep doing research on LENR also, and that way you can kind of.
100%. Because yeah, next time I'll try to dive into some of Maury B. King's work. He's someone that's been in the field for like 30 years. He's done lots of presentations in like the global breakthrough energy movement. I will cover also some of like Stanley Myers and a bunch of Martin Fleischman's work as well.
Yeah, that'd be cool, man. That'd be cool.
Yeah, so I will get back
I've
to
met
loading that
Moray
video.
at Tesla Tech. I don't think I've met Stanley Myers. I met Moray, and then I never met Fleischman. I think he passed, right?
Yeah, yeah. Well, as did Stanley Myers, but I believe his twin brother, is still alive, supposedly. It would be awesome to get him on at some point.
Wait, there's Jeremy.
Okay, I'm gonna go keep setting up and loading stuff, so I will be back.
Oops, sorry, Jeremy. I just muted you on accident. Try it again.
I'm just restarting my computer. I told it to restart without updates, but it went ahead and is doing the updates anyway. So I'm just waiting for it to restart because my webcam and stuff just shut down on it for some reason and stopped working.
Now, are you going to try and do a presentation today? You're going to wait on the presentation, right?
I did the presentation at this conference here. I'm a little bit lagged and tired to do something today.
No, if you guys can just do an update.
I want to work on it a little bit before I present it again.
Yeah, so the only caveat would be the fellow Paulo who's doing the conference really didn't want us to cover any of their content. So, so if you guys just do an update on what you saw, right? Just your experience, I don't think anyone would have complaints on that.
Yeah. I'm not going to steal. I don't want to post any of his content. Of course, my presentation is my own content, and I've never gave up rights to that by speaking at his conference. So I'm going to be doing that a different version of that presentation for probably. I'll do one for APEC probably. But yeah, I'll give a synopsis of kind of what went down here. I guess Richard Dolan opened it up with a lot of interesting research that he'd done into this sort of, is there a secret space program? Are there crash retrieval teams? Or where might these things be? Where might these things be operating out of? And shared some interesting points and some stuff on that. They had Nick Pope there. We also had Tony Rodriguez, who's sitting here with me now, sharing his story. He's one of the guys that claims he was part of this secret space program, or a witness to it and inducted into it. And so that's some interesting stuff. We also had Nick Pope on to talk about what he's doing. He's co-hosting the Basement Office now with Stephen Greenstreet, which is an interesting show. And also, let me see who else was speaking. There was a couple of these, like I said, the secret space program witnesses. Chris here, and then who else presented? I presented yesterday, and Mark presented, and that sort of I think that was sort of stole the show with a lot of people's expectations and the attention that they realized, wow, there's so much technology and like real science hidden in these declassified documents and that came out of these programs and these government programs. And I think that's important because the government's we spent 20 million or so at least of our tax dollars on the ATIP program and stuff, so it's deserving that we should get some of that technology, some of that information and technology out of that. But then
Mark, I see Mark giving me a look. What is the look?
Oh, I'm just looking at what's happening over here. So, to my right here, we have Tony Rodriguez, and he's in the middle of making a sketch. So, Tony's what you call one of those 20 backers, and he's a pretty humble guy. He's telling a story. It's nothing about it is glamorous, and I was pressing him last night for any engineerable data of any technology that he saw. he had nothing on the crafts, nothing on any of the health stuff. But what he did see was they had this gravity plating when he was on a base in Ceres. And while he was walking I'll let him tell the story.
Oh, I'm on. I didn't know. Can they hear me?
Yeah, they can hear you. You're on right now.
Hi, guys. So admittedly, it's hard pill to swallow, the information that I've shared, but I've been researched by Dr. Sala, a bunch of researchers, quite Q&A. There's a lot of overlap with my testimony with other testimonies. And there's a lot of things that I knew when I got my memories back that were corroborated with the insiders and actually government insiders that panned out. And so since I've researched the things that I remember going through, a lot of things that I researched panned out. I called out the salt spots on Ceres, that in fact was a geyser. And the early dawn probe back in 2015 and 2016, I said the early dawn probe results were that it was sulfur and a bunch of other minerals. And I said, no, it's salt. There's a slight amount of magnesium in there. That was a geyser. And then in August of 2020, NASA confirmed that it was in fact briny salt. So that was something that corroborated my story, and that's why I still talk about it. But what I remember is that inside the planetoid Ceres was a breakaway group, about 250,000 people living. They had artificial gravity plating. They had miles of it, millions of square feet that was all powered. And they had giant oxygen making machines that were the size of a 2-story house. And they had several of those that turned out, and they had a giant hangar base. And they were infrastructure that was built inside something that ETs had left behind and that had been abandoned. So everything was connected by trains. I lived there about 12 years out of my time there. And the last 3 years of it, I was promoted to the point where I was cargo engineer on a ship, and I had freedom to move about. And it was under heavy construction. And one of my trips out, when I got off at a train stop, I connected, and they were installing the gravity plating, the flooring, and I was able to see a pile of it and see a look of it. And what I remember is that the breakthrough that they said, one of the things, they had octagon shaped, the size of a coffee can. They had 2 hard plates about 14 inches thick, and in between they had rows of, I don't know if you guys can see this. They had rows of a lead looking metal, they said was an alloy that was mixed with an exotic metal. It was an inert metal mixed with an exotic metal. They were shaped about the size of a coffee can. They said the octagon shape was actually the trick. So I don't know if that's what they did to squeeze them in tighter. Like, I don't know the amount of them that they had in between the plates. I drew 9 here. It could have been as many as they could have fit in there. They had 2 major coils that looked like brake lines that were connecting the plates, and each of them plugged into each other with nodes that were powered. They were about 1 meter by 1 meter size, in square foot. The plate, it was about 1 meter by 1 meter. And they all plugged in together, and every so often they had a plate that helped power it. It was a marvel. It was something we always talked about because it went on for miles, literally. The range of artificial gravity was about 30 feet, about 10 meters above this. And the plates inside the ship, the grav mat, they called it, was actually the official name was grav mat. The mats on the ship, the beams were focused and they would cross, so they only had a shorter amount. Instead of the 30 feet up, they would cross the beams. And there were people that had to go to the doctor because their workstations would be where the beams crossed, and they would get hip injuries or leg and joint injuries if they had to work inside where the beams crossed for a long time. I'm not a tech guy, to be honest with you. This is what I saw.
I got some tech stuff questions to ask us. One of the things you said was this 30 feet. They said the field drops off after 30 feet.
You also mentioned.
So that would imply like a more than 1 over r squared relationship. That's like an r 1 over r cubed or something if it's dropping off after only 30 feet.
Right. So there was a phys ed program in the gymnasium, and they had purposely built the gymnasium to be like 32 feet, or just enough to where it was a challenge to throw a ball up and have it stay outside of the gravity without hitting the ceiling and bouncing back down. It was kind of a game. And when you go there, there'd be a bunch of gym balls laying up there. The fall off was very little, was the last 5 feet or so when the gravity would fall off. It was constant up till about the last 5 feet, and then there was fall off that they would talk about.
So it's not the R square.
Yeah, well, that's one of the things that would
be, you know, if you're creating an artificial gravity field, then it drops off after 30 feet.
So coincidentally, the ship was also hard capped at 10 meters. 10 meters kept coming up. The ship was hard capped. They said that even when the ship was damaged, it would still stay. They didn't have any landing gear. The bigger ships had no landing gear at all. Once they were turned on, they never landed. And they were hard capped above every surface at 30 feet or 10 meters. Everything was in metric. 10 meters and above.
So we're looking at these octagon shaped things over here. They look, was it similar to like a beehive?
So they looked like lead. They were like a dark gray material. They looked heavy.
Holes in them too.
And they were hollow. They had holes going down the center of them, and they were octagon shaped. So I don't know if they were packed in more tightly. There was a screw. There was the power coupling here, and then they had like a male female where they plugged into each other. Would be on the side too, and there was the motherboard. They would have motherboards and circuitry going in between them. So that's because of the coil.
Oh, yeah, I think you're missing it from the picture.
Yeah.
Coils, where were they?
So these are my coils. So they had one on each corner, like a coil, and it looked like a brake line. To be honest, it was about the 1/4 inch size of a metal coil that was flexible. They had one on each side. Like I've got one here and one here. But I wish I had more for you guys, but I literally I was in between train stops. I got off the train and was going to another train stop down, and I saw a pile of these, and I poked my head in and looked at it. We were all impressed by the way that the GravMat worked. The other thing is these were adjustable. There were ETs that were used to lighter weight. There were the larger ETs come from lesser gravity planets. The heavy gravity planets produce shorter, more stout ETs, and they had a wristband or a jewelry or something that would adjust it as they walked. So if you walked near one, you could feel the gravity depreciate. So they were adjustable. They would have something that would adjust the gravity to their environment so that they were comfortable. It wasn't too often, but there were ETs that did have that happen. And so I don't know. I flat out don't know if 30 feet was the limit or if it was just a power consumption thing. Like the power output was a big deal, not only on the ships but in the colony as well. They were limited on how far they could build these things out by their power output, and it was a big deal for them. Power is something they always complained about, and so I believe they took a great deal of power.
The main thing in Star Trek is like where do we send the power because they're attacking. Was there any other clues about how this worked? Oh, I see Pablo has his hand raised, and I guess we can go to open discussion. We start asking questions. Again, Tony, I grilled him last night. He doesn't really know much more than what he saw, and
I know. Yeah.
I grilled him also asking, was there any plastic involved? I'm thinking maybe it's an LC circuit. Maybe there's a capacitor there, and maybe the metal wasn't touching both sides, but he doesn't remember seeing any plastic.
And again, we want to be sensitive to time also, because Paulo had some concerns about us going too long, right?
I don't want to waste your guys' time here. It's just
it's not a waste of time. It's
the octagon shape. I know was something that they said it was important. They said that they had researched it, and it was what's the word? No, what do you call it? Where it was like the power that it took was intermittent until they changed that shape. So it was something like that. So I might be a little bit wrong on it, but changing the shape of that material to an octagon shape and packing them in was what solved it, basically, from conversations that I overheard. And like I said, it's akin to walking and listening to people that are working in a nuclear power plant. You don't know how it works afterwards, but you pick up a thing or two, and that's kind of what it was. But I remember that the octagon, and like I said, each of those was about the size of a coffee can, a Folgers can, was about the size of it. I think if I had to remember right and guess, I'd say the height of it was about 14 inches. But I know that they were about a meter or 1.1 meter by square. In square footage was the size of each one.
Okay. Well, thank you. Yeah. So Mark, did you guys want to take over hosting the conference now or?
Yeah, I'm still setting up my computer because it's 100% complete. It's just doing something, I don't know, and it's almost done. Because right now, my audience watching this live on YouTube cannot hear you; they can only hear us.
Okay.
So let's continue with our presentation, so you know they wouldn't miss out. Mark Ferrantino, I think you had a question for Tony.
Yeah, if anyone has questions, yeah.
Let's try to keep it, you know, off the Secret Space program, just solely on the technology that he was that he saw.
Actually, I had just left my hand up from before. I just took it down just right now. Sorry about that.
One thing that struck me interesting that may be of interest to people here is this shape is similar to what we see in a beehive. And Rabinnikov talked about beehives and the geometry being important with some of his experimentation. Maybe there's some connection there. Hitting a resonance in such a shape may make a difference.
The other thing about the question about no unlimited power, so they had units that were free energy, but they only had so much output, and they were limited by the material that it was made out of. They were getting material from ETs that were closer to the center of the galaxy and much more faster star forming regions. There was an exotic material that helped them build free energy, larger ones, power output. So that was a military issue, and they guarded the really high output generators were a classified thing between the ETs. So yes, there's free power, but petawatts and beyond is something that was like a military thing. Like there were different class of ships that had a great deal of power output, and it was guarded. And it was a requirement on it. It was dependent on a exotic material that was found towards the center of galaxies. That I remember.
And Pablo was asking about the size of each octagon. I think you.
Yeah, like I said, it was about a Folger can, right around a Folger can size. It was a heavy unit. Like these were heavy. They were forklifted into place. You know, like
did you see any
when they were in the gravity area.
Were any of them physically damaged like that?
Well, the pile that I went, they weren't fully assembled either.
And there was no plastic components or dielectrics visible.
There were plastic. There was. It looked like a computer motherboard. There were motherboards. There were. Where am I here? There were computer components. Let's look at this. Right here. This thing's in our way. So there were every now and then there were computer components in each individual one. So I don't know if that was about power or what.
You also mentioned you saw a pipe that was like a coax or something.
Well, that was this.
Oh, that was that thing that big.
The other thing is it had, I don't have these really represented here, but it had like a pipe that limited it, you know, that kept it, again, in the four corners of it, it had a pipe that was a hard surface.
What was that pipe made out of?
It just looked like a galvanized, like a conduit pipe. It was just a structural.
Did you see anything there that was not silverish color, like copper?
It was all dull. It all looked like industrial, like just raw alloy. All right, not shiny.
We got a couple questions. This one comes from the audience. This one comes from Joe Rogan. He wants to know, have you ever smoked DMT before?
No.
I'm just kidding. Do you fear disclosing this?
It's too late. I've been at this for 6 years. So I have a website, TonyRodriguez.com. My book was a bestseller. I've been 300 plus interviews on YouTube. I have a Patreon channel. I've been on Gaia TV. I've been at this for 6 years. This is old news. It's too late. I came out and disclosed in 2016. I did a few interviews and went immediately. I was taken by the Air Force. I was interrogated by the Air Force at one point. I was also contacted by Special Forces and offered to be a consultant for them when dealing with other things that I can't say. And this is all water under the bridge as far as me being afraid of talking about it.
Did they force you to sign an NDA for that? For any of those?
I can't say.
You can't say whether you signed an NDA.
I can't say.
Okay. Okay, that's interesting.
All right,
yes,
so your name
they're
again?
a solid metal. They were a solid metal.
The hexagons are solid metal.
Yep.
And there's no liquid inside, right?
Nope. Not that I know. I didn't see it finished.
it's Chris. You also mentioned that you thought you saw like hexagon female sides that they could fit into. Was that?
Well, like these, well, that's what so we were talking and he's kind of asking if there was a coupling or some kind of like a buffer, like like a insulator that they sat in between. And I thought that there may have been like a little chamfered, like a little I'll hold this on there, where a little chamfered, like a recess that each individual one could sit into. I think that could be possible too, but I'm not 100% sure.
Who was in charge of assembling those? Is that like a separate?
They had a crew of guys. They had slave labor.
Like you, right?
Mm-hmm. That's what the abduction thing is. It's slave labor. They abduct people, they go work for their time, and they put them back with no memory. That's why the economy of the secret space program, people go, how come there's $1 trillion ship? How so many of these spaceships? They're not $1 trillion. They're using slave labor.
Slave labor that doesn't even remember it.
And then they delete your memory and you go right back to your
And how long ago was this? And when, like,
I was there, it would have been the late 90s. When I saw these plates, would have been the equivalent of 97 or 98.
A long time ago. Well, when did you start getting your memories back of all this?
April of 2000, end of April, first 2 weeks of May of 2015. I had the memory recall event. There's quite a bit about it. It was studied.
And what is that like triggered by?
I got an MRI.
Oh, right. You mentioned that the MRI scan. Did they find
Any other
anything?
questions?
So the strong magnetic field is what you think undid some of whatever locked those memories away?
Well, it was there was like a perfect storm of events that brought the memories back. It's a whole subject. People kind of debate about it. But ultimately, it happened in one blow where I just had a recall and I went, oh my God, that happened. And I went, oh my God, that happened. And then I staggered around, and the next day when I woke up, I thought I was getting years of memory at a time. And I remembered places on Earth, Peru and Seattle and Inyo Kern, California. And when I found those places on Google, I saw that they were doing good.
Yeah, let me get that there.
So it's only when you saw confirmation through known, Google Earth pictures and stuff like that.
So
you remember they realized these were real, not hallucinations.
Right. So I remembered living in places on Earth for a couple of years, a couple places that I'd never been, and I could prove that I've never been. And when I went on Google Earth, I thought, man, I should be able to find it. I had these memories and I couldn't solve what was going on. And I went to Google Earth and lo and behold, found the house, found the place. And then I went to the Seattle one. So Peru, I can't go there. I went to Seattle and I knew the entire area. It was one of the islands around Seattle. I can't really divulge the name of the people publicly because
no problem with that. But getting back to the plating, you mentioned also that on board the spacecraft there was a thinner version of plating.
Right.
That had round.
In between decks of the ship, there were thinner ones, and they instead of an octagon shape, they were encased. They had a cover. Each individual one had a cover around it, like a plastic cover. They looked round.
Plastic.
Yeah, it looked like it was plastic, and they were smaller. So where these were
plastic.
White, everything in the ship was white. Was an off-white. They painted even the metal was like an epoxy paint that was an off-white. So pretty much that was the thing. And then towards the front of the ship, the command area, they had carpet. They had black and red carpet with white walls. But those were a smaller system that was in between the decks of the ship, and they had problems. So there were areas in the ship that had less gravity or had a perturbed gravity. Like the main cargo bay in the back kept having cargo problems of getting scooted around, and they didn't know why. And so they would paint the floor. They painted the floor with a traction paint with an epoxy that had traction. That didn't work. It still scooted. And then they put grip tape down, and so then they tied it down, and the boxes got crushed. The cargo actually got crushed when they tied them up. So then they went back to the engineers, and they found out that it was when the ship performed a certain maneuver that it was perturbing the field at the very back of the ship. And so whenever they were going to perform any of those maneuvers, they made sure there was no cargo in that area. They had to quit putting cargo there, basically.
That's interesting piece of possible engineer data. Mark Ferrantino, you have a question?
Yeah, is that, would you call that inertial leakage that caused that problem?
I think we made fun. We made fun of the guys in the sea bay for that they just didn't know how to stack things right. But I think it was the field that it made around it. So the ship had an oddball shape, and the field of the ship wasn't on center. So on the ship, when it performed maneuvers, like if you imagine the field that it made, that it moved, which I understood it was about 3 feet off the hull. Like when it went underwater as well, and it made the water weightless, so it pushed it out of the way. And my understanding was that it was about 3 feet off, or one meter, a little more than a meter off the hull that the effect was. But because the ship, it wasn't a disc, it was like a pointed at one end. And the back end of it that was rounded off was where that effect would happen. So the field would move during certain maneuvers. I don't know what maneuvers, if it was barrel rolling, I don't know what. But certain maneuvers that it did would perturb the field, and it was a design flaw. It was a design flaw in that ship, which they had bought the chassis off. They had traded to get the chassis of that ship from an extraterrestrial race. They bought the chassis, and then they put their own systems in it, like their own chairs and things.
Just let me get this clear. So this ship was one of ours that we built, or one of theirs?
The ship belonged to the Ceres Colony Corporation.
The Ceres, and who's that exactly?
We are a Deutsch breakaway civilization from the end of the 30s, and they're from the European, and they
okay,
went there and moved in. About 250,000 people live inside planetoid Ceres.
This is amazing. Okay, thanks.
Sorry, I know it. Like I said, it's a hard pill to swallow if you'd never heard of it before. So I'm sorry, but in the interest of time, I'm just kind of dumping on it.
Yeah, it's fits with something I heard from somebody else entirely different, but so that doesn't really surprise me. It's a Norwegian kind of a thing.
We got our sound.
I gotta switch this out. We're technical.
Jeremy, you got two speakers going. You just have to mute one of your speakers, I think.
No, I'm give me a second. I know what I'm doing. There we go. All right.
Okay, can you hear us now?
Can you hear us now? Everyone hear us?
Much better, much better.
Cool. Yeah, the stream's working. Everything's good. All right. Yeah, I had to switch it back to the other computer so that.
Okay. So do you guys want me to send you over as host, Ben, or just leave it going, or?
Yeah, you can make us the host if you want. I'll take over now. If you want to go make dinner for your kid, I know you want to get out of here. I'm sorry for that. It took much longer than I expected to reach.
Oh no worries at all. So and then Bernie is going to go after that. Will that and I could. Is that okay or?
Yeah. Hopefully we're not holding you up, Bernie. Is that all right with you?
Yeah, no worries. I'm in no rush, man. All good.
Okay, so yeah, just hand it off to him then when you're all set. So what I'll do is make host, and could you allow me to record once here? All right, so I'm going to do that. I'll make Jeremy Reese the host. Wait.
Jeremy, you have to go to all the names of the people in there. Select on that.
Recording stopped.
I'll go to Tim Ventura. You have to actually go to him.
Okay, and then could you allow me to record? And I will turn recording back on.
Yeah,
there you go.
You got it.
Awesome.
Recording
Thank you, guys.
in progress.
Yeah, well, we're having a pretty good conference today. And I appreciate you guys taking over.
Yeah, minor hiccups with some audio stuff.
No, and then we were going to have Gerald do the hover coil. He has not made an appearance, and that's okay. And we do have Bernie, and Bernie's going to start doing LE and R segments for us. And he's already got kind of a map planned out, which is, again, Bernie, thank you, man. That's really awesome. So
I appreciate the opportunity. Tony has some more information also. Wanted to get back to Tony.
Okay.
This is a unique opportunity. We've never had somebody like him on the show before. Is the camera facing the right direction right now?
Oh, we're over here.
Yeah, we're right
Right
now.
here now.
So, Tony, you also mentioned that there were several craft that you were on, including an old submarine,
A converted submarine.
and it was falling apart, right? Do you remember anything about that? What was breaking? How's it fixed?
So it had a bunch of external tanks that they filled with liquids. Some of them were radioactive, but there was a system of liquids that would purge tanks and then cause a reaction. They would put something and that would engage it somehow. So I don't know exactly if that worked, what that was doing. I did maintenance in the bottom of the ship. There were a lot of corrosive chemicals that were going through all the pipes. So frequently, it was older. It was like seriously 1950s, 1940s tech that put it together. It was a converted submarine. And a lot of the chemicals that they used in it, they changed. Like the systems were originally designed for water and steam. And
instead, they were putting these corrosive.
Yeah, if Brian's listening, there's actually quite a bit of proof, Brian, and my entire presentation here presented it. So I got proof for days, bro.
Oh, that's fine. But did you see any signs of like liquid mercury or anything high voltage going on there?
Damn it. People don't even tell me there's no audio for like 60 seconds, and then they tell me.
Oh,
we got audio now?
I don't know if you can repeat the last 2 minutes, but
Okay, so let's.
Can you hear us now?
Let's recap that. I'm sorry about that, man. It's just
not a problem. Let's do that again, actually, and let's move the camera over a little bit. So we're all oh, that's fine. So you were on a craft, also like one of those older submarines.
Was a converted submarine that was converted into a ship, and it was probably built in the 40s. It was an older. It was the systems were meant to hold to put steam through it, and it was converted. And it was corrosive chemicals, like there was an acid that went through, and there was a radioactive water.
Was there any major components of the submarine that were changed out? Was there still an engine in there? Like, was there torpedo tubes?
Not that I'm aware of. No, it had been totally swapped out, and a lot of the system that enabled flight was external. They had added tanks around the outside of it that had liquids that enabled the field. So I don't know where it was. I never really saw the outside of the thing. I boarded it each day through an umbilical from the hangar area. But it had highly corrosive materials.
Is that normal for an umbilical entrance?
Yes.
You never would go up the steps.
There wasn't a catwalk. No, it was in its own bay, and there was an umbilical that went to the doors. There was a front and back, so I had my own entrance.
And you never saw an outside view of it, perhaps through a portal or something?
No, not that one. And then that first like 6 years that I was on that ship was complete slave. I had no freedom or no ability to move. I got promoted before I could walk around the rest of the colony and see things. So, and I wanted to say, if we were like, again, that one guy said I got no proof. There's a ton of proof to my testimony. There's tons of proof. And I can go on for hours proving my testimony. If you wanted to say that, it's pretty rude.
This isn't really about proving, whether what you saw or not. We're trying to figure out if there's anything engineerable about this kind of testimony that we can do something with. I think the shape that you saw in that gravity floor that might, relate to something that Grabinikov saw. Maybe there's other people in the conference that might have suggestions similar suggestions about what exactly it is we're looking at here and how this can relate to anything that we know of. So what other kind of craft do you remember?
There was that, and then there was a disc craft that had the power unit in the center of it, and it had a liquid. There were liquids on top of each other that drained into the other, and there was a system that kept it going. There was actually like a tornado effect going in it. So that was the power system. I don't think it was the flight system. The flight system was on the external.
That's funny because Mark McCandler's talked about somebody who was abducted who saw that exact same thing, a tornado in the center.
Also, there was a double disc craft that was the fastest one that they had, the fastest A to B flight. So they had 3 modes of flight. They had an external assisted jump mode that would work with Anomaly, a tear in time space, like an anomaly in space. They would go to it, and then they had an entire mode that they could jump with that. They had a singular jump mode that the craft could instantly jump, and they had A to B flight that was anti-grav tech. The double disc was an oval shaped disc that had the entire system on the outside of it, had a hollow center. I don't know where the power was, if it was up in the ceiling of it, but it was a cargo craft and it was the fastest A to B flyer that they had. It was the shape of a.
And what was the flight times roughly?
From Ceres to Jupiter in what is it, perihelion or midway, not the full way, was like 16 hours.
And when it was,
if it didn't jump, if it went A to B. And then when it was closer, when the orbits were closer, it was like a 4-hour.
4 hour, and how
flight.
far was it from Mars when they were close?
We really never went to Mars from Ceres. Like it was a separate corporation. We didn't go to Saturn. We went to Ganymede. We went to Jupiter almost every day. Right there is where a lot of the trade takes place. And we went outside of the solar system and did trade missions. Sorry, guys. I know you guys are in science, and this sounds like fantastical to you, but
I mean,
sorry to tell you that
we're trying to build these kind of
the
crafts.
more I research the things I remember, the more they pan out.
We're trying to see if there is anything engineerable. Somebody else asked, Will Rican asked, what were these craft made of? Do you know any materials? Did you recognize any metals or any plastics? Or
The
anything?
exterior of the cargo craft looked like a stealth craft. It was black and smooth, and it had radar reflective material on it. It was so that we could go to other lesser developed worlds or any other place for that matter and be radar indetectable. They did say that the craft had the ability to mildly cloak, like not like in the movies, but like mildly like adapt, but they didn't use it. It wasn't that effective. It was radar that they were worried about. Everything was made out of metal. Like I said, it was plush. It looked like an airplane with carpet in the front where the command crew was. And as you went to the back, it looked it was metal.
Okay. What other questions do we have here?
He's already at the airport.
Tell us everything we don't know, please. I think Tony doesn't really, you weren't really privy to that kind of information from your story. Like it's not something they would share.
Brian, if you're subscribed, go ahead and hit me up. Drop me an email, buddy. I'll shoot you a video. We can talk privately. I'll present you with proof. Or at least things you can't explain away.
If there's any other questions in the, Mark Ferrantino, you want to unmute yourself? We can go to open discussion here and just discuss all this thing.
Yeah. Were you ever on a craft that went faster than the speed of light?
Crafts would jump immediately. So no, it did not fly A to B faster than light. We didn't do that. The craft would create a wormhole or whatever. I hate the word portal, but it would jump immediately to other systems. And the farther that you went, and it could jump to distance, it could also jump back in time.
So it's more like Stargate then.
The farther that it went, the more power it needed. So if the ship only had enough power to jump 2 systems over, it had to wait and jump again. And it took time to power up. It took 15 to 30 minutes to repower and jump again. The more output of the ship, the farther it could go in one single jump. And the military ships, the battleships could go very far and they could jump immediately again. Like they had systems that let them jump immediately. Ours was a cargo ship and we would jump and we had to wait for it to repower up and jump again.
Huh. Did it use a magnetic field to create this portal or opening?
I really don't know how it did it, to be honest with you. I know that if we jumped into an atmosphere, ice was a problem. The ship would get a layer of ice on the outside of it. So the effect from when it appeared would cause supercooling on the outside of the ship, and there would be thick ice if we jumped. So they had to jump into somewhere outside of an atmosphere and then fly A to B down to the planet. The ship never just jumped into the atmosphere.
And what would happen when ice formed? Would that weigh down the craft?
It would block optics, it would block sensors, it was dangerous for the craft, and it would damage the coating that was on the craft, the radar reflective material. It was super bad. They did it a couple of times, but they didn't want to do it. It was quite a bit of ice. We're talking 3 inches thick of ice.
Oh, this is important data because
on UFO, some of the UFO research have looked at these craft with thermal images or the UAPs, and they found that they were extremely cold on the surface. So this does fit in with that. Any idea why it was like that?
No, it was an effect from the method of jumping. It was a consequence of the technology of jumping.
So you can ask 3 questions. How long did your trip last? And you were able to understand what they were saying, and did you came back here on Earth because of your
translator technology? They could turn it on and off. I'd sit in on meetings and they could turn it off. They would be speaking in German, and they could turn on a translator. We had implants. We had been through a lot of surgical procedures. There was something else, another part of that question.
Yeah, how long did the trip last?
We were back every day. So this is another part of the testimony, is we would come back. This is a form of, they called it anti-telephoning. The ship would leave at 7 a.m. in the morning and come back at 6:55, 5 minutes before it left, 5 minutes away. And they could visibly see if the ship was back in the place that it was supposed to be. If it didn't come back to the spot it was supposed to be, or didn't come back at all, they would scrub the mission and it wouldn't go. So they could have, what do you call it? Aggressive missions planned. So they could aggressively go out and try to steal technology or acquire tech. And if something bad happened to the ship, it would not come back prior. We got back at the same time we left. By the time we docked, it was like 20 minutes to get back to the hangar. And so I would get on the ship at 8 in the morning and get back 20 after 8 and get off the ship and have like a whole day. Series was, they had it on like an 18.5-hour day, the sunlight, the lights. And we would do maintenance or go to school and go back to our room.
Does it rotate, series? What's the actual day on the planetoid?
It's super slow. There's cold traps on it. There's places so the doors to the hangar where the sunlight only shined on the doors to the hangar inside a crater once every 6 months or something. It was really slow. There were cold traps, basically craters where sunlight never got into. And they put the doors to the hangar in that area so that they wouldn't be obvious.
Will Rican wrote, it appears that people who know the science of materials apparently never remember anything about their service. Do you think that's because you have no technical knowledge that this is the reason why you remember and others don't?
You know, it's up for debate how I got my memories back. The reason is most people don't remember. It's a very small percentage of people that even get their memories back. The other thing is there are plenty of people that have all their memories and they come back, but they get a paycheck. And if they go public, then they have to pay the money back plus go to jail. So there's a lot of people that may have a lot of technical knowledge and actually never got their memories erased, but they got paid $500,000. And if they go public, they have to pay it back.
That's fair enough. Anything you can remember about when you were on board that that submarine style craft, about what was running through the pipes? If it touched your hand, what would happen? You get burned?
So there were only a few pipes in there that were radioactive. They were large. So the bigger pipes, we're talking 18, 20 inches around, had radioactive material that went through them. The rest of them had corrosive material. So I don't know if it was a full-on acid, but it was highly corrosive. And then some of them did have steam. There were such systems that ran on steam, like I don't know if it was, I don't know what it was, but there was hot water that went through some of them.
And you were just basically a welder, popping new pipes in and
the valves. So they had shut-off valves that went through the bottom of the ship, and we had pressure regulation valves that would go bad, and we would have to cut them and put on new pressure valves that we could get the readout. And then the on-off valves inside of them would rust out, so we would cut those and put new ones on it. And we topped off hydraulic oils and some of the other fluids. We would top them off.
What was hydraulic fluid being used for?
Probably to open the doors or articulate something, or there were large macro items that moved somewhere else on the ship.
Was there any way of looking outside of the ship to see where you were?
Not where I was. I was in the bottom of the ship. Only the There was no windows in the bottom of it. So on the MVO, this is on the submarine. On the MVO, the other cargo ship that I worked, there was on the sea deck, there was an observation deck. There was a deck that had the galley and the bathroom. It was the middle of the ship, and it was a big long hallway, and they had observation. There was a roof to seal from the floor to the roof. There was a window, and it would turn on and off. They could make it turn gray, and you couldn't see through it. And there were portholes, and they would match the wall.
Do you know if there was artificial gravity? Like, could you walk around like you can walk right now?
Yes, absolutely. And you could not tell if the ship was, you could never tell if the ship was moving or not, if it started and stopped. You couldn't feel it. There was no sensation of it starting or stopping whatsoever. If it maneuvering, it was just like sitting here.
Do you ever play catch or throw a valve to somebody else?
Yeah, it was
the ship
1G.
And it was normal. There was the ballistic trajectory of anything was the same.
Yep.
No matter what was going on. So physics didn't change. Physics was
like I said,
inside.
Just rear to center of the ship, there was a ladder system. There was ladders, a fast ladder, and in the middle of that, in between the decks, there was a gravity distortion that was always there, and it was where I guess there were two fields that met. There was a gravity distortion there, and it was you weighed something like 40% less for about 6 feet going down the ladder. Time to go? Okay, sorry guys, I'm on.
Thanks.
Okay, maybe we can get Bernie on now. Bernie, are you ready?
Yeah, you probably have
Bernie Concan. Oh, Michael Crone is here. I guess we can move on to open discussion right now, and as we wait for Bernie to come back, you guys could just take it away and.
What is the name of the conference you're at?
So we're in the Silicon Valley's first annual Secret Space Program Business Development Conference. It's here in San Jose, California. A guy named Pablo Messina flew me and Jeremy out, and there was panels of speakers. There wasn't that many attendees, but I did meet lots of people. It was really good. Making connections and stuff. Tony, I think, gave us pretty much everything that he may have had from his experience that may be engineerable. Again, the information is kind of sketchy and what we can do with it exactly, but it's just interesting to see what we can learn from these kind of people. And maybe if we get somebody else on in the future who also had a similar 20 and back sort of situation, who remembered other things, we can connect dots and figure something else out.
Definitely interesting testimony, regardless of like what you make of it. The physics stories and like just what the descriptions of the experience are fascinating.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Bernie, if you're ready, you can take it away right now and start your presentation.
Okay, so yes, I'll share in a second here. Just a little description of what I'm going to show is some history of the LENR low energy nuclear reaction research. That's the name of how cold fusion is currently accepted within the academic field, as well as structural lattice fusion, which NASA now has stated they have evidence of. And it has to do with the crystallization of matter and through the electrolysis process of very low energy and input into the reactions, and then through the salt and energy input into the reaction, these small fusion reactions are able to happen from it and within it. And it seems to actually connect into the ancient alchemy science a lot more than what's been led to believe. And myself going through Sir Isaac Newton's alchemy writings that have been finally translated and made public, reproduced a lot of his descriptions of the transmutations of elements. And it seems that there's a whole lost science, higher science of this LENR sort of reactions and processes. But to start it off, I'm going to play a clip of a YouTube channel of a garage scientist just demonstrating a helium cold fusion reaction within an electrolysis setup. And the key part is that there's a plasma arc between the anode and cathodes in the reaction when it happens. And it's within this energy arc, the plasma arc, that higher levels of transmutations of elements and fusion are able to happen within these LENR sort of reactions. And please let me know if the sound works.
Today we're going to make something truly special. We're going to make something called an echo.
Loading ratios like
You got like an echo, and then the sound stopped working, Bernard.
Okay, hold on one sec. I'll try to figure that out.
hydroton model that storms based on entanglement. Say that what happens is you get all this material that's packed in this lattice tight enough and they start to entangle. That's what you can trick that barrier instead of just tell them.
Sorry.
Yeah, you just tell them because the Hamiltonians, that's
this one's better.
set up.
So, okay, why all this year is taking a little break.
So we're going to do
1 2 weeks and you like all this.
things are going to go on.
Sorry.
Let me show you.
Weird.
That is actually
Sorry about this. There we go.
All right, here's the heart of our machine. You have 2 rods of tungsten carbide, one uninsulated, holding some stainless perf, one insulated with plastic coating, and these little porcelain insulators. You may recognize them. They are fuses. I took the end caps off, hollowed them out, slid them over our tungsten carbide rod for a little heat protection. I don't know if it's going to do much, but we have to do what we can because the process inside here is going to be very, very violent and hot. Now, you can see this is just the top of the water filter. Here we're going to have our thermometer, your negative and positive connections. Yes, they're just tubes, but they are connections. Now, let's put this puppy together. Okay, now we're going to put some water in our little tank. Yes, you guessed it, it's going to be distilled water, not tap water, not spring water. It has to be distilled. So we're going to pour that in. Okay, we don't want to fill it up all the way, just halfway would be fine. Now I'm going to put our anode and cathode array back inside. And that's basically how it sits. Now, we still have to put in our electrolyte, which is KOH. But first, I'm going to talk about the process a little more. Now, what happens in this chamber thermometer, it's going to make a plasma arc. It's also going to make hydrogen. What's going to happen when the plasma arc hits the hydrogen? You guessed it. It's going to burn the hydrogen. That's how this process works. The plasma arc and the current make hydrogen and burn hydrogen at the same time. That's why some people say that we can make over unity by using a little energy
to excite the hydrogen to make more energy. This is what the big controversy is all about. I don't really care about the controversy. I just care that there is a process going on here and we're going to get to experience it. Okay. Now we're going to add some KOH. Again, nasty stuff. We're going to put on some safety gear. My trusty yellow glasses and some nice gloves. Again, I cannot stress safety. KOH, again, was used for drain cleaner. It's nasty stuff. You do not want it on your skin, and especially you do not want it in your eyes. So we have to be very careful with this stuff, okay? All right, we're going to start adding the KOH. Now I'm going to put in a little at a time so we don't put in too much. Again, if we get too much current flowing, the experiment's not going to work. If we don't get enough current flowing, the experiment's not going to work. So what we're going to do is we're going to put in a little right now, and we're going to close it up, and then we're going to play with it. We're going to find out at what point we have the right current flow. Yeah, it's a little experimental, but you know, that's science. So we're going to put in a little more. And now we're going to screw it together, and we're going to put it back into our stand. Okay. Okay. So we have our transformer hooked up. We have our canister in place. We have our anode and cathode and our negative and positive hooked up. And also here, this little stainless tube is a thermometer, which is hooked up here so we can monitor our temperature. This is where the experiment's going to happen, is the temperature. Now, let's fire it up. Now we've plugged in our variac. Oops, I forgot to tell you what a variac is. This is a really big volume control, like on your stereo, except it controls current in volts. It regulates how much current flows through it. Like let's say we wanted to limit the current that goes to our transformer. Well, we only turn the variac up to 10%. Now, as you can see on our gauges already, we're registering some current and some voltage. Now, we have to warm this up slowly. You can also see that we're bubbling here inside the reaction chamber. That is hydrogen being made. Now, because it's high current and not low current, we have less volume of hydrogen, but more current through the water, which heats up the water. If you watch closely, you'll see this thermometer click up, and it'll heat the water slowly. And we have to heat the water slowly for the next 10 or 15 minutes till we get it to 100 degrees before we can kick on full volume. If I was to turn on the power full right now with the variac, you'd see the reaction, but only for a short bit. It would pop the breaker either on the variac or the transformer or the breaker on the cell. One of them would go. That's why we have to heat the water to the right temperature to give it the right resistance to make this experiment work. So, we're making a little hydrogen. We're up the temperature. Do you notice our voltage is relatively low? Our amperage has dropped down. Now, I'm going to go ahead and give it some more power. You can see on our what's up meter, we're using 92 to 94 watts of power. I'm going to turn it up. So now we're using a little more power. Our amperage is 2.5. Our volts is at 50. We're bubbling down there, nothing special. Now, we are at 107 degrees. Now we're going to let her have it. There's our reaction. As you can notice, we're at 250 volts.
So I'm just pausing it here to add in and notice and state that it's this plasma arc, but like so the arc between the anode and cathode there that creates the plasma, and within that plasma, this fourth state of high energy molecules all
and like, look right here, little reactor, already working, proven it, let's test it. Give me money, government or private angel investor. Let's do it. It's so frustrating. Anywho, enough of my rant. Let's continue.
Amperage is going anywhere from 3 to 2, and that's the fusion process that supposedly is impossible. It's 182 Fahrenheit. That's warm. See, we're about a 1 3/4 to 2 amps fluctuating, 260 volts. And the temperature is going up slowly. Steam is starting to come out. We're steaming the water in only a few seconds of action. And it sounds cool too. Here, get a closer sound of that. Kind of sounds like a Ferrari underwater, huh? That's cool.
All right, so I stopped it there. Everybody gets the idea. I don't know if you guys have any questions or if you want me to keep going or if we should wrap it up for today as everyone's looking pretty tired and it's been a long one, although I do have another segment of one of Jeremy Reese's videos, older videos. It's about 15 minutes long on cold fusion that gives pretty much the best history of it. Up to you, Jeremy, if you want me to play that to keep it going, or if you guys are tired and want to wrap it up.
You can go ahead and play it, man. We're just hanging out here. I got some friends here that from the conference. Met some new friends here. Contacts these two gentlemen. So they're super interested in cold fusion and some of this stuff as well.
Okay. First, then, if there's no questions, and before I play that, I'll.
Yeah, I have one question.
For sure.
How close do you think, would be that we have those devices in cold fusion commercial that you can use in a car, for example, electric car, like a Tesla car, instead of battery, that? How close in the future?
If there was
the
100 million to $1 billion put in, you could have it working models within 2 years, mass production within 5, no problem.
Billions of dollars would it take to make it happen, or millions?
More millions if to get working models, no problem. And that's what's so frustrating is that there's literally trillions being put into this hot fusion reactions, which in the tokamaks and whatnot, which are just ridiculous. They're insane because they require the amount, you have to create the entire amount of energy, in density of heat, pressure, electricity, and everything for the environment to then push and force two atoms together, that it's just so impractical and ridiculous that you're having to expend that much resources on creating the energy first, instead of these LE and R reactions where it just takes the tiniest little vibration of energy, minuscule on the opposite end of the spectrum, to create these reactions, but that they're
it does it through entanglement, though. There's this hydroton model that they've come up with, and it's an extended Hamiltonian whereby all the Hamiltonian functions, the potentials are all linked in a chain among all these coherent entangled
deuterium atoms inside of this lattice. So you pack a bunch of deuterium atoms inside this palladium lattice, or platinum cathodes. Palladium cathodes work the best, I believe. And then when you get up to over a certain loading percentage, around 94%, I guess is like where it works the best. Anything above that or below that is not optimal. And then it also helps if you shine certain infrared lasers on them, or they use the super wave pattern where they actually got better results. So it has something to do with this extended. They haven't quite figured out the full physics of it yet. Hagelstein was working on that still like 10 years ago, and Edmund Storms, who has his whole theory that came up with that hydroton chain model of entanglement, whereby you're basically, instead of trying to brute force your way over that Coulomb barrier in conventional hot fusion, you're actually tickling the dragon's tail, or tricking it through the Hamiltonian, which extends over this large potential chain distributed over several molecules. So when you get these waveforms, they can peak out and actually break that Coulomb barrier through tunneling. And that's what they believe occurs. There's evidence of it. I mean, it's been confirmed by NASA. It's been confirmed by the U.S. Navy. It's real 100%. There's no denying it. And it's just a matter right now of building the technology to efficiently have fuel in, production out, but also you have degradation of the metal. These cracks and other things appear at the sites of where these EBOs form. And so you have cracking and depletion of the metal cathodes that you're using. So reached out to that researcher, Mitchell Schwartz from MIT, a couple of weeks ago, and asked him, for an update on his research. And he informed me that he had recently published a paper on using nitinol wire for the cathodes, because the shape retention alloy allows for those active sites for the metal to repair itself. So we've essentially solved one of the major engineering hurdles of this. Now it's about designing the nitinol wire in a way that we can effectively use it to build these cathodes. And I was just like, this memory foil that they talked about at Roswell, where it's this finely woven nanowires of nitinol wire in this mesh, might be the perfect candidate material for how to actually do this. And that might be. So we have some insights now on this, and I of course shared those and passed those along. But yeah, I think if we can get the right engineering and we have the material science to do that, probably off the shelf with a little bit of R&D. I think that, within 3 to 5 years, with the right investment, we could have potentially working reactors if we could solve those the three main engineering problems. That's the depletion of the cathode, of the metal of the cathode, the issue of the fuel source. So you have to new deuterium in, and then byproducts out, so that it produces helium. So you need a way to dissipate that helium and get it out of the active sites, and so that you can get the waste materials out. As long as you can have an efficient process with that, and you need to be able to boil, and then as long as you can boil a cup of water, right? You can boil my cup of water to make me a cup of tea. With your benchtop cold fusion device, you'll have enough proof of concept to bring to industry, and they'll fund it. Because that's essentially what you need. If you can boil water, you can make steam, and you can put a turbine on to make a power plant.
Right? And like, that's huge what you just described, and that's essentially the development and continuation of Pons and Fleischmann's original works in cold fusion discoveries out of Utah State, was it, or whatnot, in the late 80s, early 90s?
Provo, Utah. What's the college out there? Brigham, BYU. Yeah.
Yeah. See, and then another aspect of it that's not really discussed or talked about or incorporated is that there's also the possibility that we could have this heat coming out of it without it turning going all the way into helium, and then you're mass producing hydrogen as well out of this reaction. And then it's two birds with one stone. You're able to get the hydrogen fuel out of this process as well, and utilize the electrolysis at the most efficient input or minor electrical input in. And what I theorize is that it's the harmonic frequency, that if you can match the correct harmonic frequencies electrically and vibrationally through acoustic sound going in, that that should be able to then align the molecules along those crystalline chain lattices and mass produce the reactions, as opposed to just like small reactions happening with inefficient resonant energy going in, sort of thing.
Yeah, and some research would have to be done to that, Mark 10 site phase transition with the nitinol wire to make sure that, you could have this above, 212 degrees Fahrenheit, so you could boil water continuously without having it pass that phase transition, that transition temperature. So I don't know that this, I have to look into this, and there's a lot of research that needs to be done on it. But a lot of people missed that last thing because I was muted on my end for my live stream audience. But I just wanted to point out that my contact from MIT, Mitchell Schwartz, recently said that he's been working on using nitinol as a cathode in some of his experiments and getting interesting results. As one of the problems with the engineering of these cathodes is the metal deterioration of the active sites. So, anyways, Michael Boyd's here. I gotta go let him in. I'll be right back. You guys.
For sure. We love Mr. Boyd. He's a regular on both APEC and my own channel quite frequently. For a few minutes then, until Jeremy and Michael get back, I'm going to play a clip of myself, Bob Greenier, and Jeremiah that was recorded about a month and a half ago, where Bob goes into talking a bit of the LENR Evo stuff, as well as the new triple solenoid coil that he's been discovering, working on, and Jeremiah's replication of the same coil in it. If that is all right with everybody, if you're still hanging in there. Or do you have any other questions?
Down there, it's still far one. Guys are over there. We're right here. We're down there.
Good stuff. Mr. Boyd is in the house.
Or as you called it, which is actually a fourth order torque, and a gorgeous one at that. And taking a look at this stuff. Okay, so we were just looking at these little spirals, and I'll give an instruction for anyone that wants to replicate one of these very terribly difficult to replicate things. Okay, this is one of those fiberglass rods from Home Depot, and these are used for snowplow trucks to identify where not to drive into. And anyways, you can stick this whole entire 4 or 5 foot length into a drill and start by spiraling your wire around this rod. And because this rod is fiberglass, and because copper is springy, which can be a bit of a problem, what I did is hook up both sides of each full length to a power supply and heated the wire up, not to the point of destroying the insulation, but we're only talking about, maybe running 20 or 30 volts here at 30 hertz, according to the original paper, which is not going to be a problem, even if the insulation was slightly damaged. But it's not. I got it to the point where it darkened, and what that did was anneal the copper just enough so that it didn't try to unspring or unwind itself when I pulled the whole thing off the rod. And because it still had just a bit of spring to it, it was very easy to remove. So I just took those in sections, and I'll show if I can. Yeah, so here's a section.
Can I step in there? That's a very valuable thing, what I think you've done there. But I think maybe, could there be a way where you could get one of these thermal tapes and put it around the point at which you're winding, and so you're just only applying the heat for the time it needs to do the winding, or just prior to it?
No, you couldn't, because you need to anneal the entirety of the copper loop, and if you try to heat this from the outside, or with the torch or anything else,
it's progressively winding.
Oh, I guess, yeah, you could.
So you're not continuously heating the whole wire, you're just doing it, you preheat it just before you go into winding, or just post-heating it, so like you do when you're perming someone's hair, right?
Yeah, that's actually a really good idea. If you wanted, you did not have to, if you didn't have to rewind it at all or make any mistakes, and you didn't have to tighten it because it was a perfectly tight wind, or make any adjustments after putting your length on the rod, and you had already annealed it, then of course it would want to hold its shape because it's not going to want to unbend. But the trouble is that when you buy magnet wire, it's already gone through a multiple number of spoolers and rollers, and so it's going to have a bit of a memory to it, and we need to remove that first. Of course, we need to remove that without damaging the insulation, and I figured the best way to do that is actually from the inside out. So anyways, when you go to wind these things, after you get it on the rod, you take it, you take the long single coil off the rod, you wind these loops back around the rod, and what I ended up doing was just kind of running a whole long length of hot glue right down the side. Now, this is a terrible method. I would not recommend that people try this, because the hot glue, if it seeps in a little too deep here, if you're off by, say you want to attach just 4 coils together, 5 coils together, 5 loops of each of these coils together, if it's a little too thick, it's not going to bend, and that's a major problem, so don't do that. What I would instead actually recommend doing is taking a long strip of, say, flexible tape of some kind and running a bead of silicone along it, and then setting this down into it and waiting for that silicone to cure. If you don't want to wait 24 hours for silicone to cure, then get yourself a 2-part silicone epoxy mix. It's not technically epoxy, but 2-part silicone, and that way you can get each of these rod lengths done in, say, 2 hours or less. And so I just wanted to point out the connection point here at the middle. Let me roll back around there, because people wanting to replicate, this is kind of important, because you can only wind, say, 5 feet at a time. So there it is. There's just this little solder point where right in the middle of the loop, you make that splice, and for a full tour, we would actually need to make probably 3 or 4 splices all together, ending up with a total loop length like this of almost, well, for this size rod, I think this is like a 6 millimeter. So we'd probably end up with a whole loop length, if we just looked at something like this, of about maybe 10 foot long. And that of course adds its own complexities. But I wanted to ask you something specific, and I've been wanting to ask it since the day that you did the original broadcast, the one that you were so excited about before translation, APEC broadcast. And that part is the one that I think stands out the most. Not whether or not a field projection is strange or anything else like that, but the fact that you disconnect the signal generator, according to the author of that paper, and that a magnetic field probe, or a microteslameter, as they call it in that paper, picks up, feeding to an oscilloscope, a continuous signal for up to 2 days at the same frequency with the identical wavelengths slowly decaying in amplitude over 2 days. Here's what I wanted to ask you, but I have to premise, what we were talking about first. And we have to remember that the oscilloscope and the probe have an input impedance. That means there's a resistor in there of some kind, or some kind of resistance down the line. So in order for that probe head to do work, in order for that probe head to pick up a signal, it has to be doing work, which means the oscillating field stuck in phase is actually generating a usable magnetic field. Yeah. As long as we don't swipe it out or knock it out with a spark discharge, we could be looking at a system that's upscalable, that generates a massively powerful and useful magnetic field, which continues to operate after only a small amount of input power and priming. For up to 2 days. Okay. So, that's what I wanted to ask you about, your thoughts on what could we do with that, and do you think that if we really tried to load that, or if we put an external field pickup coil around it, that we might destroy the cluster, or that we might destabilize the natural geometry that the evil is formed, or I should say the virtual evil, if that's even what it is?
So firstly, I would say that what you're forcing nature to do is what it wants to do anyway, and so it's kind of like corralling a load of sheep into a pen, or schooling fish, like dolphins do. You can think of the coil, in my view, this is the way I visualize it. I'm thinking of the coil as like the team of dolphins, and they are getting the sardines to ball up. Okay, so that's kind of how I visualize it. And so what I'm trying to encourage is people to use natural things like plants who want to do this anyway to cohere this condensate from the cosmos, and you are encouraging that process to go on that already wants to happen in nature. And so David Boutillier is working on a system where he's making these coils. He's keeping it at the 3-level Tor, like it would look like you're doing with 3-level Tor, and that's the one that shows the effect. And that should show a magnetic persistent field, as claimed by this observation of the team for the 3-level Tor.
That's the most exciting part about the whole thing. If we can do that, and I love what Hank's doing, and I love what Cosmic Dave is doing. But
I'm talking about David Boutillier is looking to one of the suggestions is, or the first suggestion actually was to try and make your ball lightning. So he's creating a plasma reactor and having the coil in there, and he will put the coil in clay and have cooling going through it, so that it doesn't get damaged. But that might encourage self-clustering or the plasma. So this for me is a very, very exciting prospect, because when we already know ball lightning can consume matter, and in the process of consuming it, it's actually doing a self-organization anyway. But if we have a precise way where we can force the ball lightning to be produced out on demand in a particular location, then ball lightning can spin at hundreds of thousands of the matter around the ball lightning, like the charged particles. They can spin at hundreds of thousands of kilometers per second. And so you can then have a pickup coil, which may actually be the coil that you use to form it. It may play 2 roles, and then get induction back. In the case of Solin, in his 2001 patent, he created the coherent matter, which span, and then he had a single cooled induction coil to harness the direct electricity that would be generated from that effect. So, but of course, Solin used an electron beam furnace, which was it's a very large device. It's a commercial device for melting metals that are very hot.
All right, I'm gonna pause it there as it's getting pretty late. Jeremy, Mike, Mark, you guys got anything else to say? Any questions?
Yeah, Mark is not here right now. He went out to back out to the other conference, that's still going on here in the other room. But Michael Boyd just joined us and came in, and so.
Hello, Mr. Boyd.
Hey.
How are you, my friend?
I'm good. I just heard he was here, figured I'd go over the hill. I used to live about 1.5 miles from here, where we're at. So.
That's awesome.
But
so jealous I'm not there. Maybe by next year. Hopefully by next year.
You couldn't drive down from Vancouver, huh?
Well, Alberta, Calgary, Alberta.
Yeah, Sasquatch town.
Hopefully by next year I'll have figured out how to produce some hydrogen within a working engine within my vehicle that then I'll be able to afford to drive across.
So we got the Sasquatches around here too. There's actually in Felton, California, there's a Bigfoot museum.
No.
I have pretty big feet.
Right?
My son is definitely Bigfoot. He's got like 14-inch foot. So yeah, cool, dude. And I'm glad you got your own spot there on APEC. That's pretty awesome, dude. I was kind of excited.
Thank you.
I heard that.
I appreciate it. So yeah, everybody looks a little tired. Like 7 or 8 hours now, so we should probably wrap it up, and I'll have more together for next month.
Heck yeah.
Thanks everybody. That was great, and it was awesome, especially with the guy earlier. That was really cool. Thanks a lot.
Appreciate it, Philip.
Yeah, man. I was hoping we can get Strat on here, man. Michael Strat, he's already on the airplane back at the airport. I'm gonna shut down the stream, guys. Everyone, thank you for watching. I gotta start wrapping up and go to the airport myself here. But it was great. Great seeing you all, and when I come to the conference in a city near you, we can all meet up, and someday it will happen. for sure.
Exactly. Much love and respect. Safe travels, everybody, and we'll see you again next month.
Heck yeah. Thank you. Thank you, everyone who joined us live. You guys rock. So have a good night. And I'll be posting the StreamYard link for the after party. Or actually, maybe we'll just hang out on Zoom. I don't know. But I'm ending the broadcast so we can hang out here. Everyone, it's all off the record now. All right, break up the beers.
So I'm curious, did you guys see this recent Webb telescope thing where they're looking at stars, galaxies close to the Big Bang?
Oh yeah, they're able to see even further and further back now.
Well, they basically don't think there was a Big Bang then.
Yeah.
So basically the theory is that a Big Bang is that if you look back,
yeah, all the redshifting.
Well, redshifting isn't because of everything's expanding. It's actually because stuff is getting farther apart from each other.
Right.
But so basically, what we were assuming in the Big Bang is that sometime in the past, everything was packed together, and like our galaxy would have been smaller.
Yeah.
So when they looked back to 100 million years after the so-called Big Bang, they found that there were spiral galaxies like ours, and they were the same size they are now. And that what was expanding was the universe. The universe is getting bigger, but the stuff of it in it is the same size. That means it's growing, like it's alive. Okay? And it means that it's forever. There's no beginning and end. And that's what the Aztecs and the Mayans were eating. And some of the I think the Indian.
I agree on the conscious universe for sure. Much love, guys. Sorry, I gotta take off. We'll catch you on the next one, or probably sooner to most of you. Safe travels. See you soon. Have a good night.
So everything's reoccurs a number of times.
Well,
yeah, this is a cyclic universe.
It's a cyclical universe. The point of departure is the point
so
of
the Hubble
entry.
constant's
So
above
the
1.
Aztecs, look at that.
Okay. Oh, stop sharing. All right, here I am. Thank you everyone for. Oh, sorry. I know, but I only had to shut it down. Oh God, and the bombardment of Twitter notifications come in. I had to shut it down because there's another event that I have to go to right now, and with any luck, I will be upstreaming a rave music dance party event showcase, musical showcase here within the next hour to 2 hours tops. So, for all of you that might enjoy that, we will be back and hopefully see you then. And oh my God, I have a million freaking Twitter notifications. So annoying. Is it done? No. No. That's what happens over 7 hours, 6.5 hours. All right, there we go. They're all gone. Stupid, annoying. Thank you everyone for tuning in today. We'll see you again soon, most likely in an hour. Until then, ta-ta.